He bought a Florida dive bar to escape a cold case. Instead, he poured himself a glass of cartel vengeance. TIDES. Chapter 1. "You want another one, Walt?" Nick Holleran asked. Walter nodded. He slid his empty glass across the scratched mahogany. The heavy glass left a smear of condensation on the wood. Nick pulled the tap handle. Amber liquid filled the pint glass. Foam crested the rim. Nick set the fresh beer in front of his only customer, along with a plastic bendy straw. Walter picked up the straw with thick, sun-baked fingers. He bent the top inch into a perfect right angle, dropped it into the beer, and leaned over the bar. He took a long drag. The old fisherman remained mute. 3 weeks Nick had owned the place. 3 weeks Walter occupied the corner stool. The man possessed vocal cords, according to local gossip, but chose silence. 20 years as a homicide detective in Brooklyn taught Nick a lot about silence. Men kept their mouths shut to hide the truth, to hide their fear, or to hide themselves. Walter hid in plain sight. Nick wiped down the counter with a damp rag. The rag smelled of stale hops and ammonia. The drunken oyster sat on the edge of the intracoastal waterway, baking under the Florida sun like a discarded clamshell. An ancient air conditioning unit rattled in the front window. It pushed warm, humid air around the room. A ceiling fan rotated on a bent axis above them. It offered zero relief. "You know, Walt," Nick said, tossing the rag into a plastic bucket. "When the realtor showed me this place, people sat on these stools." Walter raised his bushy white eyebrows. He took another drag from the straw. The brochure promised a vibrant nightlife. A local institution. Nick gestured at the empty room. Peeling vinyl stools lined the counter. Dust coated the premium liquor bottles on the top shelf. The only nightlife involves the raccoons under the loading dock. "I blew my pension on a ghost ship." The front door screeched on rusted hinges. Blinding white sunlight sliced into the dim room. Sarah stepped inside. She slammed the door shut, cutting off the glare. She wore frayed denim cutoffs and a faded gray t-shirt with the collar scissored off. Her blonde hair hung in a messy knot at the base of her neck. She paused a foot past the threshold. Her eyes darted left, then right. She checked the corners. She checked the back hallway. She checked the shadows. A survivor's reflex. "You came in late," Nick said. Sarah ducked under the bar hatch and tied a black apron around her waist. Traffic on A1A backed up past the bridge. A tourist wrapped a rented Mustang around a palm tree. "You walked to work." "So I took the scenic route to avoid the blood." She grabbed a stack of clean cocktail napkins and began dealing them out along the empty bar top like playing cards. She stopped in front of Walter. "Hey, Walt. Catch any monsters today?" Walter tapped the side of his pint glass. "Next time," Sarah said. She turned to Nick. "Diego, coming in today?" He called out. "Blame the high tide. Said it interferes with his brain waves." Sarah snorted. She grabbed a plastic bin of limes and a paring knife. "Welcome to the coast, boss. The staff comes with side effects." She chopped the limes with rapid, violent thwacks against the cutting board. Her knuckles bruised pale blue under the skin. A darker shadow lingered on the edge of her jawline. Makeup covered the worst of it, but the overhead bar lights revealed the uneven tone. Nick noted the bruises. He kept his mouth shut. In Brooklyn, asking questions too early killed the informant. He needed to build the trust first. The front door screeched open again. The man filling the doorway cast a shadow halfway across the room. He stepped inside and let the door shut. He possessed a barrel chest, close-cropped silver hair, and a thick neck. He walked with a specific roll in his shoulders. Nick spotted the posture from 30 feet away. Cops recognized cops. The man approached the bar. He chose a stool 3 seats down from Walter. He placed large, calloused hands flat on the wood. He wore a heavy diver's watch on his left wrist. "You Holleran?" the man asked. "Depends who asks." The man extended his right hand. "Chuck Denton." Nick shook the hand. A firm grip. "Nick Holleran." 23 years Tampa PD, Chuck said. "Now, I do private security. Keep the riffraff off the big yachts down at the marina." 20 years, NYPD. "I know. Word travels fast on the water. You bought Billy McPherson's shithole bar. I call it an investment opportunity." Chuck barked a laugh. The sound bounced off the empty walls. "That what they call a midlife crisis up north? Down here, we call it a mistake." Sarah stepped in front of Chuck. She kept the paring knife in her right hand. "You want a drink, or you just here to critique the real estate?" Chuck sized her up. He looked at the knife, then at her face. His gaze lingered on the shadow along her jawline. "Whatever you got cold," Chuck said. Sarah grabbed a bottle of local lager from the ice trough, popped the cap with a church key, and slammed it onto the napkin in front of him. She turned her back and resumed chopping limes. Chuck took a long pull from the bottle. He wiped his mouth with the back of his hand. He looked at Nick. "So what broke you?" Chuck asked. "Too many bodies. A bad divorce. Internal affairs catch you skimming." Nick picked up a glass and a towel. He polished the glass. "I traded the sirens for the seagulls. How does that work out for you?" Nick set the glass down. "I see better attendance at a graveyard." "Locals avoid new blood," Chuck said. "Especially new blood carrying a badge. Former or current, it makes no difference to the people in this town. I serve drinks. I watch the boats. I leave the badge in a box. They all say that." Chuck peeled the label off his beer bottle with his thumb. "But guys like us, we get an itch. Things get too quiet, the brain starts looking for patterns. You need a fight to stay alive. I fight the ice machine every morning. That fulfills my quota." Chuck leaned over the bar. He lowered his voice. The banter evaporated. Billy McPherson ran this place for a decade. He poured bad drinks and kept his mouth shut. 6 weeks ago, Billy packed his bags in the middle of the night. He left his clothes in the closet. He left his dog in the yard. He sold this prime piece of waterfront to a bank out of Miami for pennies on the dollar. Nick stopped polishing the glass. The realtor cited health issues. "A severe allergy to lead bullets," Chuck said. "This stretch of the coast belongs to specific people. They run it like a private kingdom. Bars like this move product. They wash cash. You bought real estate in the middle of a war zone without asking permission. I hold the deed. I pay the taxes. The deed means nothing." Chuck tapped his heavy watch against the bar top. "You ask questions. I hear you ask around about your staff. You run background checks in your head." Chuck glanced at Sarah's back. "You dig into the dirt down here, you find more than worms." "I mind my business." Billy minded his business too. Chuck pulled a $5 bill from his pocket. He tossed it on the damp wood. "Watch your back, Holleran. The tide brings in worse things than dead fish." Chuck stood. He gave Walter a nod. He walked to the door, pulled it open, and stepped out into the blinding heat. The door slammed shut. Silence reclaimed the room. The air conditioner rattled. Nick picked up the $5 bill. He looked at Sarah. She stood frozen over the cutting board. The paring knife shook in her grip. "You know him?" Nick asked. Sarah dropped the knife. It clattered against the stainless steel sink. She grabbed the edge of the bar, her knuckles turning white. "Sarah." Nick stepped toward her. She spun around. Her eyes wide. Her breath coming short and fast. The back door of the kitchen burst open, wood splintering against the brick wall. Heavy boots slammed against the linoleum floor, moving fast toward the front bar. Chapter 2. A man tumbled through the back threshold. He carried a heavy cardboard box of off-brand silver rum. He wore a faded olive t-shirt. The graphic on the shirt depicted a blurry flying saucer hovering over a desert highway. Dark hair stuck to his forehead in wet, chaotic spikes. He kicked the splintered door shut behind him. Nick released his grip on the Louisville Slugger, taped under the cash register. "They monitor the interstate," the man said. He dropped the box onto the warped floorboards. Glass clinked inside the cardboard. "Use the handle next time, Diego," Nick said. "New hinges cost money." Diego adjusted a woven hemp bracelet on his wrist. Government drones. They disguise them as pelicans now. You see a bird flying against the wind, you take cover. Basic survival mechanics. Sarah picked her paring knife out of the stainless steel sink. She gripped the black plastic handle tight. Her knuckles turned bone white. She kept her back to the room. Walter slid off his corner stool. The old fisherman dropped 2 crumpled single-dollar bills next to his empty pint glass. He gave Nick a brief nod. He walked past Diego, pushed the front door open, and stepped into the blinding afternoon heat. The door screeched shut. "Good talk, Walt," Diego said. He hoisted the box of rum and hauled it toward the liquor room. "I need 20 minutes to inventory this poison. Do not let anyone touch the distributor manifest. The barcodes contain tracking chips." Diego vanished down the dark hallway. Nick picked up Walter's dollar bills and shoved them into the tip jar. He picked up a clean rag. He walked down the length of the bar until he stood directly across from Sarah. She focused on a fresh lime. The knife sliced through the green skin with sharp, jagged motions. "He startled you," Nick said. "People busting through doors startle everyone. You shook before Diego hit the wood. You shook when Denton mentioned Billy McPherson." Sarah swept the lime wedges into a plastic bin. "Denton runs his mouth. Cops love the sound of their own voices." Nick leaned his forearms on the damp mahogany. He brought his face closer to hers. The overhead pendant light caught the side of her jaw. The makeup failed to conceal the purple and yellow shading near her earlobe. "Who gave you the shadow, Sarah?" She picked up another lime. "Kitchen cabinet. I left the door open." Cabinets feature sharp edges. They leave straight lines. A fist leaves a spread impact. Fingers leave parallel bruises. Sarah threw the knife onto the cutting board. It stuck point down in the scarred plastic. "You possess a vivid imagination. I possess 20 years of reading domestic assault reports. I know the difference between clumsy and hunted." Sarah matched his posture. She leaned over the bar. She smelled of coconut shampoo and stale cigarette smoke. "You own the deed to a failing dive bar. You pour draft beer. You wipe down sticky counters. Play the bartender, Holleran. Leave the detective badge in New York. I protect my investment. Trouble for my staff brings trouble through my front door. I prefer to see the punch coming. You don't know the rules down here." Sarah grabbed a stack of damp cocktail napkins and threw them into the trash bin. The ecosystem functions on a delicate balance. You ask questions, you upset the balance. You point fingers, you end up crab food in the intracoastal. Keep your eyes on the glasses. Mind your business. She untied her black apron and threw it over a stool. "Take the register," she said. "I need a smoke." She marched out the front door. The rusted hinges protested the movement. Nick stood alone in the quiet bar. The ancient air conditioner rattled against the window frame. He picked up the discarded paring knife and wiped the blade clean. He set it beside the cutting board. Her posture triggered a memory. The stiff spine, the darting eyes, the forced defiance covering pure terror. Nick walked around the bar and pushed through the side door. He stepped onto the back deck. The intracoastal waterway moved slow and thick beneath the pilings. The smell of rotting kelp and diesel fuel hung over the dark water. Heat radiated from the wooden planks, baking through the soles of his boots. He pulled a crushed pack of Pall Malls from his shirt pocket. He sparked a battered Zippo. The flame cast a brief, hard shadow across his face. He inhaled the harsh smoke and let it fill his lungs. Jessica Weaver. He stared at the murky water and saw wet asphalt. Bleecker Street alleyway. 3 a.m. Rain falling in cold, steady sheets. Yellow crime scene tape whipping in the wind. Garbage bags piled high against a brick wall, leaking foul liquid into the gutter. Jessica lay spread eagle against the trash. 21 years old. She wore a green sequin dress. The sequins caught the flash of the crime scene cameras. Pale skin. Auburn hair plastered to the pavement. Rain washed the makeup from her face. Dead eyes staring up at the fire escape. Nick remembered the cold seeping through his trench coat. He remembered the smell of ozone and cheap perfume. He knelt beside her body. He catalogued the details. No defensive wounds. No torn clothing. No scuff marks on her heels. She died somewhere else. The killer dumped her in the alley. He examined her neck. The flesh bore the marks. A specific knot. Thin nylon cord. The killer pulled tight and held the tension. Professional work. Clean. Efficient. The precinct captain arrived an hour later. He drank coffee from a paper cup and told Nick to drop the file. A dead end. An escort gone wrong. A random John with a violent streak. Nick knew better. The knot indicated a specialist. The lack of DNA indicated a sterile environment. The missing purse indicated a stolen identity. He kept digging. He ignored direct orders. He ran the ownership of the nightclub where Jessica worked her final shift. He found a maze of shell companies. He traced the offshore accounts. He followed a paper trail leading straight to the Florida coast. Then the brass pulled his badge. They cited insubordination. They cited erratic behavior. They ordered a psych evaluation. They offered desk duty or a forced retirement package. Nick took the pension. He packed a single duffel bag. He bought a rusted bar at the end of the world to escape the dead eyes. He wanted the heat to burn the memories out of his skull. He flicked the cigarette ash into the waterway. The ash hit the surface and dissolved. The heat failed to burn the memories. The dead eyes stared at him from his own bartender's face. Sarah carried the same fear Jessica carried the night she died. The side door creaked open. Diego stepped onto the deck. He held a clipboard in his right hand. "We lack tequila," Diego said. "The distributor shorted us 3 cases of the silver. I suspect a cartel embargo. They manipulate the market to control the agave supply." "Call the distributor," Nick said. "Tell them to deliver the missing cases by tomorrow noon, or we pull the contract." "They ignore my calls. They log my voice print. Then I make the call." Nick took a final drag of the Pall Mall. He dropped the butt onto the deck and crushed it under his heel. He turned back toward the door. "Boss," Diego said. Nick stopped. Diego lowered the clipboard. The paranoid energy vanished from his posture. He stood perfectly still. His dark eyes locked onto Nick's face. "Sarah operates under pressure," Diego said. His voice dropped an octave. It held no trace of the conspiracy theory nonsense. "She carries heavy baggage. You push her too hard, the strap breaks. The bag falls open. You will not like the contents. Nick evaluated the bartender. The shift in demeanor jarred him. You know her history. I know the present reality. Diego stepped back into the shadows of the doorway. The goofy, erratic energy returned to his frame like a flipped switch. He tapped his temple. The satellites track regular heartbeats. Keep the stress levels low, Holleran. For all our sakes. Diego disappeared inside. Nick stood on the deck for another full minute. He listened to the water slap against the wooden pilings. Chuck Denton warned him about the local climate. Sarah warned him about the rules. Diego delivered a veiled threat wrapped in a weather report. He bought a bar to escape a war. Instead, he purchased a front-row ticket to a new one. Nick pulled the door open and stepped back into the suffocating heat of the drunken oyster. Chapter 3. Nick pulled the door open and stepped back into the suffocating heat of the drunken oyster. The transition from the blinding deck to the dim interior took his eyes a full 10 seconds to adjust. Dust motes drifted in the sharp shafts of sunlight, piercing the cracks in the window blinds. The air conditioner hummed its dying tune. Diego stood behind the far end of the bar. He arranged the fresh bottles of off-brand rum in perfect uniform rows. He aligned the labels to face dead forward. He checked the spacing with the width of his thumb. The barcodes face the wall, Diego said. He did not look up from his work. The lasers from the street sweepers scan the barcodes through the glass. They calculate our inventory. They know our profit margins before we file the taxes. Nick walked behind the mahogany counter. He retrieved a clean rag from the bucket. Keep the labels forward, Diego. The customers buy what they can read. Diego sighed. He turned the bottles around. Your funeral, boss. Don't cry to me when the black SUVs pull into the parking lot. Sarah stood by the register. She counted a stack of faded singles. She kept her head down. She focused entirely on the bruised paper money. The tension in her shoulders remained. Diego's warning on the deck echoed in Nick's mind. The strap breaks. The bag falls open. The front door screeched open. The afternoon sun spilled across the floorboards. Two men walked through the glare. The door slammed shut behind them, cutting off the light and trapping the heat. Nick stopped wiping the bar. These men did not look like tourists. They did not wear straw hats or sunburns. They did not carry cameras. The first man stood 6'2". He carried 240 pounds of muscle, wrapped in a tight black polo shirt. Thick veins mapped his forearms. A jagged scar interrupted the line of his left eyebrow. He walked with heavy, deliberate steps. He stopped in the center of the room and crossed his arms. The second man walked past the first. He possessed a lean, wiry frame. He wore a crisp white Guayabera shirt and tailored linen trousers. Silver aviator sunglasses hid his eyes. He smelled of expensive cologne and old cigarette smoke. A gold chain rested against his collarbone. He approached the bar. He chose the stool directly across from the cash register. He placed both hands on the wood. He wore a gold pinky ring on his right hand. We need 2 glasses of ice water, the lean man said. He removed his sunglasses and folded them. He placed them next to his hands. He possessed flat, dead eyes, the color of wet cement. Sarah froze. She stopped counting the ones. Her hand hovered over the open drawer. The lean man looked at her. He offered a thin smile. Hello, Sarah. You look well. Sarah slammed the register drawer shut. The bell rang sharp and loud in the quiet room. She turned her back to the men and grabbed a stack of plastic cups. Her hands shook. The plastic clattered. Nick stepped in front of her. He blocked the lean man's view. "I pour the drinks," Nick said. The lean man shifted his gaze to Nick. He evaluated the height, the weight, the stance. "You must be the new paper holder." "Nick Holleran. I own the deed." "I am Hector. My large friend by the door is Cruz." Hector tapped his gold ring against the mahogany. The sound cracked like a tiny whip. "We represent the local commerce association. We come to collect the monthly dues." "I belong to the Chamber of Commerce," Nick said. "I mailed the check last week." "Different association," Hector said. "We operate on a more direct level. Billy McPherson paid his dues on the 1st of every month. $10,000. Cash." He handed over an envelope. "We ensured the glass in these windows stayed intact. We ensured the liquor trucks arrived on time." Hector glanced at Diego down the bar. Diego had stopped arranging the rum. Diego held a heavy glass liquor bottle by the neck. "We ensure the staff makes it home without broken legs," Hector added. Nick placed both hands flat on the bar, mirroring Hector's posture. He leaned forward. "Billy sold the bar. Billy moved to a different zip code. His debts left with him." Hector sighed. He picked up his aviator sunglasses and polished the lenses with the hem of his Guayabera shirt. "The debt belongs to the building, Mr. Holleran. The geography carries the tax. You occupy the geography. You pay the tax." Cruz took 3 steps forward. He stopped right behind Hector. He cracked his knuckles. The sound popped loud in the humid air. "You look like a smart man," Hector said. "You keep a clean bar. You hire pretty help." Hector craned his neck to look around Nick. "Sarah knows the routine. Ask her. She understands the climate." Sarah stood paralyzed near the sink. She clutched the edge of the metal basin. She stared at the drain. Nick felt the familiar cold sensation spread through his chest. The adrenaline drop. The narrowing of the vision. The shift from civilian to hunter. 20 years in the 5 boroughs taught him the geometry of violence. He measured the distance across the bar. 30 inches. He measured the weight of the Louisville Slugger taped beneath the register shelf. 32 ounces of solid ash. "I run a simple business," Nick said. "I sell alcohol to thirsty people. I pay the state taxes. I pay the county taxes. I pay 0 geography taxes to men in linen pants." Hector stopped polishing his glasses. He set them down. His face hardened. The thin smile vanished. "You misunderstand the negotiation, Holleran. We do not ask. We inform." Hector nodded at Cruz. Cruz moved. He lunged forward. His massive hand reached across the bar. He aimed for the collar of Nick's shirt. Nick moved faster. He did not step back. He stepped into the attack. Nick swept his left arm up in a hard arc, knocking Cruz's heavy forearm aside. In the same fluid motion, Nick's right hand dropped below the bar counter. He ripped the Louisville Slugger free from the duct tape. Nick brought the barrel of the bat straight up. He thrust the blunt end of the ash wood directly into Cruz's sternum. The impact sounded like a dropped melon. All the air rushed out of Cruz's lungs in a ragged wheeze. His eyes bulged. His knees buckled. He collapsed forward, his heavy chest hitting the edge of the bar. Nick dropped the bat. He grabbed Cruz by the ears. He slammed the big man's face down against the mahogany. Bone cracked. Blood splattered across the varnish. Cruz slid off the bar and hit the floorboards like a sack of wet cement. He curled into a fetal position, clutching his shattered nose and gasping for breath. Hector jumped back from his stool. His right hand dove under the hem of his Guayabera shirt. He reached for the small of his back. Nick vaulted over the bar. He planted one boot on a stool and launched himself over the wood. He landed in front of Hector before the man could clear his weapon. Nick drove a straight right cross into Hector's jaw. The punch snapped Hector's head back. His sunglasses flew across the room and shattered against the far wall. Hector stumbled backward, his knees giving way. He crashed into a round wooden table. The table flipped over. Hector hit the floor on his back, tangled in the wooden chairs. Nick stood over him. He unholstered his .38 special from his waistband. He racked the hammer back with his thumb. The click echoed in the silent room. He pointed the barrel at the bridge of Hector's nose. Hector lay frozen. His hand rested empty on his chest. A red welt blossomed on the side of his jaw. His eyes fixed on the black hole of the gun barrel. "Leave the iron in your pants, Hector." Hector swallowed hard. He gave a microscopic nod. Nick reached down. He lifted the hem of Hector's shirt. He pulled a nickel-plated 1911 from the waistband holster. He checked the safety, popped the magazine out, and tossed the heavy gun across the floor. It skittered into a dark corner. "The coastal operational fee is canceled," Nick said. "The tax is abolished. I catch you or the bleeding giant near this building again, I put you both in the intracoastal. I weigh you down with cinder blocks and let the crabs sort out your management structure." Nick stepped back. He lowered the hammer on the .38, but kept the gun raised. "Take your friend and walk out the door." Hector scrambled to his feet. He rubbed his jaw. He looked at Nick. The fear in his eyes morphed into pure, concentrated hate. He stepped around the overturned table. He grabbed Cruz by the collar of his black polo and hauled the groaning man to his feet. Cruz bled freely from his nose. Crimson stained his shirt. He staggered against Hector. "You signed a piece of paper today, Holleran," Hector said. He spat blood onto the floorboards. "Rico Salazar reads every signature. Tell Rico to bring his own pen next time." Hector dragged Cruz toward the entrance. He shoved the front door open. The brutal heat poured in. They stumbled out into the parking lot. The door slammed shut. Nick kept his eyes on the window until a black Escalade reversed out of a parking spot and tore out onto the main road, tires squealing against the asphalt. He engaged the safety on his .38 and shoved it back into his waistband. He turned around. Diego stood behind the bar. He still held the heavy rum bottle by the neck. His mouth hung open. Sarah remained frozen by the sink. She stared at the blood smeared across the mahogany bar top. She looked up at Nick. Her chest heaved. "You stupid son of a bitch," Sarah said. Her voice cracked. "You just killed us all." Chapter 4. Nick rinsed the bloody rag in the stainless steel sink. The water turned pink. He squeezed the fabric. Water cascaded into the metal drain. He turned to the mahogany bar. He scrubbed the dark smear Cruz left behind. Sarah stayed by the register. She kept her distance from the blood. She crossed her arms over her chest. Her breathing leveled. Her eyes held the terror. "You sign our death warrants," Sarah said. "I set a boundary." Nick tossed the rag into the bucket. Thugs like Hector operate on fear. You show them fear, they take the building. You show them a baseball bat, they reconsider their business model. Hector collects for Rico Salazar. Sarah rubbed her bruised jaw. Rico reconsiders nothing. Rico retaliates. Let him retaliate. I keep a shotgun in the back office. I lock a Glock in the safe. I spent 2 decades caging men worse than Rico Salazar. This is Florida. New York rules carry 0 weight. Diego emerged from the liquor room. He pushed a yellow mop bucket across the floorboards. The plastic wheels squeaked. The local syndicate holds the home field advantage, boss. They control the terrain. I control this room, Nick said. Clean the floor, Diego. Sarah, take the rest of the shift. Go home. Lock your doors. Sarah uncrossed her arms. I need the tips. I pay you for the full shift. Take the cash from the drawer. Get out of here. Sarah did not argue. She popped the register, grabbed a fistful of 10s and 20s, and shoved them into her denim pockets. She slung her purse over her shoulder. She walked to the front door. She paused with her hand on the brass handle. Rico owns the dark, she said. Watch the shadows. She pushed the door open. The blinding sun hit her face. She stepped into the heat. The door closed. Nick took a deep breath. The smell of copper and stale beer coated the inside of his nose. He walked to the back office. The room held a desk, a rusted filing cabinet, and a canvas cot. A single bulb dangled from a wire. His cell phone vibrated against the desk wood. The screen illuminated the dim space. The display showed a 212 area code. Nick picked up the phone. He pressed the green button. Holleran. You sound tense, Mike Callahan said. I endure a complex afternoon. Nick sat in the creaking desk chair. What do you want, Mike? I bring gifts. Mike paused. The line crackled. You sit down. I sit in a cheap chair. Speak. A body washed up in your jurisdiction this morning. A boater found her tangled in the mangrove roots near the Boynton Beach inlet. Nick felt the familiar cold drop in his gut. The temperature in the office seemed to plummet. I pour drinks, Mike. I hold no jurisdiction. Call the local sheriff. The local sheriff possesses the intellect of a sea sponge. I maintain contacts in the county medical examiner's office. A guy they first went to the academy with works the autopsy table. He sent me the preliminary photos. Why send them to you? Because I asked him to flag specific markers. I asked him to watch for the ghost. Nick gripped the edge of the desk. The wood dug into his palm. Tell me. Female. Mid-20s. Bleach blonde hair. The water damaged the fingerprints, but they matched her dental records to a local girl. Tiffany Reese. She poured drinks at a club down the coast. The Sandpiper. The Sandpiper. Sarah mentioned that name. A rival bar. Rico Salazar's headquarters. She drowned? Nick asked. She took water into her lungs, but the water failed to kill her. The ME found petechial hemorrhaging in the eyes. Someone choked her out before dumping her in the inlet. Strangulation happens every day. Look at your email, Nick. Nick reached for the laptop on his desk. He opened the lid. The screen glowed white. He clicked the mail icon. A new message from Mike sat at the top of the inbox. An image file hung attached. Nick clicked the attachment. The image expanded to fill the screen. A pale neck. Swollen tissue. Blue and purple bruising mapped the skin. Nick leaned toward the screen. He studied the pattern. The resolution revealed grains of sand clinging to her cheek. Seawater matted her hair into dark clumps. The Florida sun baked the flesh around the neck wounds. The ligature marks cut deep into the flesh. The killer used a thin cord. A specific width. The bruising formed a distinct V-shape beneath the right ear. A square knot. A double loop. The killer tied the knot with practiced hands. The killer knew human anatomy. The killer knew the precise pressure required to crush a windpipe without breaking the skin. The breath stopped in Nick's throat. Bleecker Street. The cold rain. The green sequin dress. Jessica Weaver, staring up at the fire escape. The same marks. The same knot. You see it, Mike said. The phone pressed into Nick's ear. I see it. 5 years, Mike said. The trail went dead. The brass boxed the files. I thought the bastard died. I thought he went to prison on an unrelated charge. I thought we lost him. We did lose him, Nick said. He changed zip codes. The local cops chalk it up to a dispute. A jealous boyfriend. A drug deal. They ignore the signature. They lack the context. We hold the context. Mike took a breath. You told me you wanted peace. You bought that shanty bar to escape the noise. You want me to bury this? I bury it. I delete the email. You go back to mixing margaritas. Nick stared at the photograph. The bruised skin screamed at him through the digital pixels. 5 years of sleepless nights. 5 years of seeing Jessica Weaver's face in the bottom of a bourbon glass. He lost his career over this knot. He lost his marriage over this thin nylon cord. Send me the rest of the file, Nick said. The ME finishes the full autopsy tomorrow. I get the report. I forward the documents. I need her address. I need her work history. I need the name of every person she spoke to in the past week. You operate without a badge, Nick. You hold zero authority down there. The local cops catch you working a homicide, they lock you in a cage. Let them try. Watch your step. The guy operates with precision. He leaves zero DNA. He leaves zero witnesses. He hunts young girls, he breaks their necks, he vanishes. He failed to vanish. He operates in my backyard. Keep me updated, Mike said. The line went dead. Nick dropped the phone onto the desk. He closed the laptop. The image of the bruised neck burned into his retinas. He stood up. He walked out of the office and back into the main bar room. Diego mopped the floorboards near the front door. The bucket water sloshed against the yellow plastic walls. Diego wore heavy rubber boots. Lock the front door, Diego. Diego stopped his work. He leaned on the wooden handle. We missed the evening rush, boss. The tourists require alcohol to tolerate the sunset. We remain closed tonight. Diego evaluated Nick's expression. He dropped the mop handle, walked to the glass door, and turned the deadbolt. The heavy metal lock clicked into place. Diego pulled the window blinds down. He shut out the bright Florida glare. The bar plunged into shadow. You need me to inventory the new shipment? Diego asked. I need you to tell me about the sandpiper. Diego froze. The relaxed posture vanished. The goofy conspiracy theorist facade cracked. Diego stood rigid in the dim light. The Sandpiper operates as a private club, Diego said. They charge $20 at the door. They sell overpriced vodka to college kids on the ground floor. They conduct different business on the second floor. Who runs the second floor? Rico Salazar. Nick walked behind the bar. He opened the heavy iron safe beneath the cash register. He spun the dial. The tumblers fell into place. He pulled the thick metal handle. He reached inside the dark compartment. He retrieved the black Glock 19. He retrieved 2 spare magazines loaded with hollow point ammunition. You know a girl named Tiffany Reese? Nick asked. Diego took a step back. Tiffany poured drinks at the Sandpiper. She vanished 3 days ago. Her roommate filed a missing persons report. The local police took some notes and left. They found her body this morning. Diego exhaled a long breath. He looked at the Glock in Nick's hand. Tiffany sought a way out. She saved her tips. She packed a suitcase 2 nights ago. She intended to catch a Greyhound bus to Atlanta. Rico intercepts buses. Rico intercepts everything. He pays the bus drivers. He pays the ticket agents. RICO eliminates liabilities. The girls see the wrong transaction. They end up in the water. It happens twice a year. The cops write it off as accidental drownings. This drowning involved a nylon cord. Nick racked the slide on the Glock. A brass cartridge jumped from the magazine and seeded into the chamber. The metallic snap echoed in the empty bar. "You intend to start a war," Diego said. "The war started 5 years ago in New York. I plan to finish the fight." Nick shoved the Glock into his waistband. The cold steel rested against the small of his back. He shoved the spare magazines into his left pocket. "Go home, Diego. Lock your doors. Do not answer the phone. You visit the sandpiper. I visit a crime scene." Nick walked to the front door. He twisted the deadbolt. He pulled the door open. The suffocating heat hit him like a physical blow. The sun hung low over the intracoastal waterway. The water gleamed like spilled copper. He stepped out of the shadows. He walked toward his rusted Jeep. He possessed a name. He possessed a location. The ghost acquired flesh and blood. Nick pulled the keys from his pocket. The engine roared to life. He shoved the gearshift into drive. He pressed his boot against the accelerator. He drove into the fading light. Chapter 5. Nick drove the rusted Jeep along Highway A1A. The engine knocked in a steady rhythm. The tires whined on the hot asphalt. The ocean breeze carried the stench of red tide and rotting kelp. Neon signs flickered against the twilight. Pink flamingos and blue marlins buzzed in the gathering dark. He pointed the bumper south toward the sandpiper. He intended to kick the front door open. He intended to find Rico Salazar. A thought stopped him. Sarah. Sarah shook when Hector and Cruz entered the bar. Sarah fled the room. Diego mentioned the local syndicate. Sarah understood the ecosystem. Sarah poured drinks with Tiffany Reese. Nick steered the Jeep into a hard right turn. He wrenched the steering wheel. The tires squealed in protest. He remembered the address from her employment file. A cheap apartment complex 3 blocks off the beach. The Flamingo Court apartments resembled a faded pink motel from the 1970s. Peeling paint hung in strips from the stucco walls. A broken ice machine hummed in the breezeway. Puddles of condensation pooled on the cracked concrete. A chained pit bull barked at the humid air. The smell of frying onions and stale beer drifted from open windows. Nick parked the Jeep next to a rusted green dumpster. He cut the engine. He checked the Glock in his waistband. The steel felt cold against his spine. He climbed the concrete stairs to the second floor. The metal railing felt sticky under his palm. Room 204 sat at the end of the walkway. The door stood, cracked open an inch. Nick pushed the painted wood with his boot. The metal hinges groaned. He stepped inside. Sarah stood in the center of the cramped living room. She shoved denim shorts and cotton t-shirts into a faded canvas duffel bag. A framed mirror lay shattered on the cheap brown carpet. Glass shards caught the yellow light from a bare ceiling bulb. A half-empty bottle of generic vodka sat on the stained Formica kitchen counter. A stack of past-due bills cluttered the small dining table. "Going somewhere?" Nick asked. Sarah spun around. She dropped a handful of clothes. Her chest heaved. Sweat shined on her forehead. She clutched the fabric of her t-shirt. "Get out, Nick. You pack light for a vacation." "I quit. Mail my final check to a P.O. box. I plan to call you tomorrow." "You run from ghosts." "I run from men with guns." Nick stepped deeper into the room. He kicked the door shut. He turned the deadbolt. The lock clicked. He leaned against the painted wood. He crossed his arms. We need to talk about Tiffany Reese. Sarah froze. The color drained from her cheeks. Her hands dropped to her sides. She stared at the floorboards. I read the news, Sarah said. A boater found her in the inlet. She drowned. She took water in her lungs. Someone crushed her windpipe first. They used a nylon cord. They dumped her body in the mangroves. Sarah covered her mouth. Her knees buckled. She sank onto the edge of a stained mattress pushed against the wall. She rocked back and forth. You knew her, Nick stated. We poured drinks together. Before I came to the Oyster. You worked at the Sandpiper. Everyone works at the Sandpiper. Rico pays the highest wages on the coast. Rico pays for silence. Sarah stared at the broken mirror glass scattered across the carpet. She traced a pattern in the shards with her eyes. You ask suicide questions. I ask homicide questions. A girl lies on a metal table with a crushed throat. I intend to balance the ledger. You possess a death wish. Rico owns the coast. He owns the police chief. He owns the port authority. He owns a nightclub. He owns a shipping hub. Sarah gripped the edge of the mattress. Her knuckles turned white. The club operates as a front, a staging ground. Nick waited. He let the silence work. In a concrete interrogation room, silence acts as a crowbar. It pries the truth from the suspect. He let the quiet stretch between them. The neighbor's television murmured through the thin, dry wall. Rico recruits girls, Sarah said. Her voice sounded hollow. Runaways. College dropouts. Girls with bad debts. Girls with worse boyfriends. He offers them a uniform. He offers them a tray. He pays them cash. He gives them a room in a motel he owns. He builds a cage of dependencies. He controls the environment. He loans you money for a reliable car. He introduces you to a guy selling pure cocaine. He holds the markers. You owe Rico $10,000. You work the VIP room. You work the VIP room. You meet men with strange appetites. You complain. Rico shows you a videotape of your last session. He threatens to mail the tape to your mother in Ohio. He threatens to post the footage on the internet. He promotes them to the second floor, Nick said. Sarah nodded. VIP service. High rollers from Miami. Politicians from Tallahassee. Men arrive on private yachts. They dock at the private marina behind the club. What happened to Tiffany? Tiffany saw the manifests. Tiffany saw the girls they put on the boats. The girls leave the dock. The girls fail to return. Rico ships them to offshore buyers. Island resorts. International waters. Tiffany packed a bag. She bought a bus ticket to Atlanta. Rico catches runners. He uses them as examples. He keeps the rest of us in line. He makes sure we see the consequences. He used a nylon cord. A specific knot. Rico employs specialists. He employs an enforcer. A ghost. The ghost has a face. I plan to look at it. The ghost comes in the night, Sarah said. She shivered in the stifling heat. The girls call him the watchmaker. He possesses cold hands. He possesses cold eyes. He speaks in a whisper. He enjoys the terror. Nick recognized the profile. A sadist. A man who refined his craft over years of practice. A man who moved bodies from New York to Florida. A girl from Ohio died in New York 5 years ago, Nick said. Jessica Weaver. She owed a man a debt. She ended up with a crushed windpipe behind a dumpster. Sarah looked up. She connected the dots. Rico operates a pipeline. Florida to New York. New York to Florida. He moves the product. He moves the girls. He trades inventory with the northern syndicates. The trail leads back to the Sandpiper. The trail leads back to Rico Salazar. Sarah stood up. She grabbed the canvas handles of the duffel bag. She slung the heavy strap over her shoulder. Panic returned to her features. I need to leave. They know I talked to Tiffany. They know I quit the Sandpiper. They know I pour drinks for a retired cop. They watch my apartment. Nick stepped away from the door. He listened. The roar of the ocean surf masked the neighborhood noise. He tuned out the neighbor's television. He tuned out the humming ice machine. He heard a different sound. Tires crunched on loose gravel in the parking lot below. Nick reached for the wall switch. He killed the ceiling light. The room plunged into darkness. The yellow glow from the street lamp outside filtered through the cheap plastic window blinds. What are you doing? Sarah whispered. Stay quiet. Nick moved to the front window. He peeled back 2 slats of the plastic blinds. He peered through the dirty glass. A black SUV parked beneath the buzzing street lamp. The engine cut out. 4 doors opened. 4 men stepped onto the asphalt. They wore dark clothes. They moved with coordinated purpose. They possessed the quiet efficiency of professional hunters. The man in the lead pointed up at room 204. They found you, Nick said. He drew the Glock from his waistband. He flicked the safety off. The metallic click sounded loud in the dark room. We take the fire escape, Nick said. Sarah dropped her canvas bag. The bag hit the floor with a heavy thud. The fire escape rusted through last hurricane season. The metal gives way under human weight. Then we use the front door. Nick grabbed Sarah by the arm. He pulled her toward the center of the room. He positioned her behind the bulky frame of the torn sofa. Footsteps echoed on the concrete stairs outside. Heavy boots climbed toward the second floor. The hunters abandoned stealth. They opted for speed. Nick raised the Glock. He aimed at the center mass of the painted wooden door. He controlled his breathing. He waited for the breach. Chapter 6. The wood exploded into the room. The deadbolt tore through the doorframe. Splinters rained over the cheap brown carpet. A man filled the threshold. He wore a black tactical vest. He leveled a suppressed pistol at Nick's chest. The apartment smelled of burned gunpowder and ozone. Nick squeezed the Glock trigger 2 times. The 9mm pistol bucked against his palm. Muzzle flashes illuminated the cramped apartment. The hollow point rounds struck the intruder in the sternum. The impact threw the man into the exterior walkway. He collapsed onto the concrete. He tangled the legs of the men behind him. Blood pooled on the rough cement. Nick grabbed Sarah by the wrist. The window. He dragged her toward the far wall. He shoved the glass pane toward the ceiling. The aluminum frame screeched in protest. He kicked the window screen into the dark alley. Nick climbed through the opening. He stepped onto the iron fire escape. Red rust flaked beneath his boots. The metal grid groaned under his weight. Sarah scrambled through the window frame. She hit the iron platform on her hands and knees. Gunfire erupted from the apartment living room. Bullets shattered the brick wall above their heads. Brick dust showered over their shoulders. Climb. They descended the rusted iron stairs. The structural bolts sheared from the masonry. The metal shrieked. Nick kicked the release lever on the drop ladder. The mechanism stuck. He kicked the rusted iron a second time. The heavy ladder slammed onto the asphalt. They hit the ground. Nick pulled Sarah toward the green dumpster. They rounded the corner of the stucco building. He pressed the unlock button on his key fob. The rusted Jeep headlights flashed. They dove into the vehicle. Nick twisted the ignition key. The engine roared to life. He threw the transmission into reverse. The tires spun against the loose gravel. He dropped the gear shift into drive. He pressed his boot against the accelerator. The Jeep shot into the street. Nick steered the vehicle through the dark coastal roads. He avoided the main boulevards. He navigated the back alleys. The ocean breeze carried the stench of rotting kelp through the open windows. The engine knocked. The transmission whined in protest. Sarah gripped the plastic dashboard. Her chest heaved. "You killed a man," Sarah said. "I executed a defensive maneuver. Rico owns those men. Rico owns the police. We possess zero safe harbor." Nick turned the steering wheel. He pointed the Jeep toward the intracoastal waterway. He pointed the bumper toward the drunken oyster. The bar features solid oak doors. The bar contains heavy weapons. We claim the high ground. Nick parked the Jeep behind the waterfront tavern. They entered through the kitchen door. Nick threw the heavy iron deadbolts. He retrieved a pump-action shotgun from the office safe. He pumped the slide. A red shotgun shell seated into the chamber. He walked into the main room. The air conditioner rattled against the window frame. Red and blue lights strobed across the plastic window blinds. A heavy fist pounded the front glass door. "Police!" a voice barked. "Open the door." Nick rested the shotgun against the mahogany bar. He shoved the Glock into his waistband. He pulled his untucked shirt over the black steel grip. He approached the entrance. He turned the brass lock. A man stepped through the threshold. He carried 280 pounds of bulk on a 5'9" frame. Sweat stained the armpits of his cheap tan suit. His face resembled melting wax. A gold badge clipped to his leather belt reflected the neon beer signs. "Chief Vickers," Sarah whispered. She retreated behind the mahogany counter. Vickers scanned the room. He noted the overturned round tables. He spotted the dark blood stain soaked into the floorboards. "You maintain a messy establishment, Mr. Holleran," Vickers stated. "I conduct late renovations." Vickers pulled a wrinkled handkerchief from his trouser pocket. He wiped his forehead. "My dispatchers received a noise complaint from the Flamingo Court Apartments. Gunfire. My officers found a corpse in the hallway. They found blood. The coast contains dangerous neighborhoods. The corpse blocked the entrance to apartment 204. Sarah Costas rents apartment 204. Sarah pours drinks for you." Sarah pours drinks. She holds zero responsibility for hallway violence. Vickers walked to the bar. He dragged a thick finger across the mahogany wood. He rubbed his fingertips together. "Hector Vargas visited the emergency room this evening. He suffered a shattered jaw. His associate Cruz requires facial reconstruction surgery. Hector filed an assault report. He named you Holleran. Hector attempted extortion. I declined his offer with a baseball bat. Hector collects donations for the Coastal Commerce Initiative. He represents legitimate business interests. You assaulted a community organizer." Nick placed his hands on the bar. "Rico Salazar runs a trafficking ring. He runs it through the Sandpiper. Your community organizers break legs and dump women into the inlet." Vickers stopped wiping his face. His small eyes narrowed into slits. He stepped toward Nick. He invaded Nick's personal space. Vickers smelled of stale garlic and cheap cigars. "You suffer from a vivid imagination. You read excessive detective novels." Vickers poked a fat finger into Nick's chest. "I enforce the law in this municipality. I determine the crimes. I select the suspects. Rico Salazar provides jobs. He pays taxes. He funds the police athletic league. He pays your mortgage. Vickers smiled. The smile exposed crooked yellow teeth. You possess a hostile attitude. A hostile attitude generates trouble. Trouble generates building code violations. Trouble generates revoked liquor licenses. Trouble generates a cell in the county lockup. Are you arresting me, Chief? I possess zero evidence. Hector declined to press formal charges. He prefers to handle matters through civil mediation. Vickers turned toward the door. Consider this a courtesy call. Pack your bags. Sell the deed. Return to New York. The Florida climate kills stubborn men. Vickers walked through the doorway. The door clicked shut. The police cruiser engine rumbled. The red and blue lights vanished down the highway. Nick locked the door. Sarah gripped the edge of the bar. He threatened you, Sarah said. He told you to run. He confirmed my suspicions. The badge serves the syndicate. A shadow moved in the back hallway. Nick drew the Glock. He aimed at the darkness. Chuck Denton stepped into the dim light. He held a bottle of local lager. He took a long swallow from the glass neck. You require better locks, Chuck stated. I picked the back door with a pocket knife. You commit trespass. I intervene. I attempt to save your life. Chuck walked to the bar. He set the bottle on the wood. You delivered a severe kick to a hornet nest, Holleran. The hornets intend to sting you. I crushed one hornet in an apartment hallway. You delayed the inevitable. Rico possesses deep pockets. He buys infinite hornets. You heard the chief, Nick said. I heard every word. I stood in the liquor room. Chuck rubbed his jaw. Vickers speaks the truth. Rico owns the municipal infrastructure. Rico owns the judges. Rico owns the Port Authority. Does he own the private security contractors? Chuck met Nick's gaze. Chuck held eye contact. I shake Rico's hand. I attend his charity dinners. I secure the yachts for his guests. I keep the peace. I maintain the equilibrium. You compromise the badge. I survive. Chuck pointed a finger at Nick. You operate on a crusade. Crusades end in blood. You hold zero chance of victory. They will kill you, Holleran. They will kill Sarah. They will burn this bar to the foundation. I hold a different perspective. You hold a death wish. I leave you to it. Chuck turned toward the back hallway. He stopped. I owe you nothing. I respect the badge you used to wear. I give you 24 hours. Put Sarah on a plane. Point your Jeep north. Drive until you hit snow. Chuck disappeared into the shadows. The back door creaked on rusted hinges. It slammed shut. Nick and Sarah stood in the silence. The air conditioner hummed. Nick ejected the magazine from his Glock. He checked the brass cartridges. He slapped the magazine into the grip. He racked the slide. We buy abundant ammunition at sunrise, Nick said. Chapter 7. $20 buys the ground floor. The bouncer crossed his massive arms. Thick cords of muscle strained the fabric of his black polo shirt. A coiled plastic wire disappeared behind his left ear. I carry 20. Nick handed over a crisp Jackson. The bouncer held the bill up to the purple neon light. He checked the watermark. He folded the cash and slipped it into a brass lockbox mounted to his podium. He unhooked the red velvet rope. Keep your hands off the girls. The bouncer stared at Nick's forehead. You break a glass, you buy a new one. You start a fight, you wake up in the hospital. I appreciate the hospitality. Nick stepped past the rope. Heavy oak doors separated the humid Florida night from the interior of the Sandpiper. Nick pushed the right door open. A wall of sound hit him in the chest. A deep bass line rattled his teeth. Cold air conditioning chilled the sweat on his neck. He stepped inside and let the heavy door swing shut. Neon blue and violet lights cut through a haze of artificial smoke. The smoke smelled like strawberries and ozone. A massive mahogany bar dominated the center of the room. A polished brass rail wrapped around the base. 3 bartenders mixed drinks with mechanical precision. They tossed silver shakers in the air. They poured glowing blue liquid into highball glasses. Nick mapped the room. He cataloged the exits. The main entrance stood behind him. A red illuminated sign marked a fire exit down a narrow hallway near the restrooms. A thick steel door sat flush against the back wall behind the bar. A keypad lock secured the steel door. A sweeping staircase occupied the far corner. Wrought iron railings curled up to a second-floor balcony. Tinted glass blocked the view of the upper level. 2 men in tailored charcoal suits stood at the bottom of the steps. They held their hands clasped in front of their belts. They watched the crowd. They guarded the VIP section. Nick approached the main bar. He found a 6-inch gap between a sunburned tourist in a Hawaiian shirt and a local businessman in a wrinkled linen suit. He slid into the gap. A bartender approached. He wiped the mahogany with a black cloth. "Club soda," Nick said. "Slice of lime." The bartender grabbed a glass, shoveled ice from a stainless trough, and sprayed soda from a nozzle. He dropped a lime wedge into the fizzing liquid. He set the glass on a square cardboard coaster. $5. Nick tossed a $5 bill onto the bar. He picked up the glass. The condensation chilled his fingers. He took a sip. He turned his back to the bar and studied the floor. Leather booths lined the perimeter. Shadows concealed the occupants. Small candles flickered in red glass jars on the tables. Waitresses navigated the packed dance floor. They wore tight black dresses. The hemlines stopped high on their thighs. They carried round trays loaded with expensive liquor. They wore forced smiles. Nick watched a brunette waitress deliver a tray of tequila shots to a booth of college students. A kid in a backward baseball cap grabbed her wrist. He pulled her toward his lap. He shouted a joke over the thumping music. The waitress froze. Her eyes darted toward the sweeping staircase. She looked at the 2 men in the charcoal suits. Panic flashed across her face. She yanked her wrist free. She forced a laugh, patted the kid on the shoulder, and fled into the crowd. She feared the men in the suits more than the drunk college kid. She feared the management. Sarah told the truth. The Sandpiper operated on terror. Nick took another sip of his club soda. Movement at the top of the staircase drew his attention. The tinted glass door swung inward. The 2 guards at the bottom step straightened their spines. They stepped apart. They created a path. A man descended the stairs. He wore a pale gray suit cut from expensive silk. An open-collared black shirt contrasted the light jacket. He moved with liquid grace. He possessed the confident stride of a predator in a familiar jungle. A heavy gold watch caught the neon light. He held a crystal tumbler half full of amber liquid. Rico Salazar. Nick recognized the man from the file photos. The photos failed to capture the presence. Rico radiated authority. The temperature in the room seemed to drop as he reached the ground floor. The music continued to pound. The dancers continued to sway. A ripple of awareness spread through the crowd. People shifted out of Rico's path. They averted their eyes. They granted him a wide berth. Rico ignored the college kids. He ignored the sunburned tourists. He scanned the room with flat, assessing eyes. He counted the heads. He calculated the revenue. He stopped near the end of the bar. A waitress approached him. She offered a fresh cocktail napkin. Rico waved the napkin away. He reached out and touched a stray lock of her hair. He tucked the hair behind her ear. He leaned in and whispered a sentence. The waitress turned the color of ash. She nodded her head in a rapid, jerky motion. She scurried away toward the kitchen doors. Rico took a sip from his tumbler. He resumed his walk. He navigated the perimeter of the room. He headed toward a secluded booth in the darkest corner of the club. Nick tracked him. He set his club soda on the mahogany bar. He pushed off the wood. He followed Rico's path from a distance of 30 feet. He kept a group of dancing tourists between them. Rico reached the corner booth. He slid into the curved leather seat. A man sat waiting in the shadows of the booth. The flicker of the table candle illuminated his face. Chuck Denton. Nick stopped walking. A cold knot formed in his stomach. Chuck held a bottle of imported beer. He smiled at Rico. Rico clinked his crystal tumbler against Chuck's glass bottle. They leaned across the table. They engaged in deep conversation. The pounding bass masked their voices. Chuck visited the drunken oyster. Chuck delivered warnings. Chuck claimed he maintained the equilibrium. Chuck claimed he shook Rico's hand to keep the peace. Nick watched them interact. This exchange displayed zero tension. This exchange displayed familiarity. Chuck did not look like a man keeping the peace. Chuck looked like a man collecting a dividend. Chuck looked like a partner. Rico pointed a finger at Chuck's chest. He emphasized a point. Chuck nodded. Chuck took a swallow of beer. Chuck pulled a thick white envelope from his jacket pocket. He slid the envelope across the table. Rico placed a hand over the envelope. He slid it off the table and into his suit jacket. A payoff. Information or cash. The envelope sealed the transaction. Nick needed to hear the words. He needed to identify the contents of the conversation. He stepped out from behind the group of tourists. He closed the distance. 25 feet. 20 feet. He kept his eyes on the booth. He ignored the flashing neon lights. He ignored the smell of artificial strawberry smoke. A solid mass stepped into Nick's path. Nick collided with a chest like a brick wall. He stopped his forward momentum. He looked up. A man stood blocking the aisle. He wore a crisp white Guayabera shirt. Silver aviator sunglasses hung from his collar. A massive purple and black bruise covered the entire left side of his jaw. The swelling distorted his features. A web of medical tape secured a splint over his nose. Hector. Hector's cement-colored eyes locked onto Nick. Hate burned in his pupils. Hector reached out. His fingers clamped onto Nick's shoulder like an iron vise. The grip dug into the muscle and bone. You wander out of your swamp, Holleran. Hector kept his hand anchored on Nick's shoulder. His other hand slid under the hem of his Guayabera shirt. His fingers curled around the grip of a concealed weapon. Nick measured the distance to the front entrance. 60 feet of packed bodies separated them from the street. He measured the distance to the fire exit. 40 feet. 2 bouncers stood between him and the red sign. I enjoy the music, Nick said. He kept his voice level. He shifted his weight to his back foot. He prepared to drop his shoulder and break the grip. Hector tightened his fingers. Pain shot down Nick's arm. Rico enjoys a good joke, Hector said. He leaned close. His breath smelled of mint and copper. He wants to meet the comedian. Hector pushed Nick forward. He steered him away from the front door. He steered him toward the wrought iron staircase. Nick considered reaching for the Glock at his spine. He calculated the odds. Drawing a weapon in a packed nightclub guaranteed a massacre. The bouncers carried iron. Hector carried iron. Rico's guards carried iron. A crossfire would slaughter the college kids and the tourists. Nick kept his hands away from his waist. He let Hector push him toward the steps. The two guards at the bottom of the staircase stepped aside. They opened the path. "Up the stairs," Hector commanded. He shoved the barrel of his hidden pistol into Nick's ribs through the fabric of the shirt. "Keep your hands out of your pockets. Walk." Nick placed his boot on the first iron step. He climbed toward the tinted glass doors. He climbed toward the VIP section. He climbed into the cage. Chapter 8. Nick climbed the iron stairs. The metal steps vibrated under his boots. Hector pressed the steel barrel of the pistol against Nick's ribs. The pressure served as a guide. They reached the top landing. A guard in a charcoal suit pulled the tinted glass door open. Nick stepped across the threshold. The heavy bass from the dance floor vanished. Soundproof glass sealed the second floor from the chaos below. The VIP room smelled of expensive leather, Cuban cigars, and distilled grain. White leather sofas formed half circles around low glass tables. Crystal decanters caught the recessed lighting. Rico Salazar sat alone on the center sofa. Chuck Denton had vanished. The table held 0 empty beer bottles. The white envelope remained hidden. Rico rested his forearms on his knees. He rolled a crystal tumbler between his palms. He studied Nick. He studied the cheap cotton shirt and the scuffed boots. He looked unimpressed. Hector shoved Nick forward. Nick stumbled 2 steps on the plush carpet. He caught his balance. He turned his head and memorized Hector's position. "You assault my employees," Rico said. His voice possessed the smooth texture of polished stone. "You break their faces. You cost me money in medical bills. You cost me respect on the street." "Hector attempted a collection," Nick said. "I canceled the debt. Billy McPherson owned the debt. You bought the building. The debt transfers with the deed." Rico took a sip of the amber liquid. "We maintain a civilized arrangement on this coast. We avoid broken glass. We avoid police sirens. You bring Brooklyn tactics to a quiet beach. I bring a bat. You bring a nylon cord." The room went dead silent. The 2 guards by the door shifted their weight. Hector stiffened. Rico stopped rolling the glass. He set it on the table. He leaned back against the white leather. He steepled his fingers. "You mentioned strange things, Mr. Holleran. A boater found Tiffany Reese in the mangroves this morning. Someone crushed her throat. The killer used a specific knot." Nick took a step toward the glass table. "I know the knot. I saw the same knot on a girl named Jessica Weaver 5 years ago. In New York." Rico's expression remained a blank mask. He displayed 0 surprise. He displayed 0 fear. "Girls make poor choices," Rico said. "They associate with violent men. They consume bad narcotics. The ocean claims the careless ones. You run a pipeline. You ship the girls. You ship the product. I planned to dismantle the plumbing." Rico laughed. A dry, humorless sound. "You stand in my club. You face 3 loaded weapons. You possess 0 leverage. You sound like a man demanding rain in a desert. I hold the high ground. You hold a failing tavern. You hold a terrified waitress." Rico leaned forward again. The mask dropped. Cold malice replaced the civilized facade. "Sarah Costas plays the victim. She pours your draft beer. She sweeps your floors. Did she tell you her previous job title?" Nick kept his face neutral. He waited. Sarah counted my money, Rico said. Sarah balanced the ledgers. She tracked the offshore accounts. She tracked the shipments. 3 weeks ago, Sarah packed her bags. She stole a digital drive from my safe. She stole my insurance policy. The revelation hit Nick like a physical blow. Sarah lied. She understood the syndicate because she built the financial structure. She holds nothing, Nick said. She holds the drive. I want it back. I want my numbers. Rico picked up his glass. He pointed a finger at Nick. I give you 24 hours. You bring Sarah to this room. You bring the digital drive. You deliver both to me. I let you keep your dilapidated bar. You refuse. I burn the building with you inside. Rico looked at Hector. Escort Mr. Holleran to the alley. Teach him the cost of a broken nose. Do not kill him. He needs to deliver the message. Hector grabbed Nick by the collar. He yanked him backward. The 2 guards stepped aside. Hector shoved Nick through a steel fire door. They entered a narrow concrete stairwell. The air smelled of bleach and urine. Walk, Hector commanded. Nick descended the concrete steps. Hector followed close behind. The steel door closed, cutting off the light. A single emergency bulb cast long, warped shadows against the cinderblock walls. Nick reached the ground floor landing. A heavy metal exit door blocked the path. Hector grabbed Nick's shoulder. He spun Nick around. Hector holstered his pistol. He raised his fists. He intended to inflict manual damage. He intended to settle the score for his shattered jaw. Hector threw a wide right hook. Nick ducked under the swinging fist. He stepped into Hector's guard. Nick drove a hard left hook into Hector's ribs. Bone cracked. Hector gasped. Nick grabbed the collar of Hector's Guyabera shirt. He slammed Hector's head against the steel exit door. The metal boomed like a bass drum. Hector's eyes rolled back. He slumped to the concrete floor. Nick stood over the unconscious enforcer. He shook the sting from his knuckles. He pushed the panic bar on the exit door. The door swung open. The humid night air rushed into the stairwell. Nick stepped into the dark alley. The music thumped against the brick walls of the club. He walked to the main street, flagged a passing taxi, and gave the driver the address for the Drunken Oyster. The taxi dropped him in the gravel parking lot. The neon sign buzzed in the dark. Nick unlocked the front door and stepped inside. The bar sat in total darkness. Nick locked the deadbolt. He reached for the wall switch. Leave the lights off. Sarah's voice came from the corner booth. Nick walked toward the voice. His eyes adjusted to the gloom. Sarah sat in the booth. She held Nick's pump-action shotgun across her lap. She aimed the barrel at the front door. You waited, Nick said. I expected Rico's men. I prepared a welcome. Nick slid into the booth opposite her. He placed his hands flat on the wooden table. I met Rico, Nick said. I stood in his VIP room. Sarah lowered the barrel of the shotgun. The weapon rested on the leather seat. He let you walk away. He sent me with a message. He gave me a deadline. Nick leaned across the table. He wants his digital drive. He wants his ledgers. Sarah flinched. She looked away. She stared at the neon beer signs reflecting in the window glass. You counted the cash, Nick stated. You moved the numbers. You built the shell companies. I possessed a degree in accounting. Her voice sounded thin. Rico paid a massive salary. I ignored the source of the funds. I typed the numbers into a spreadsheet. I lived in a luxury condo. You ignored the missing girls. I never saw the girls. I saw columns. I saw rows. I saw profit margins. She turned her head. Anger flashed in her eyes. Then I saw Tiffany. She came to my condo. She carried a bruised face. She told me the truth about the offshore shipments. I realized the origin of the profits. I realized my complicity in a slave trade. So you stole the drive? Sarah nodded. I copied the master ledger onto a flash drive. The drive contains the names. The drive contains the bank routing numbers. The drive exposes the entire network, from the street dealers to the politicians in Tallahassee. You created an insurance policy. I created a target on my back. Rico discovered the theft. He sent his ghost to my condo. I barely escaped through a utility closet. I ran. I hid in cheap motels. I answered your help wanted ad because the bar sits off the main grid. I thought I vanished. Rico controls the grid. He found you. Nick tapped the table. Where's the drive? Sarah gripped the wooden stock of the shotgun. I placed it in a secure location. Specify the location. First Coastal Bank. Downtown branch. I rented a safe deposit box under a fake name. The box requires a physical key and a signature. Nick leaned back against the leather cushion. He processed the logistics. He calculated the variables. The puzzle pieces snapped into a coherent picture. Rico possesses a 24-hour window, Nick said. He expects us to run. He expects us to surrender. We lack options. We hold the ultimate option. We possess the map to his empire. We take the drive. We hand the ledger to the Federal Bureau of Investigation. We burn Rico Salazar to ash. Sarah shook her head. The downtown branch employs armed guards. Rico pays informants inside the bank. We walk through the front doors. Rico knows within 3 minutes. He sends a kill squad before we reach the vault. We avoid the front doors. We execute a withdrawal on our own terms. Nick stood up. He walked behind the mahogany bar. He retrieved a pen and a blank cocktail napkin. He returned to the booth. He spread the napkin flat on the wood. Draw the floor plan, Nick commanded. Mark the vault location. Mark the security cameras. Mark the guard stations. Sarah stared at the blank paper. You plan a bank heist. I plan a retrieval operation. Nick placed the pen in her hand. You want to survive the week, you draw the lines. We go tomorrow morning. We hit the bank when the doors open. We move fast. We break the rules. Sarah closed her eyes. She took a deep breath. She opened her eyes. She pressed the tip of the pen against the white paper. She drew a square. The main entrance faces the street, Sarah said. The vault sits in the basement. A single elevator provides access. A stairwell sits behind the teller counter. Nick watched the ink bleed into the napkin. The blueprint took shape. He intended to launch a preemptive strike. He intended to steal the secrets. He intended to drag the ghost into the daylight. Chapter 9. Morning humidity coated the Jeep's windshield in a greasy, translucent film, blurring the pastel neon of the beachfront hotels into smeared streaks of pink and blue. Nick downshifted the grinding manual transmission, bringing the rusted vehicle to a halt at a deserted intersection on Ocean Boulevard. The dashboard clock read 8:45. Heat already radiated from the cracked asphalt, baking the smell of low tide and exhaust fumes into the stagnant air. Sarah sat huddled in the passenger seat, her knees pressed tight together. She wore a shapeless navy windbreaker over her t-shirt despite the climbing temperature, keeping her profile shadowed beneath the brim of a faded baseball cap. Her fingers picked relentlessly at a frayed thread on her denim shorts. Nick watched a seagull Tear at a discarded fast food wrapper in the gutter. Stop shredding your clothes. The bank tellers look for nervous energy. You project guilt. They double-check the signature cards. You project boredom. They hand over the keys and go back to drinking their coffee. I possess a degree in corporate accounting, Nick. I understand the psychology of bank employees. She released the frayed thread, pressing her palms flat against her thighs. My hands shake from the adrenaline, not a lack of knowledge. Nick guided the Jeep around the corner, leaving the salt-pitted storefronts of the boardwalk behind. The downtown financial district rose from the flat coastal plain in a series of reflective glass cubes and concrete brutalist blocks. First Coastal Bank occupied a prime corner lot shaded by towering ancient banyan trees. The architects had draped the exterior in slabs of polished rose granite, attempting to project a monumental illusion of eternal financial security. Nick steered the Jeep into a loading zone across the street, throwing the hazard lights on. "We leave the engine running," Nick commanded, pulling the keys from the ignition and dropping them into the cup holder. He checked the Glock concealed at his spine, ensuring the untucked hem of his shirt covered the black steel. You walk straight to the basement stairs. You ignore the lobby distractions. You secure the drive, and you walk straight out. And if they ask for secondary identification, you act insulted. You demand to speak to the branch manager. Privilege terrifies customer service representatives. They cross the sun-baked street, stepping into the deep shadow of the bank's granite overhang. A uniformed security guard unlocked the heavy glass double doors right at 9 o'clock. The man possessed a drooping gray mustache and a gut that strained the buttons of his polyester shirt. He propped the doors open, offering a disinterested nod as Nick and Sarah walked past him. Aggressive air conditioning hit them, carrying the sterile scent of ozone, lemon floor polish, and old paper. Nick mapped the interior geography within 3 seconds of crossing the threshold. A long row of teller windows lined the right wall, shielded by bullet-resistant acrylic. Fake marble pillars supported an acoustic tile ceiling, dotted with 3 black security camera domes. A wide, carpeted staircase in the rear corner led down to the safe deposit vault. Sarah broke away, heading straight for the carpeted stairs. Her posture straightened. The terrified waitress vanished, replaced by a confident woman executing a routine financial transaction. Nick remained in the main lobby. He moved toward a freestanding kiosk, holding deposit slips and chained ballpoint pens. He picked up a pen, pretending to study a blank slip while utilizing the polished chrome surface of the kiosk as a mirror to monitor the glass entrance doors. A bank operates on a predictable rhythm. Tellers count fresh drawer trays. Early customers deposit weekend cash. Managers sip coffee behind glass-walled offices. Nick listened to the hum of the climate control and the muted clatter of adding machines, feeling the tension coil in his chest. Rico Salazar paid for information. The syndicate maintained eyes everywhere. The question involved response time. 5 minutes passed. A dark gray SUV pulled to the curb outside, parking directly behind Nick's idling Jeep. The rhythm of the bank shattered in Nick's mind. He dropped the chained pen. 2 men stepped out of the SUV. They wore loose, untucked linen shirts designed to conceal shoulder holsters. They possessed the hard, flat expressions of men who solve problems with blunt force. They moved with coordinated, predatory grace, ignoring the crosswalk and heading straight for the glass double doors. Nick abandoned the kiosk. He intercepted the path between the entrance and the basement stairwell, positioning himself beside a heavy brass stanchion holding a velvet-lined rope. The 2 men entered the lobby. The chill air conditioning ruffled their linen shirts. The lead man scanned the room, his eyes skipping over the tellers and locking onto the stairwell leading down to the vault. He reached a hand under his shirt, his fingers wrapping around a concealed grip. "Excuse me," Nick said, his voice cutting through the quiet murmur of the bank. The lead man paused, turning his head. He recognized Nick from a description. The recognition sparked a lethal decision in his eyes. He drew a brushed steel automatic from his shoulder rig. Nick moved before the weapon leveled. He kicked the heavy brass stanchion with the steel toe of his right boot. The solid brass pole tipped forward, crashing directly into the lead man's shins. The man let out a sharp grunt, his knees buckling under the impact. The steel automatic fired a single shot into the acoustic ceiling tiles. The gunshot deafened the lobby. Plaster dust rained down on the faux marble. Tellers screamed, diving beneath their counters. The old security guard fumbled with the snap on his leather holster, his face draining of color. Customers dropped to the polished floor, covering their heads. Nick lunged over the fallen stanchion. He grabbed the lead man's gun hand, twisting the wrist inward with brutal torque. Bones snapped. The steel automatic clattered across the slick floorboards. Nick drove a hard elbow into the man's throat, sending him collapsing backward into the glass doors. The second man cleared his weapon. A black snub-nosed revolver. Nick grabbed the collar of the choking lead man, using his bulk as a human shield. The second man hesitated, his finger tight on the trigger, unwilling to shoot his partner. Nick. Sarah sprinted up the carpeted stairs from the basement. She clutched a small black plastic square in her left hand. The digital drive. The second man shifted his aim away from Nick, swinging the revolver towards Sarah. Nick released his human shield. He drew the Glock from his spine in a single fluid motion. He did not aim for center mass. A miss would send a hollow point round into the teller cages. He aimed low. He squeezed the trigger twice. The deafening roar of the Glock joined the chaos. Both rounds shattered the second man's right kneecap. The man screamed, the revolver spinning out of his hand as he collapsed onto the polished granite floor, clutching his ruined leg. Blood pooled on the lemon-scented floor wax. "Move!" Nick roared, grabbing Sarah by the sleeve of her windbreaker. They sprinted past the writhing men, bursting through the glass double doors into the blinding Florida heat. The sound of distant police sirens already wailed over the city rooftops. The old security guard had managed to trigger the silent alarm. Nick shoved Sarah into the passenger seat of the idling Jeep. He vaulted over the driver's side door, slamming the manual transmission into first gear. The tires shrieked against the asphalt, kicking up a cloud of white smoke. He wrenched the steering wheel, throwing the Jeep into a hard left turn down a narrow service alley behind the bank. Dumpsters blurred past the windows. The Jeep bounced over deep potholes, the suspension groaning in protest. "You have it," Nick shouted over the roar of the engine. Sarah opened her clenched fist. The small black flash drive rested in her palm, slick with her sweat. She stared at the plastic rectangle, her chest heaving with ragged breaths. "I have the ledger," she gasped. "I have his whole life right here." Nick navigated the alley, emerging onto a parallel commercial street. He blended the battered Jeep into the morning delivery traffic, putting a line of box trucks between them and the rising wail of the police sirens. He checked the rearview mirror. No pursuit. The immediate threat lay bleeding on the bank floor, but the victory tasted like ash. Rico Salazar knew their faces. Rico knew they held the drive. The syndicate would stop hunting the shadows and start burning the town to find them. Nick shifted into third gear, steering the Jeep toward the only fortress he owned. They needed to prepare the drunken oyster for a siege. Chapter 10. Heavy plywood sealed the front windows of the drunken oyster, plunging the main taproom into an artificial midnight that smelled of stale yeast and industrial floor wax. Shafts of harsh coastal sunlight pierced the rough knotholes in the wood, illuminating spinning columns of gray dust motes. Nick slid the iron deadbolt into the brass strike plate. He turned away from the heavy oak entrance. He checked the action on the pump shotgun ensuring a red plastic shell sat ready in the chamber, and leaned the weapon against the cash register. He walked toward the center of the room. Diego occupied a corner booth, illuminated by the cold blue glare of a customized laptop screen. The computer resembled a piece of military hardware, encased in thick rubber shock bumpers and trailing a tangle of braided black cables. Diego wore a pair of wire-rimmed glasses, holding thick lenses. The glasses magnified his dark eyes, giving him the appearance of a startled owl. Sarah sat across from Diego in the curved leather booth. She stared at the black plastic square resting on the scarred wooden table. The digital drive from the bank vault looked tiny and insignificant next to the heavy hardware, a piece of cheap plastic holding the power to level an empire. "You secure the perimeter?" Diego asked. His fingers hovered over the mechanical keyboard. "I locked the deadbolts." I jammed a chair under the kitchen handle. Nick slid into the booth next to Sarah. "Rico requires a battering ram to breach the ground floor." A battering ram constitutes standard equipment for a cartel strike team. Diego grabbed a cable ending in a silver metal plug. "We operate on borrowed time, boss. The street cameras caught your Jeep leaving the financial district. The algorithms process the license plate right now." "Stop predicting the future and open the drive," Nick commanded. Diego inserted the silver plug into the black plastic square. The laptop chimed. A prompt appeared in the center of the illuminated screen, demanding an alphanumeric key. "Military-grade encryption," Diego stated, leaning back against the leather cushion. "AES 256. A brute force attack takes my rig 300 years to crack the sequence." "I built the sequence," Sarah said. She pulled the laptop across the table. Her hands trembled. She took a deep breath, steadying her fingers. "I possess the key." She typed a long string of characters. She hit the Enter key. The screen blinked black, then exploded into a cascade of green text. The text resolved into a massive spreadsheet application. Hundreds of tabs lined the bottom edge. Thousands of rows filled the screen with names, dates, offshore routing numbers, and dollar amounts. The banality of the interface chilled Nick. Men broke bones, rushed windpipes, and burned buildings to protect these specific columns of Arial font. Human lives reduced to tidy profit margins in a ledger. "Welcome to the underworld," Sarah whispered. "Rico Salazar, Incorporated." "Show me the structure," Nick said. He leaned closer to the screen. The blue light cast sharp shadows across his face. "Show me how the money moves from the club to the bank." Sarah touched the trackpad. She clicked a tab labeled Tidewater Holdings. "Rico uses the Sandpiper as a cash funnel," Sarah explained. "Tourists pay a cover charge. College kids buy overpriced drinks. That legitimate cash mixes with the illegitimate cash from the VIP floor. Rico bundles the physical bills. He deposits the bundles into shell companies." She scrolled down the endless list of corporate entities. Tidewater Holdings owns Suncoast Logistics. Suncoast Logistics owns a fleet of refrigerated delivery trucks. The trucks move produce, but they also move the girls from the stash houses to the private marina. "A maze of paperwork," Diego said. He rubbed his chin. "A forensic accountant gets lost in the layers for a decade." "That was the design," Sarah said, guilt thickening her voice. "I built the maze. I created the dead ends." Nick stared at the screen. He searched for the ghost. The local Florida corruption mattered, but Nick hunted a specific specter from a New York alleyway. 5 years ago," Nick said. He kept his voice flat, suppressing the surge of adrenaline pumping through his chest. "A girl named Jessica Weaver died behind a nightclub in Manhattan. The Onyx Club. Can you search the shell companies by geographic location?" Sarah nodded. "I can run a keyword query across the entire database. She typed Onyx into the search bar. She hit the Enter key. The laptop fan whirred, spinning loud in the quiet bar. A progress bar crawled across the screen. The screen flashed. A single row of data appeared, highlighted in bright yellow. Nick leaned forward. His breath caught in his throat. The Onyx Club, Manhattan, holding entity, Empire State Hospitality, LLC. Trace Empire State Hospitality, Nick commanded. Sarah clicked the cell. A web of ownership documents populated the screen. Empire State Hospitality belonged to a holding group in Delaware. The Delaware group belonged to a trust in the Cayman Islands. The Cayman Trust, Sarah said, tracing the line with her fingernail. It circles back. The trust belongs to Tidewater Holdings. Rico Salazar. The truth settled over the booth like a heavy wool blanket. The disparate pieces of a 5-year nightmare snapped into a perfect, terrifying picture. The pipeline goes straight up the eastern seaboard, Nick said. He felt the cold rage radiating from his core. Rico controls the endpoints. He recruits the girls in Florida. He ships the difficult ones north. He ships the product south. He owned the club where Jessica worked her final shift. Rico operates as a broker, Sarah said. He supplies a service to men with vast wealth and violent appetites. I need the client list. Nick tapped the edge of the laptop screen. Tiffany Reese discovered the truth last week. Rico sent a specialist to crush her throat. He sent the same specialist to New York 5 years ago to silence Jessica Weaver. Find the transaction records for those dates. Sarah opened a new tab labeled Special Services. Rico categorizes the VIP clients by code names, Sarah explained. He protects their identities. These men hold political office. These men run hedge funds. Filter by the dates. Nick gave her the exact date of Jessica Weaver's murder. He gave her the date Tiffany Reese disappeared from the Flamingo Court apartments. Sarah entered the parameters. The spreadsheet eliminated thousands of rows, narrowing the field to a handful of high-tier transactions. Nick scanned the remaining lines. He looked for the overlap. He looked for the common denominator. There, Nick pointed a thick finger at the screen. A single code name appeared on both dates. A client who chartered a private seaplane from the Miami Basin on the night Jessica died. The same client booked the master suite on a luxury yacht docked behind the Sandpiper the night Tiffany vanished. The consultant. No legal name. No corporate affiliation. Just a title and an offshore wire transfer routing number representing a 6-figure payment. The consultant, Diego read aloud. Sounds like a man who solves specific problems for massive fees. He acts as a cleaner, Nick said. The profile fit the knot. The profile fit the sterile crime scenes. Rico encounters a liability. A girl sees the ledger. A girl threatens to expose the pipeline. Rico calls the consultant. The consultant flies into town, executes the target with absolute precision, and vanishes. A ghost on the payroll, Sarah whispered. Ghosts lack bank accounts, Nick said. This man requires wire transfers. He requires transportation. He leaves a digital footprint. Trace the routing number attached to the consultant's payments. Sarah highlighted the string of digits. She opened a secondary application on the desktop, a specialized banking portal she used to manage the offshore accounts. She pasted the routing number into the search field. The number links to a private bank in Zurich, Sarah said. She frowned, tapping the screen. The account holds 0 identification data. It exists as a blind trust. I cannot extract a name. Extract the transaction history, Nick ordered. Follow the money. Sarah executed the command. A list of withdrawals populated the window. He moves the funds fast, Sarah observed. He receives the payment from Rico. 48 hours later, he wires the exact amount to a domestic account. A real estate holding company based in Palm Beach. Give me the name of the holding company. Cypress Point Estates. Diego sat forward, pushing his wire-rimmed glasses up the bridge of his nose. I know Cypress Point. An exclusive gated community on the barrier island. Mansions hidden behind 12-foot concrete walls and armed security patrols. Billionaire Row. Nick stared at the glowing blue text. The long hunt across 5 years and 1,000 miles brought him to an enclave of extreme wealth just 30 minutes north of his rusted bar. The monster who crushed Jessica Weaver's throat did not live in a swamp. He lived in a palace. We hold the map, Nick said. He stood up from the booth. He felt the heavy weight of the Glock pressing against his spine. You plan to invade a fortress, Diego said. You deal with private armies. You deal with a professional killer. I plan to force an error, Nick said. He walked toward the bar, grabbing a clean rag and wiping the mahogany wood out of pure habit. We possess Rico's entire financial life. We possess the identity of his favorite executioner. We use the ledger as a lever. We apply pressure to the weak points. Rico retaliates with fire, Sarah warned, her eyes fixed on the laptop screen. I count on his retaliation. Nick tossed the rag into the metal sink. We stop waiting for the hornets to sting us. We take a baseball bat to the nest. Nick turned toward the boarded-up windows. The artificial darkness of the bar mirrored the violent path ahead. He needed to draw Rico out of the fortress. He needed to lure the ghost into the open. Diego, Nick said, contact your paranoid friends in the local shipping yards. Tell them we plan to intercept a delivery. Chapter 11. Cheap synthetic grass skirts, stapled to the mahogany bar edge, shed green plastic fibers onto the floorboards. The air inside the Drunken Oyster hung thick and heavy, saturated with the smell of roasting pork shoulder, stale beer, and coconut sunblock. Diego stood on the back deck, tending a rusted oil drum smoker. Hickory smoke drifted across the black water of the intracoastal waterway. Inside the main taproom, a vintage jukebox blasted steel drum music, drowning the rattle of the dying window air conditioner. Nick preferred the shadows, but survival required a spotlight. He threw a luau. He advertised the event on chalkboards out by Highway A1A. He offered half-price rum drinks and free plates of pulled pork. The gimmick worked. A dense crowd packed the room. A group of off-duty mechanics from the mainland occupied a cluster of high-top tables, trading crude jokes over pitchers of cheap domestic draft. College girls in neon bikini tops crowded the jukebox, arguing over song selections. Sunburned tourists occupied the remaining booths. The sheer volume of human bodies generated a damp, stifling microclimate inside the cinder block walls. Safety existed in numbers. Rico Salazar preferred quiet executions in dark alleys. He avoided witnesses. Nick weaponized the crowd, building a fortress of oblivious tourists to shield his staff. Sarah navigated the crush of sweaty bodies. She carried a tray loaded with hollowed-out pineapples. She wore a bright floral sarong over her clothes. A cheap plastic orchid pinned her blonde hair back. The tropical costume functioned as urban camouflage. She smiled at the patrons, deposited the drinks, and collected the wet cash, but her eyes never stopped scanning the room. She checked the entrance. She checked the dark corners near the bathrooms. She hunted for ghosts. Nick stood behind the bar. He poured draft beer. He watched the reflection of the room in the mirror behind the liquor tiers. The loaded pump shotgun rested on the shelf beneath the register. The Glock pressed against his lower spine, the metal hot against his skin. A wire-haired terrier mix named Gravy slept on a folded moving blanket beside the ice machine. Nick found the dog 3 days ago, digging through the oyster shell bin out back. The animal possessed one torn ear, a coat the texture of steel wool, and a profound appreciation for dropped meat. Gravy ignored the steel drum music, dreaming of pork fat. The heavy oak front doors swung open. The dense, loud crowd seemed to part on instinct. The locals recognized the shift in the room temperature. The tourists felt the sudden drop in atmospheric pressure. Rico Salazar stepped across the threshold. He wore a tailored suit of bone-white linen. The fabric remained crisp, immune to the suffocating Florida heat. A silk shirt the color of dried blood rested open at the collar. 2 men flanked him. They matched in size and demeanor, wearing loose Guayabera shirts designed to conceal heavy shoulder holsters. They possessed the flat, dead eyes of men who killed for a weekly paycheck. Rico ignored the plastic leis and the fake palm trees. He walked toward the center of the mahogany bar. The crowd melted out of his path. The gap created a temporary island of empty space in the packed room. Rico navigated the space with the casual arrogance of a man who owned the air he breathed. Rico chose a stool. He sat. His guards flanked him, crossing their arms, presenting a wall of muscle to the room. Nick wiped his hands on a bar towel. He tossed the towel into the metal sink. He stepped up to the mahogany, stopping directly across from the cartel boss. "We lack VIP seating," Nick stated. "I appreciate the rustic charm." Rico placed his hands flat on the bar. He wore a platinum watch with a sapphire face. "The aroma of the roasting animal is pungent. You draw a diverse demographic today, Mr. Holleran. A vibrant cross-section of the coastal ecosystem. I serve cheap liquor. Thirsty people arrive. I require a specific beverage. Pour a double measure of your best añejo tequila. Serve it neat. Provide a slice of orange on the side." Nick retrieved a bottle of top-shelf tequila from the highest tier. He poured the amber liquid into a heavy rocks glass. He cut a thick wedge of orange and placed it on a clean napkin. He set the drink in front of Rico. Rico lifted the glass. He inspected the color against the neon light. Sarah approached the far end of the bar. She carried an empty plastic tray. She stopped dead. She spotted the white linen suit. Her breath caught. The tray rattled against the wood. Rico turned his head. He offered Sarah a serene, terrifying smile. "Hello, Sarah. The floral pattern suits your complexion. You thrive in the hospitality industry." Sarah gripped the edge of the bar. She refused to speak. She refused to run. She stared at the man who built the cage she escaped. Nick shifted his stance. He moved 1 inch closer to the hidden shotgun. "She works my floor. You direct your comments to me." Rico took a sip of the tequila. He set the glass down. A protective employer. A rare quality in this geographic region. You must care a great deal about the people in this room. Rico gestured toward the packed taproom. "Look at them. They consume the alcohol. They listen to the music. They remain oblivious to the mechanics of the world. They lack the capacity to understand the consequences of disruption. They pay their tabs," Nick said. "They leave. A building holds a maximum capacity," Rico continued. "A fire code dictates the limit. An accident in a crowded room causes a tragedy. A locked door during a panic results in a stampede. Flesh tears. Bones break. People burn." Gravy woke up. The dog smelled the tension. He crawled out from beneath the ice machine. He stood beside Nick's boots. The terrier stared at the men in the Guayabera shirts. He bared his teeth. A low, continuous growl vibrated in his chest. Rico peered over the edge of the bar. He spotted the dog. "An interesting animal," Rico said. He reached into his jacket pocket. The movement caused the two guards to tense, their hands drifting toward their weapons. Rico withdrew a silver money clip. He peeled a crisp $100 bill from the stack. "Animals operate on primal instinct," Rico said, smoothing the bill on the mahogany. "They sense the predator. They understand the food chain. The master makes a foolish decision. The animal suffers the immediate consequence. A sudden tragedy strikes the faithful companion." "The dog bites strangers," Nick warned. "I possess zero desire to touch the mutt." Rico placed the orange wedge on top of the $100 bill. "I received a phone call this morning. A disturbance occurred at First Coastal Bank. 2 men suffered severe ballistic trauma in the main lobby. The security cameras captured a vehicle matching the description of your rusted Jeep fleeing the scene." Nick kept his face a blank mask. He matched Rico's flat stare. "The downtown traffic holds many aggressive drivers." "The driver stole a piece of plastic," Rico said. His voice dropped in volume. The smooth stone texture vanished, replaced by the hiss of a coiled snake. "The plastic belongs to me. It contains my private correspondence. It contains my property records. You file a police report. Chief Vickers handles property theft." Rico picked up the rocks glass. He drained the tequila. He set the empty glass next to the orange wedge. "You fail to comprehend the scale of your error, Holleran. You stole a map you cannot read. You possess a weapon you cannot fire. I came here today out of a profound sense of mercy. I reject the charity." Rico stood up. The 2 guards shifted their weight, ready to clear the path. "The mercy expires at midnight," Rico stated. He adjusted the cuffs of his silk shirt. "You bring the digital drive to the Sandpiper before the clock strikes 12. You deliver Sarah Costas to the VIP room. You comply, you keep your life. You keep your canine. You keep your pathetic tavern." Rico turned his back to the bar. He faced the packed room. "Enjoy the roasted pork," Rico announced to the oblivious crowd. "A celebration requires a grand finale." He walked toward the exit. The guards fell into step behind him. The heavy oak doors opened, letting in a blast of hot coastal air, then slammed shut. Nick stared at the $100 bill, pinned beneath the orange wedge. Sarah rushed down the length of the bar. She grabbed Nick's forearm. Her fingers dug into his skin. "He knows," Sarah whispered, her eyes wide with terror. "He knows we cracked the drive. He plans to slaughter everyone in this building." Nick picked up the $100 bill. He tore the crisp paper in half. He dropped the pieces onto the beer-soaked floorboards. "Diego!" Nick shouted over the thumping steel drum music. Diego abandoned the smoker. He pushed through the swinging kitchen doors, wiping grease from his hands with a paper towel. "Boss?" "Kill the music," Nick commanded. "Lock the front doors. Tell the tourists the party reached its conclusion." Nick racked the slide on the Glock. "We change the locks. We load the spare magazines. We hunt the ghost tonight." Chapter 12. The aftermath of the luau left the drunken oyster smelling of stale beer, cold pork grease, and fear. Nick secured the heavy oak front doors, throwing all 3 iron deadbolts. He pulled the plastic blinds tight against the windows, sealing the taproom from the coastal street lamps. He retreated to the cramped back office. The dying air conditioner failed to reach this room. Heat baked the cinder-block walls, turning the small space into a brick oven. A single bare bulb dangled from a frayed wire, casting stark, motionless shadows across the rusted filing cabinets. Nick sat in the creaking wooden desk chair. He stared at the scratched surface of the desk. He mapped the available options in his mind. Defensive strategies yielded 0 results against men like Rico Salazar. Fortifying a wooden bar against a cartel strike team constituted suicide. Survival required an offensive maneuver. Survival required a diversion. He picked up his cell phone. He dialed the familiar New York area code. Mike Callahan answered on the fourth ring. The background noise on the line featured wailing police sirens and the rumble of subway trains. "You call at a complex hour," Mike stated. "I process a triple homicide in Queens. 3 bodies. 0 witnesses." "I require intelligence," Nick said, ignoring the Manhattan chaos. "I need the logistics of Rico Salazar's northern distribution network. I need the shipping routes." The subway noise faded as Mike stepped into a quieter space. "You operate outside your jurisdiction, Nick. You hold a bartender's license, not a gold shield. You poke a syndicate with a stick. You invite a massacre. Rico visited my establishment today. He issued an ultimatum. He demands the return of a stolen digital ledger by midnight. The ledger details his entire human trafficking enterprise. The ledger names the ghost who murdered Jessica Weaver." Silence stretched over the digital connection. Nick heard the scratch of a match and the sharp inhale of Mike lighting a cigarette. "You possess the Salazar ledger," Mike said. The tone of his voice shifted, shedding the casual fatigue and adopting the cold focus of a veteran detective. "You hold the holy grail of the Eastern Seaboard Narcotics Division. Hand the drive to the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Let the suits execute the raid. The suits require warrants. The suits require months of grand jury prep. Rico possesses a timeline of 4 hours. He intends to burn my building to the foundation and slaughter my staff before the FBI drafts a preliminary injunction. I need a distraction. I need to hit his supply line tonight." Mike exhaled a long breath. The smoke rasped in his throat. "Salazar utilizes a network of commercial delivery trucks," Mike explained. "He owns a shell company called Suncoast Logistics. They operate refrigerated box trucks. The manifests claim they transport premium Florida seafood and citrus to high-end restaurants in Manhattan. They transport contraband. They transport everything. They move the illicit cash north. They move untraceable weapons. They move specific narcotics. We suspect they move the girls, but we lack the physical evidence to stop a truck at the state line. Rico pays the way station inspectors. He bribes the highway patrol." "I intend to stop a truck," Nick said. "You need a specific target." Rico runs a fleet of 40 vehicles. 39 of those trucks carry actual frozen grouper and oranges. He hides the contraband in the single decoy truck. The driver carries 0 paperwork for the hidden cargo. You hit the wrong vehicle. You steal a ton of melting fish and notify Rico of your exact location. I possess a local resource to identify the decoy. Execute this with extreme prejudice, Nick, Mike warned. The decoy drivers carry military hardware. They operate under orders to die, protecting the cargo. Nick terminated the call. He dropped the phone onto the desk. He walked out of the sweltering office and returned to the main taproom. Diego sat at a round corner table, surrounded by empty coffee cups. His heavy rubber-armored laptop glowed in the gloom. "Suncoast Logistics?" Nick commanded, approaching the table. "Find their departure schedules." Diego cracked his knuckles. His fingers flew across the mechanical keyboard. Code cascaded down the screen in green waterfalls. "I monitor the Port of Miami traffic control logs," Diego said. His eyes reflected the data stream. "I maintain a digital backdoor through a server in Reykjavik. It bypasses the Port Authority firewalls. Find a truck leaving the depot tonight." The manifest shows 3 Suncoast trucks departing the main logistics hub in the past hour. Diego tapped a finger against the glowing screen. 2 trucks merged onto Interstate 95 North. They maintain a steady speed of 65 miles per hour. Their transponders broadcast clean tracking signals. The third truck avoided the interstate. It traveled west, then cut north on Highway A1A. The scenic route. The transponder signal cuts out every 4 minutes. The driver utilizes a signal jammer to mask his precise location from satellite tracking. Nick felt the familiar rush of adrenaline. A truck avoiding the main highways and masking its location indicated a high-value cargo run. Rico moved something vital under the cover of the coastal darkness. "Plot the trajectory," Nick ordered. Diego pulled up a digital map of the Florida coastline. A red line traced the path of the phantom truck. The driver follows the Barrier Island Road. He passes through the desolate stretches of the nature preserve. He hits the South Bridge crossing in 45 minutes. The South Bridge features a 2-lane choke point, Nick noted, studying the topography on the screen. Concrete barriers on both sides. A drop of 40 feet into the swamp below. Zero shoulder for evasion. A perfect ambush location, Diego agreed. "You intend to perform highway robbery." "I intend to steal Rico's attention." Nick abandoned the table. He walked behind the mahogany bar. He retrieved the pump-action shotgun. He checked the magazine tube, sliding 4 red plastic shells into the weapon. He grabbed a heavy canvas duffel bag from the liquor storage room. He loaded the bag with spare Glock magazines, a high-beam heavy-duty flashlight, and a coil of thick braided nylon rope. He slung the duffel bag over his shoulder. Sarah emerged from the shadows near the kitchen. She still wore the floral sarong from the luau, but the tropical illusion had vanished. Her face appeared pale and drawn in the dim light. She held Gravy by a makeshift leash fashioned from an extension cord. "You leave the fortress," Sarah stated. "I construct a barricade down the highway," Nick said. "I delay Rico's midnight deadline. You fight a private army on a dark road. You invite your own execution. I invite a conversation." Nick walked toward the back door. "Keep the deadbolts locked. Keep the lights extinguished. If I fail to return by sunrise, you take the dog, you take the digital drive, and you walk straight to the FBI field office in Miami." Nick pushed through the back door. The oppressive humidity of the Florida night hit his face. The air smelled of rotting vegetation and brackish water. He climbed into the rusted Jeep. He tossed the canvas duffel bag onto the passenger seat. He placed the shotgun in the space between the seats, the barrel pointing toward the floorboards. He twisted the ignition key. The engine roared, a harsh mechanical sound against the chorus of swamp cicadas. Nick steered the Jeep out of the gravel parking lot. He turned south onto Highway A1A. The coastal road stretched ahead, a ribbon of cracked asphalt cutting through dense walls of tangled mangroves and palmetto bushes. Streetlights vanished miles ago. The Jeep's headlights carved a narrow cone of visibility out of the absolute darkness. Spanish moss hung from the twisting branches of the ancient live oaks, resembling tattered shrouds in the pale yellow beams. He drove for 20 minutes, listening to the whine of the transmission and the slap of the tires against the pavement. He watched the digital clock on the dashboard. He calculated the speed of the refrigerated box truck. The timeline tightened. The tree line broke. The South Bridge loomed ahead. The structure spanned a wide, black expanse of stagnant swamp water. Concrete retaining walls lined the narrow 2-lane crossing. The bridge offered 0 escape routes. A vehicle entering the span committed to the crossing. Nick parked the Jeep sideways across the northbound lane, blocking the exit point of the bridge. He left the headlights burning, creating a blinding wall of illumination aimed south. He killed the engine. The sudden silence allowed the sounds of the swamp to rush back. Frogs croaked in the deep mud. An unseen predator splashed in the dark water beneath the concrete pilings. Nick exited the vehicle. He grabbed the canvas duffel bag and the shotgun. He uncoiled the braided nylon rope. He tied one end to the heavy steel tow hook welded to the Jeep's front bumper. He dragged the rest of the coil across the asphalt, moving into the dense brush bordering the southbound lane. He found a massive, dead palmetto trunk resting in the mud. He wrapped the nylon rope around the rough wood, securing it with a timber hitch. The trap sat primed. A tensioned line stretching across the dark asphalt, invisible until the headlights struck the braided nylon. Nick retreated to the shadows behind the Jeep. He rested the barrel of the shotgun against the rusted hood. He waited. The humid air settled over his skin like a damp towel. Mosquitoes swarmed his neck. He ignored the bites. He focused his vision on the southern curve of the highway. 10 minutes passed. A faint vibration trembled through the soles of his boots. The vibration escalated into a low, mechanical rumble. Twin beams of intense halogen light swept around the distant curve, piercing the darkness. The roar of a massive diesel engine drowned out the swamp chorus. A white refrigerated box truck tore down the asphalt, accelerating toward the south bridge. The grille of the truck resembled a chrome cage. The vehicle hurtled forward, a massive projectile of steel and momentum. Nick gripped the forestock of the shotgun. He thumbed the safety switch. The truck hit the beginning of the concrete bridge span. The driver spotted the Jeep blocking the northern exit. The air brakes screamed, a high-pitched shriek of metal grinding against metal. White smoke billowed from the locking tires. Chapter 13. Smoke billowed from the locking tires, thick and white against the blinding glare of the Jeep's headlights. The smell of scorched rubber and vaporized brake pads flooded the humid swamp air. The massive white refrigerated truck skidded across the concrete bridge span. Momentum fought friction. The heavy dual rear tires left thick black ribbons of melted synthetic rubber on the asphalt. The truck shuddered, the chassis groaning under the immense shifting weight of the cargo. The vehicle ground to a halt 20 feet from the barricade. The grille of the cab loomed like a chrome cliff face over Nick's rusted Jeep. The diesel engine idled. A heavy, rhythmic vibration shook the concrete bridge. Nick remained crouched in the dark brush bordering the southbound lane. He gripped the pump-action shotgun. He tracked the cab of the truck. The driver's side door swung open. A man stepped onto the running board. He wore a black tactical vest over a gray long-sleeve shirt. A night vision monocular dangled from a strap around his neck. He held a short-barreled AR-15 rifle tight against his shoulder. He scanned the illuminated space around the Jeep, keeping his finger outside the trigger guard. Professional discipline. The passenger door opened. A second man dropped to the asphalt. He carried an identical rifle. He possessed a thick braided beard and a scar bisecting his left cheek. "Clear the obstacle," the driver commanded. His voice carried over the rumble of the diesel engine. "Move the vehicle." The bearded man advanced toward the Jeep. He kept his rifle raised. He stepped into the blinding cone of the halogen headlights. The glare ruined his natural night vision. He squinted, holding a forearm up to shield his eyes. He walked past the front bumper. He failed to see the tensioned nylon rope stretched 6 inches above the asphalt. His heavy combat boot caught the braided line. The bearded man lost his balance. He pitched forward. The rifle barrel struck the concrete with a sharp, metallic clatter. He hit the ground hard, tearing the skin from his palms. Nick stood up from the dark palmetto brush. He mounted the shotgun to his shoulder. He aimed at the massive chrome grille of the truck. He squeezed the trigger. The 12-gauge roared. The muzzle flash illuminated the Spanish moss hanging from the oak trees. The load of double-aught buckshot slammed into the truck's radiator. Metal shredded. The impact punched a jagged hole through the aluminum cooling fins. Scalding green coolant erupted from the engine block in a pressurized geyser. The liquid hit the hot exhaust manifold. A thick cloud of sweet-smelling white steam enveloped the cab. Nick pumped the slide. The spent red plastic shell ejected, spinning into the dark water below the bridge. A fresh round seated into the chamber. He shifted his aim. He pointed the barrel at the driver standing on the running board. "Drop the iron," Nick ordered. The driver froze. He stared through the curtain of hissing steam. He calculated the distance. He calculated the spread of a buckshot pattern at 20 feet. He lowered the AR-15. He let the weapon hang by its tactical sling. The bearded man scrambled to his knees. He reached for his dropped rifle. "Touch the gun, you lose the arm," Nick said. The bearded man stopped. He raised his bleeding hands. Nick stepped out of the brush. He kept the shotgun leveled at the driver. He approached the bearded man. "Kick the weapon into the swamp." The bearded man hesitated. He looked at the driver. The driver offered a microscopic nod. The bearded man swung his boot. The AR-15 skittered across the concrete, slipped beneath the metal guardrail, and splashed into the black water. Nick pulled the Glock from his waistband. He tossed it into the brush. He required 2 hands for the next phase. He kept the shotgun tight against his shoulder. "Kill the engine," Nick commanded the driver. The driver reached into the cab. He twisted the ignition key. The massive diesel rumble died. The hissing radiator provided the only mechanical sound. The frogs and cicadas resumed their chorus in the deep mud. "Step down from the cab. Unclip the sling. Let the rifle fall." The driver complied. The AR-15 hit the asphalt. He stepped onto the bridge. He possessed a calm demeanor. He lacked the panicked energy of a street thug. He resembled a soldier assessing a compromised perimeter. "You violate cartel logistics," the driver stated. "You invite an aggressive corporate response. I invite Rico Salazar to a negotiation." Nick gestured with the shotgun barrel. "Move to the rear of the trailer. Both of you. Keep your hands locked behind your heads." The 2 men walked the length of the 50-foot refrigerated box. Nick followed 10 paces behind. They reached the massive rear roll-up door. Heavy steel padlocks secured the hasp. The refrigeration unit on the roof hummed, fighting the humid Florida night. "Open the lock," Nick ordered the driver. "I lack the key." They seal the doors at the depot. The receiver cuts the locks in Manhattan. Nick fired the shotgun. The blast shattered the steel padlock. Metal shrapnel pinged against the concrete retaining wall. The heavy locking mechanism dropped to the asphalt. Nick pumped the slide. "Throw the latch. Roll the door." The bearded man grabbed the steel handle. He hauled the heavy door upward. The segmented metal rolled along the tracks, disappearing into the ceiling of the trailer. A wave of freezing air cascaded out of the dark interior. The air smelled of frost, freon, and raw fish. Nick pulled the heavy-duty flashlight from his canvas duffel bag. He clicked the tail switch. A brilliant beam of white light pierced the freezing gloom. Pallets of waxed cardboard boxes filled the trailer from floor to ceiling. Stenciled blue lettering on the boxes advertised Prime Gulf Coast Grouper. Frost coated the exterior of the cardboard. "Climb inside," Nick ordered. "Move the first 2 pallets." The guards climbed into the freezing trailer. They shivered in their thin tactical shirts. They grabbed the heavy wooden pallets and dragged them toward the open doors. Nick illuminated the space behind the fish. A false bulkhead, constructed of riveted aluminum, separated the front quarter of the trailer from the rear. A keypad lock secured a seamless, flush-mounted door in the center of the metal wall. "Punch the code," Nick told the driver. "I drive the truck. I lack the access codes." Nick rested the barrel of the shotgun against the driver's kneecap. "You guard a high-value shipment," Nick said. "You carry military hardware. You possess the override code for the bulk transport vault. Punch the numbers, or learn to walk on a prosthetic limb." The driver stared at Nick. He recognized the cold, absolute truth in Nick's eyes. A man willing to ambush a cartel transport on a dark bridge held zero reservations about shattering a joint. The driver turned to the keypad. He entered a 6-digit sequence. The electronic lock chirped. A magnetic seal disengaged with a heavy clunk. Nick grabbed the recessed handle. He pulled the aluminum door open. He shined the flashlight into the hidden compartment. The vault lacked fish. The vault lacked ice. Stainless steel shelving lined the walls. Thick bricks of bundled United States currency occupied the left shelves. Plastic shrink wrap secured the stacks of $100 bills. Nick did the mental math. Millions in untraceable cash. The operating capital for the northern expansion. The raw profit of human suffering, washed and prepped for the offshore accounts. Long olive drab wooden crates occupied the right shelves. Stenciled military nomenclature marked the exterior. Nick kept the shotgun aimed at the guards. He reached into the compartment and popped the metal latches on the nearest crate. He flipped the wooden lid open. Row upon row of FN SCAR assault rifles rested in custom-cut foam. Brand new. Serial numbers filed off the receivers. The steel gleamed under the flashlight beam. "Rico supplies an army," Nick observed. "Rico supplies demand," the driver corrected. Nick tossed the heavy canvas duffel bag into the trailer. "Load the cash," Nick commanded. "Fill the bag." The bearded man hesitated. "He slaughters us for surrendering the payroll." "I slaughter you right now for refusing." Nick racked the shotgun slide a final time. The universal sound of impending violence echoed in the metal box. "Fill the bag." The guards moved. They grabbed the shrink-wrapped bricks of hundreds. They tossed them into the canvas duffel. The bag filled rapid and heavy. They stopped when the canvas zipper strained against the volume of the currency. "Drag the bag to the Jeep," Nick said. The driver hauled the heavy duffel out of the freezing trailer. He dragged it across the asphalt. He hoisted it into the passenger seat of the rusted vehicle. Nick maintained a tactical distance. He kept the weapon raised. "Face the guardrail. Interlock your fingers behind your heads. Kneel." The two men obeyed. They knelt on the rough concrete. Nick pulled a folding knife from his pocket. He walked to the side of the truck. He severed the thick rubber air lines connecting the cab to the trailer brakes. Compressed air hissed into the humid night. The severed lines engaged the emergency braking system. The massive rear wheels locked permanent and solid. A tow truck required hours to unbind the axles. Nick walked to the kneeling driver. He reached into the man's tactical vest. He extracted a black satellite phone. Nick dialed the only number stored in the recent call log. The line connected. "Status," a smooth, cold voice demanded. "Rico Salazar." "The delivery encountered a delay," Nick said. Silence hung on the line. The connection conveyed the sudden shift in the cartel boss's reality. Holleran. Rico breathed the name like a curse. "I sit on the South Bridge," Nick stated. "I admire your transportation logistics. The false bulkhead displays excellent craftsmanship. You sign your own death warrant. You possess zero concept of the forces you antagonize. I possess your digital ledger. I possess your northbound payroll. Your men sit on the asphalt. Your truck bleeds coolant into the swamp. Nick watched the two kneeling guards. The midnight deadline expired. We negotiate on a new timeline. You lack the capacity to negotiate. I dictate the terms. You pull your men back from the drunken oyster. You cancel the bounties on my staff. You leave Sarah Costas alone. You attempt a strike on my building. I burn the ledger on a live internet stream. I dump the cash in the intracoastal. The FBI receives copies of the offshore routing numbers. Rico remained silent. Nick heard the clinking of ice against crystal in the background. The predator calculated the loss. The predator calculated the trap. You delay the inevitable, Rico said. You prolong the pain. I claim the advantage. Nick crushed the satellite phone under the heel of his combat boot. The plastic housing shattered. He picked up his Glock from the brush. He shoved the pistol into his waistband. He climbed into the driver's seat of the Jeep. The heavy canvas bag full of stolen syndicate cash crowded the passenger space. He threw the transmission into reverse. He backed the Jeep away from the hissing, disabled box truck. He cleared the concrete retaining walls. He shifted into drive. Nick left the two guards kneeling in the dark. He drove north, carrying the fuel Rico needed to run an empire, returning to the fortress to wait for the ghost. Chapter 14. The rusted Jeep tires crunched over the crushed oyster shells of the back parking lot. Nick cut the engine. He grabbed the heavy canvas duffel bag from the passenger seat. The fabric strained against the volume of the cartel payroll. Millions in shrink-wrapped hundreds possessed a specific dense gravity. He keyed the deadbolt on the kitchen door. The smell of cold pork fat and stale draft beer greeted him. Sarah stood in the shadows of the hallway. She held the pump-action shotgun leveled at his chest. Her finger rested inside the trigger guard. She recognized his silhouette and lowered the barrel. She exhaled a ragged breath. You survived the highway, Sarah said. Nick walked past her. He dropped the heavy duffel bag onto the nearest round wooden table. The impact rattled the legs. The stressed canvas zipper split. 3 bricks of shrink-wrapped $100 bills spilled onto the scarred wood. Diego emerged from the back office. He pushed his wire-rimmed glasses up his nose. He stared at the cash. You robbed the Federal Reserve, Diego whispered. I seized corporate assets, Nick corrected. Rico understands the new paradigm. We hold his operating capital. We hold his digital map. Rico operates outside paradigms, Sarah said. She stared at the spilled currency. The money offered zero comfort. The money represented pure escalation. He ignores traditional rules of engagement. He strikes the vulnerable flank. Red and blue strobe lights erupted through the cracks in the plywood window coverings. The flashing colors painted the dark taproom in alternating shades of neon violence. Gravel crunched outside the heavy oak front doors. Car doors slammed. Heavy boots stomped across the wooden deck. A massive fist pounded the thick oak. The wood shuddered. Open the door, Holleran, Chief Vickers bellowed. Police department. We hold a warrant. Nick looked at Diego. Hide the canvas bag. Hide the laptop. Use the floor trapdoor behind the ice machine. Diego grabbed the heavy duffel. He scooped the spilled bricks of cash. He vanished toward the kitchen. Nick took the shotgun from Sarah. He racked the slide, ejecting the chambered shell. He caught the red plastic cylinder in midair. He handed the empty weapon back to her. Step away from the door, Nick commanded. Keep your hands visible. Nick pulled the Glock from his waistband. He dropped the magazine. He ejected the chambered round. He placed the empty pistol and the ammunition on the mahogany bar top. He walked to the entrance. He threw the 3 iron deadbolts. He pulled the heavy oak door open. 4 uniformed deputies stood on the deck. They held AR-15 rifles tight against their shoulders. The muzzles pointed directly at Nick's chest. Chief Vickers stood behind the line of rifles. He wore his cheap tan suit. Sweat stained the collar. He chewed on an unlit cigar. He held a folded piece of white paper in his right hand. "Turn around," Vickers ordered. "Interlock your fingers behind your head." Nick complied. The rough wood of the doorframe pressed against his cheek. Rough hands grabbed his arms. A deputy wrenched Nick's wrists together. Cold steel handcuffs ratcheted tight, biting into the skin and bone. Another deputy kicked Nick's boots apart, patting down his legs and torso. "Clear," the deputy barked. Vickers stepped onto the threshold. He surveyed the dark taproom. He spotted Sarah standing near the bar, her hands raised. He spotted the empty Glock resting on the mahogany. "You conduct late business, Mr. Holleran," Vickers stated. "I clean my establishment. You leave a trail of destruction across my jurisdiction." Vickers unfolded the white paper. He read from the typewritten text. "I hold an arrest warrant. Armed robbery. Aggravated assault. Fleeing the scene of a crime. A bank manager identified your rusted Jeep fleeing the downtown financial district this morning. 2 men occupy the intensive care unit with severe ballistic trauma." "The men drew weapons in a crowded public space," Nick said. "The men possessed concealed carry permits. They represent a private security firm. They claim you ambushed them." Vickers shoved the warrant into his suit pocket. "Rico Salazar holds a deep concern for the safety of this community. He demands a thorough investigation. Rico demands his ledgers. He uses your badge as a collection agency." Vickers smiled around the chewed cigar. "I enforce the statutes, Holleran. The statutes demand your incarceration." Vickers nodded at the deputies. "Search the premises. Confiscate the firearms. Find the digital drive." The deputies swarmed the bar. They overturned tables. They shattered the glass of the vintage jukebox. They ripped the cushions from the leather booths. Nick listened to the destruction of his sanctuary. He trusted Diego's engineering. The trapdoor beneath the ice machine defied casual inspection. 10 minutes later, a deputy approached Vickers. He shook his head. "We found the shotgun and the pistol. 0 electronics. 0 contraband." Vickers frowned. The fat wrinkles on his forehead deepened. He stepped close to Nick. The smell of stale garlic and nicotine rolled off his breath. "You delay the inevitable," Vickers whispered. "You spend the night in the county lockup. Rico pays the guards. Rico pays the inmates. A tragic altercation occurs in holding cell block 4. A retired cop dies in a brawl over a blanket. A tragic end to a short retirement." Vickers grabbed Nick by the shoulder. He shoved him toward the flashing police cruisers. "Put him in the cage," Vickers ordered. A deputy forced Nick into the back seat of a cruiser. The hard plastic seat offered 0 traction. The doors locked with a heavy electronic clunk. The metal grate separated Nick from the front cabin. The cruiser pulled out of the parking lot. The red and blue lights sliced through the coastal darkness. Nick watched the drunken oyster vanish in the rearview mirror. Sarah stood on the deck, a lone figure surrounded by the wreckage of the raid. The county precinct resembled a concrete bunker built in the 1970s. Peeling green paint coated the cinderblock walls. The air conditioning pumped a continuous stream of freezing air, smelling of pine disinfectant and old sweat. The booking process functioned as a calculated humiliation. The desk sergeant confiscated Nick's boots, his belt, and his wallet. A deputy escorted him down a long corridor, illuminated by flickering fluorescent tubes. They reached cell block 4. The heavy steel door slid open on a motorized track. The deputy shoved Nick into the concrete box. The door slammed shut. The lock engaged with a sound like a guillotine dropping. The cell contained a stainless steel toilet and a flat metal bunk attached to the wall. A single bulb behind a thick glass dome provided harsh, inescapable light. Nick sat on the metal bunk. The cold steel penetrated his thin cotton shirt. He evaluated the geometry of the room. He evaluated the odds. Vickers promised a tragic altercation. The syndicate possessed endless reach. A man holding a sharpened toothbrush could end the war before sunrise. Nick closed his eyes. He listened to the ambient noise of the precinct. A drunk yelled in a distant cell. A heavy metal door clanged shut. Boots echoed on the linoleum floor. He waited for the assassin. An hour passed. The precinct quieted. The drunk passed out. Footsteps approached cell block 4. Not the heavy, marching tread of a uniformed guard. A measured, confident stride. Keys jingled. The motorized track hummed. The heavy steel door slid open. Chuck Denton stood in the threshold. Chuck wore a tailored blue blazer over an open-collared shirt. He looked out of place in the grimy concrete corridor. He looked like a man who owned the building. Chuck stepped into the cell. The door slid shut behind him, but the lock failed to engage. Chuck carried a thick manila envelope and Nick's confiscated combat boots. Chuck tossed the boots onto the concrete floor. He dropped the envelope onto the metal bunk. "Put your shoes on," Chuck commanded. Nick remained seated. He stared at the former Tampa detective. He remembered the dark corner booth at the Sandpiper. He remembered the thick white envelope passing from Chuck's hand into Rico Salazar's jacket. "You run the night shift now, Chuck?" "I run interference." Chuck leaned against the steel bars. He crossed his arms. "You kick the hornet nest. You rob the cartel. You steal the payroll on the South Bridge. You beg for a closed casket funeral." Vickers sent his men to execute a warrant. Vickers sent his men to execute Rico's orders. Rico ordered Vickers to lock you in this specific cell. Rico ordered a pair of cartel contractors to visit this cell at 3 in the morning. They possess a key. They possess instructions to extract the location of the digital drive using a pair of pliers and a blowtorch. Nick reached down. He pulled his boots on. He laced them tight. "You interrupt the schedule," Nick said. "I maintain the ecosystem." Chuck tapped the manila envelope. "The envelope contains your belt, your wallet, and your release papers. I paid the bail bondsman. I signed the surety." The desk sergeant erased the security footage of your arrival. "You possess significant influence. I possess a functioning brain. I know Rico. I know you. A collision between you two burns this entire coast to the waterline. I enjoy my life here. I enjoy the quiet. You enjoy the payoffs." Nick stood up. He faced Chuck. "I saw you at the Sandpiper. I saw you hand an envelope to Rico in the VIP booth. You play the concerned citizen. You operate as a bagman." Chuck's expression hardened. The friendly facade cracked, revealing the ruthless pragmatism beneath. "You view the world through a polarized lens, Holleran. Cops and robbers. Black and white." Chuck pushed off the steel bars. He stepped closer to Nick. "The real world operates in shades of gray. I pay Rico a tax to protect my private security clients. The billionaires on the barrier island pay me to keep the cartel off their manicured lawns. I bribe the predator to ignore the sheep. I buy the peace. You fund a slave trade. I limit the casualties. Chuck's voice echoed in the concrete box. He lowered his volume, glancing at the corridor. You think you hold the moral high ground. You steal Rico's money. You steal his ledger. You force an animal into a corner. A cornered animal massacres everyone in the room. I hunt a specific ghost, Nick said. The consultant. The man who crushed Jessica Weaver's throat. Chuck froze. The name hit him. He recognized the title. You chase a phantom, Chuck said. His tone lost its absolute certainty. The consultant exists as a rumor. A boogeyman Rico uses to frighten the local talent. The boogeyman receives wire transfers to a bank in Zurich. The boogeyman buys real estate in Cypress Point. Nick grabbed the manila envelope. Rico employs the killer. Rico shields him. I intend to break the shield. Chuck stared at Nick. He shook his head. You choose the fire, Chuck said. I open the door tonight. I clear the path to the street. I repay the debt of the badge we both used to wear. After tonight, the debt expires. You stand alone. Chuck pushed the steel door. It rolled open on the track. Walk out of the building, Chuck ordered. Do not speak to the desk sergeant. Do not look at the cameras. Take a taxi back to your boarded-up tavern. Wait for the sun to rise. Nick walked out of the cell. He stepped into the flickering fluorescent light of the corridor. He paused, turning back to face the compromised cop. You buy the peace with blood money, Chuck. The peace always shatters. Nick walked down the hallway. He left Chuck standing in the shadows of the open cage. He retrieved his Glock from a locker near the exit, the weapon returned by a silent, bribed deputy. He pushed through the glass doors of the precinct. The humid, coastal night hit him. He inhaled the scent of salt and exhaust fumes. He survived the police raid. He escaped the holding cell. He owned the digital drive. He owned the stolen cash. Chapter 15. The yellow taxi rattled down the desolate stretch of Highway A1A. The suspension squeaked over every crack in the coastal asphalt. Nick sat in the cracked vinyl backseat. He watched the dark silhouettes of the mangrove trees whip past the salt-stained windows. The digital clock on the dashboard read 4 in the morning. A faint scent of wood smoke drifted through the open taxi windows. Nick leaned forward. The smell lacked the sweet hickory notes of a beach bonfire or a barbecue smoker. This smoke carried the bitter, chemical stench of burning fiberglass, melting plastic, and vaporized alcohol. Step on the gas, Nick commanded the driver. The driver glanced in the rearview mirror. He possessed tired eyes and a thick gray beard. I drive the speed limit, mister. The local deputies hand out massive fines on this stretch. I cover the fines. Push the pedal to the floor. The driver shifted gears. The taxi engine whined. The vehicle surged forward. They rounded the final curve before the intracoastal waterway crossing. An orange glow stained the night sky above the tree line. The glow pulsed, expanding and contracting like a massive, violent heartbeat. Thick columns of oily black smoke blotted out the stars. The taxi cleared the trees. The Drunken Oyster ceased to exist as a functioning tavern. The structure resembled a hollowed-out jack-o'-lantern carved from pure fire. "Sweet Jesus," the cab driver whispered. He hit the brakes. The taxi skidded to a halt on the shoulder of the highway, a full 100 yards from the gravel parking lot. The heat radiating from the inferno penetrated the windshield. The sheer intensity of the thermal energy pushed against the glass like a physical hand. Nick shoved a crumpled $50 bill over the seat. He kicked the passenger door open. He stepped onto the crushed oyster shells. The roar of the fire drowned out the ocean surf. The sound mimicked a jet engine spooling up for takeoff. Flames shot 40 feet into the air, consuming the cedar roof shingles and tearing through the plywood Nick had nailed over the windows just hours ago. He ran toward the blaze. The heat blistered the skin on his face. He raised an arm to shield his eyes. He stopped 50 feet from the front deck. The air crackled. The moisture in the coastal atmosphere evaporated, leaving a dry, suffocating void. The vintage jukebox inside the taproom melted. The heavy oak front doors collapsed inward, sending a shower of orange sparks spiraling into the black sky. Thousands of dollars of premium liquor exploded in a cascading chain reaction. Blue and green flames erupted from the shattered glass bottles, feeding the inferno with high-proof fuel. 0 fire trucks occupied the highway. 0 sirens wailed in the distance. Chief Vickers controlled the municipal dispatch. Vickers ensured the fire received ample time to consume the target. Nick circled the perimeter, keeping a desperate distance from the thermal wall. He searched the shadows. He searched the dark edges of the parking lot. He looked for bodies. He looked for Sarah. He looked for Diego. He found nothing but burning wood and boiling asphalt. The roof truss snapped. The heavy timber collapsed into the main taproom with an earth-shaking crash. A mushroom cloud of ash and embers plumed upward, raining gray snow over the dark water of the intracoastal. The sanctuary burned. The investment vanished into smoke. Nick traded his NYPD pension for a wooden box on the edge of the swamp, seeking a quiet corner of the world to forget the dead eyes of Jessica Weaver. Instead, he built a beacon for the monsters. A sharp whistle cut through the roar of the collapsing building. Nick spun around. He dropped his hand to the Glock tucked in his waistband. The whistle originated from the dense mangrove thicket bordering the northern edge of the property line near the boat docks. Nick moved away from the fire. The shadows of the twisted mangrove roots offered concealment. He drew the pistol. He held the weapon close to his chest, slicing the pie around the edge of a massive ancient banyan tree. A wet nose pressed against his knuckles. Gravy, the terrier whined. The dog smelled of wet fur and marsh mud. He wagged his tail, bumping his scarred head against Nick's leg. A figure detached from the deeper darkness of the brush. Diego stepped into the flickering orange light. He wore his rubber boots and a canvas jacket. He carried the heavy tactical laptop strapped across his chest like a bandolier. Both hands gripped the handles of the strained canvas duffel bag containing the stolen cartel payroll. "We abandoned the ship, boss," Diego said. His face held streaks of black soot. The hull breached. Sarah emerged from the shadows behind Diego. She shivered, despite the ambient heat radiating from the burning bar. She clutched a heavy iron tire iron in her right hand. Ash coated her blonde hair. Nick holstered the Glock. He felt the cold knot in his stomach unravel. They survived. The structure fell, but the crew remained intact. "Rico sent a professional crew," Sarah stated. Her voice sounded hollow. She stared past Nick at the towering flames. They bypassed the front doors. They approached from the water. 2 men in a low-profile skiff. "They utilized incendiary grenades," Diego added. "White phosphorus. The wood caught fire in seconds. The chemical burns through cinder block. My sensors detected the thermal spike before they breached the deck." "You utilized the trapdoor," Nick said. Diego nodded. "I secured the digital drive. I secured the hardware. I grabbed the cash. We dropped through the floorboards into the mud under the pilings. We waded through the swamp while the ceiling ignited above our heads. We watched the cruiser take you away. Then we watched the assassins burn the empty building." "Vickers cleared the board," Nick said. "He arrested me to remove the obstacle. He granted Rico a clean target. They intended to immolate both of you inside the office." Sarah dropped the tire iron into the mud. The heavy metal vanished into the muck. She wrapped her arms around her chest. "We hold zero safe harbor," Sarah whispered. The bar offered walls. The bar offered a locked door. Now we stand in a swamp. Rico possesses an army. Vickers controls the police. Nick turned his back on the survivors. He looked at the burning wreckage of the drunken oyster. The neon signs melted into puddles of colored glass. The mahogany bar, scarred by Hector's face and Cruz's blood, turned to charcoal. The history of the building, the decades of spilled beer and broken hearts, evaporated into the humid Florida night. He played defense for 5 years in New York. He played defense against the precinct captains. He played defense against the internal affairs investigators. He played defense against the memories. Defense resulted in a forced retirement. Defense resulted in a burned tavern. "The building restricted our movement," Nick said. He kept his eyes on the fire. "A fortress traps the occupants. A fortress provides the enemy with a fixed coordinate." He turned back to Sarah and Diego. The orange light from the inferno illuminated the hard angles of his face. The retired bartender vanished. The NYPD homicide detective returned. The man who hunted killers through the darkest alleys of Brooklyn reclaimed his badge in the ashes of the Florida coast. "We cease defending a fixed position," Nick commanded. "We become the ghost. We become the shadow." "We lack a vehicle," Diego pointed out. "Vickers impounded your Jeep. The taxi fled. We possess millions in cash and a laptop, stranded in a mangrove swamp." Nick reached into his pocket. He extracted the keys he stripped from the dead cartel guard at the Flamingo Court Apartments. He held the metal ring up to the firelight. "We require transportation. We require a staging ground. We require heavy weapons." Nick looked down at the canvas bag. Rico provided the funding. The cartel provided the logistics. "You propose a counterattack," Diego said. A hint of a smile touched the corners of his mouth. "I propose an execution." Nick pointed a finger at the heavy canvas bag. "Open the duffel. Distribute the cash into 3 equal piles. We abandon the bag. We stuff the currency into our jackets. We carry the minimum weight." Sarah knelt in the mud. She unzipped the strained canvas. The shrink-wrapped bricks of $100 bills reflected the firelight. She handed a stack to Diego. She shoved a stack into her own windbreaker. She handed the final stack to Nick. Nick tucked the heavy bricks into his waistband, concealing the bulk beneath his shirt. "We walk south," Nick ordered. "We stick to the tree line. We avoid the highway. We walk 3 miles to the Flamingo Court Apartments." "The police locked down the apartment complex," Sarah warned. "Vickers left a crime scene unit at my door. We ignore your apartment. We visit the parking lot." Nick turned and began pushing his way through the dense palmetto brush. A black cartel SUV sits behind a green dumpster. The vehicle possesses tinted windows, armor plating, and a secure trunk. "We steal the enemy's chariot." Gravy the dog barked once, a sharp sound of agreement. The terrier trotted into the brush, taking the point position. Diego adjusted the strap of his rugged laptop. He followed the dog. Sarah took one final look at the burning ruins of the drunken oyster. The fire illuminated her bruised jawline. The terror in her eyes receded, replaced by a cold, brittle anger. She turned her back on the flames and followed the men into the absolute darkness of the swamp. The midpoint of the war passed. Nick Holleran abandoned the shield. He reached for the sword. He possessed the ledger. He possessed the ghost's identity. The consultant lived in a mansion behind concrete walls. Nick intended to tear those walls down. Chapter 16. Mud sucked at Nick's combat boots. The mangrove roots formed a twisted, hostile labyrinth, snagging the fabric of his soaked trousers and threatening to plunge him face first into the stagnant water. Mosquitoes swarmed in the humid darkness, feasting on his soot-stained neck. He ignored the bites. He pushed through the dense palmetto brush, charting a path toward the neon glow of the distant highway. Sarah followed his trail, using the heavy bricks of currency wrapped in her windbreaker as a makeshift shield against the tearing thorns. Diego took the rear, protecting the rubberized laptop from the swamp water. Gravy navigated the muck with terrier precision, keeping his nose low to the rotting vegetation. They reached the cracked asphalt of the Flamingo Court parking lot. Yellow crime scene tape fluttered against the second-floor railing of Sarah's abandoned apartment. The black cartel SUV sat parked in the deep shadows behind the green municipal dumpster. The vehicle resembled a motorized vault. Diego approached the driver's side door. He pulled a flat, electronic diagnostic tool from his canvas jacket. He pressed the device against the keyhole. A green LED flashed on the tool screen. The heavy armored door unlocked with a deep, metallic thunk. "The cartel purchases standard fleet security," Diego stated, pulling the heavy door open. "Standard security contains factory back doors." They loaded into the SUV. Nick took the wheel. The leather seats smelled of expensive cologne, ozone, and gun oil. He pressed the push-to-start ignition button. The massive V8 engine purred. He drove them off the barrier island, avoiding the main checkpoints and crossing a desolate causeway to the mainland. He selected the Pelican Roost Motor Court. The flickering neon sign buzzed in the coastal fog, missing 3 crucial letters. The establishment catered to transient laborers and men hiding from outstanding warrants. Nick traded a single $100 bill for the brass key to room number 7 at the back of the weed-choked lot. The room smelled of stale cigarette smoke, bleach, and mildew. Faded floral wallpaper peeled at the corners, revealing the cheap drywall beneath. A sagging queen mattress occupied the center of the cramped space. Sarah dumped her stack of cash onto the faded bedspread. Diego added his pile. Nick retrieved the bricks from his waistband. Millions of dollars rested on a $20 mattress, mocking the squalor of the room. "I need a perimeter check," Nick ordered. Diego, scan the local police frequencies. Sarah, count the currency. Determine our operational budget. Nick retreated to the cramped bathroom. He turned the cold water tap. Rust-colored water sputtered from the faucet, clearing to a cloudy gray. He splashed the water on his face, washing away the ash and soot. He stared at his reflection in the cracked mirror over the sink. Red blisters dotted his cheekbones from the fire's radiant heat. The ghost of Jessica Weaver stared back at him from his own bloodshot eyes. He opened the rusted medicine cabinet. A previous tenant left a half-empty pint bottle of cheap Kentucky bourbon on the bottom metal shelf. The amber liquid caught the harsh glare of the bare vanity bulb. Nick stared at the bottle. 5 years of absolute sobriety felt like a fragile glass bridge crumbling beneath his boots. He lost his sanctuary. He dragged a waitress and a bartender into a cartel war. His chest ached. His knuckles throbbed from the impact with Hector's jaw. One swallow of the bourbon promised temporary anesthesia. One swallow promised a quiet skull. He reached for the glass neck. His fingers brushed the cold surface. A low growl vibrated from the main room. Gravy sensed an intrusion. Nick pulled his hand back from the bottle. He grabbed the Glock from the edge of the porcelain sink. He stepped out of the bathroom. 3 sharp knocks rattled the cheap hollow core door. Sarah froze, her hands full of shrink-wrapped hundreds. Diego reached for the heavy iron tire iron resting on the laminate nightstand. Nick approached the entrance. He pressed his shoulder against the peeling floral wallpaper. He aimed the pistol at the center of the painted wood. "Identify yourself," Nick commanded. Silence answered from the outside concrete walkway. Nick grabbed the brass knob. He twisted the lock, yanked the door open, and raised the weapon. Walter stood on the walkway. The old fisherman wore a faded yellow rain slicker over his denim overalls. He held a heavy canvas duffel bag in his thick, calloused hands. Coastal rain began to fall, pattering against the plastic hood of his slicker. Nick lowered the Glock. "Walt, you tracked us." Walter stepped into the room. He pushed the door shut behind him. He looked at the stacks of cartel cash on the bed. He looked at the paranoid bartender. He looked at the terrified waitress. He looked at Nick. Walter dropped his canvas bag onto the stained carpet. The bag landed with a heavy, metallic clatter. "I smelled the smoke on the wind," Walter said. His voice possessed the texture of crushed gravel and sea salt. The vocal cords functioned perfectly. The silence represented a calculated choice. Sarah dropped a brick of cash. The plastic thudded against the mattress. "You possess a voice." "I possess a voice," Walter confirmed. He unhooked the brass clasps of his yellow slicker. "I choose my audience. I save my words for the required moments." The moment arrived tonight. "You burned the bridge, Nick. You declared open war. I executed a tactical strike. You poked a leviathan." Walter walked to the small laminate table near the window. He pulled out a vinyl chair and sat. He rested his massive hands on his denim knees. "I watched the leviathan for 3 years. I sat on my corner stool. I drank your draft beer. I drank Billy McPherson's draft beer. I listened to the cartel foot soldiers brag. I mapped their faces. I mapped their routines." "You conducted surveillance," Nick stated, keeping his grip on the pistol. "You maintained a cover identity. I maintained a vigil." Walter locked eyes with Nick. The old man's gaze held the weight of a collapsed star. 3 years ago, my daughter took a job pouring drinks at the Sandpiper. Marina. She possessed bright eyes. She possessed grand ambitions. Rico Salazar noticed the bright eyes. He trapped her in his web of debts. He shipped her out on a white yacht. She failed to return. The old fisherman's face hardened into a mask of pure grief and cold rage. "The local sheriff cited a boating accident," Walter continued. "They found her body washed up on a sandbar 2 weeks later. The crabs claimed her face, but I recognized the anchor tattoo on her ankle. The medical examiner ignored the bruising on her throat. He ignored the crushed windpipe." "The consultant," Nick said. "The pieces locked together. The same knot. The same sterile execution." "The ghost," Walter agreed. "I bought a shotgun. I intended to walk into the Sandpiper and kill Rico Salazar. I realized Rico represented a single tentacle. The monster possessed many tentacles. Slaying Rico leaves the pipeline intact. I needed the ledger. I needed the ghost's identity. I waited for an opening." Walter pointed a thick finger at the rubberized laptop. "You secured the ledger. You identified the ghost. We traced his payments to a gated community in Palm Beach," Nick confirmed. "Cypress Point Estates." Walter nodded. He reached down and unzipped his heavy canvas duffel bag. "You require a staging ground," Walter said. "You require an arsenal. This motel offers zero defense against a cartel hit squad." Walter pulled a rusted iron key ring from his pocket. He tossed the keys onto the laminate table. The metal chimed against the fake wood. "I own an abandoned shrimp packing plant out in the deep glades," Walter said. "Concrete walls. Steel doors. 0 cellular reception. The property features a private dock and a flat-bottom airboat. We relocate the operation. We plan the assault on Cypress Point. Nick stared at the old man. The silent, harmless fixture of the Drunken Oyster vanished. A hardened, patient predator sat in his place. Walter shared the identical trauma. Walter hunted the identical ghost. Nick turned his back to the room. He walked back to the bathroom. He picked up the pint bottle of cheap bourbon. He unscrewed the plastic cap. The smell of the alcohol filled the small space. He poured the amber liquid down the rusted drain. He watched the poison swirl into the pipes. He tossed the empty bottle into the plastic trash can. He returned to the main room. He picked up the heavy iron keys from the laminate table. We packed the cash, Nick ordered the crew. We followed the fishermen into the swamp. Chapter 17. Kill the headlights, Walter commanded. Nick twisted the dial on the steering column. The halogen beams died. Absolute darkness swallowed the black SUV. Keep the tires in the ruts, the old fisherman instructed from the passenger seat. The mud swallows heavy vehicles on the shoulder. You drop an axle in the muck, we walk the final 2 miles. Nick gripped the leather steering wheel. He steered by the faint, silver illumination of the half-moon reflecting off the stagnant swamp water. The dirt track cut a narrow path through walls of razor-edged sawgrass and dense cypress stands. The tires slipped in the wet clay, fighting for traction. The structure materialized from the gloom like a concrete mausoleum. The abandoned shrimp packing plant sat at the edge of a black canal. Corrugated tin sheets formed a rusted patchwork roof over thick cinderblock walls. Decades of coastal humidity painted the exterior with creeping green mold and black rot. The air smelled of sulfur, decaying vegetation, and ancient salt brine. Nick parked the SUV near a set of massive steel double doors. He cut the engine. The silence of the deep Everglades rushed in, broken only by the hum of millions of invisible insects. Walter stepped out of the vehicle. He walked to the steel doors. He retrieved the iron key ring from his yellow slicker. He thrust a long brass key into the heavy padlock securing the exterior hasp. The lock clicked. Walter hauled the doors outward. Rusted hinges shrieked in protest. "Bring the vehicle inside," Walter said. Nick started the engine. He drove the SUV over the concrete lip and into the cavernous interior. The headlights illuminated a massive, empty sorting floor. Stainless steel conveyor belts rusted in the center of the room. Deep drainage trenches cut through the sloping concrete floor. The space echoed with the rumble of the V8 engine. Nick shifted into park and killed the ignition. Diego climbed out of the back seat. He gripped the straps of his rubberized laptop. He evaluated the surrounding darkness. "This facility lacks a grid connection," Diego stated. "The grid invites observation," Walter replied. The old man walked to a corner of the sorting floor. He grabbed the pull cord of a massive red industrial generator. He yanked the cord. The diesel engine coughed, sputtered, and roared to life. Thick exhaust vented through a PVC pipe, punched through the cinderblock wall. Overhead fluorescent tubes flickered. Half the bulbs remained dark, burned out years ago. The surviving tubes cast a harsh, cold light over the concrete. Sarah slid out of the SUV. She carried 3 shrink-wrapped bricks of cartel cash pressed against her chest. She dropped the money onto the nearest stainless steel sorting table. The heavy plastic thudded against the metal. Nick approached the table. He unloaded the bricks from his own waistband. Diego added his stack. Millions of dollars built a green paper pyramid on a table designed for decapitating crustaceans. Walter threw a heavy canvas tarp off a wooden pallet in the corner. The old man dragged 3 olive-drab military surplus crates into the light. He popped the metal latches. He threw the wooden lids open. Nick walked over and inspected the contents. The first crate held a dozen matte black pump-action shotguns. The second crate contained hundreds of red plastic shotgun shells packed in neat cardboard boxes. The third crate held a pair of scoped hunting rifles and Kevlar tactical vests. "You operated a private armory," Nick observed. "I prepared for a siege," Walter corrected. "I bought the weapons in cash at gun shows across state lines. I stockpiled the ammunition. I intended to wage a solitary campaign. You possess a squad now." Nick picked up one of the shotguns. He checked the action. Smooth. Well-oiled. "We pool our resources. We coordinate the strike." Sarah leaned against the stainless steel table. The harsh fluorescent light exposed the exhaustion carving lines into her face. "You plan an invasion." Cypress Point Estates employs a private security force. Former military contractors man the gates. Roving patrols monitor the perimeter walls. Cameras cover every inch of asphalt. "Fortresses contain blind spots," Nick said. He set the shotgun down. He turned to Diego. "Boot the machine. Connect to the network. Give me a schematic of the billionaire compound." Diego set his rugged laptop next to the pyramid of cash. He ran a braided cable to an outlet powered by the roaring diesel generator. He flipped the screen open. "The concrete walls block commercial cellular signals," Diego warned, his fingers hovering over the mechanical keyboard. Walter reached into his yellow slicker. He produced a black plastic cylinder topped with a thick rubber antenna. "I installed a satellite repeater on the tin roof. Connect your machine to this router. You bounce the signal off a commercial bird in low Earth orbit. Untraceable." Diego offered a rare grin of pure respect. "You embrace the paranoid lifestyle, Walt." Diego connected the router. The laptop chimed. He pulled up an aerial satellite map of the Florida coastline. He typed the coordinates for Cypress Point Estates. The map zoomed in on a teardrop-shaped barrier island north of the city. A single bridge connected the exclusive enclave to the mainland. A massive guardhouse choked the entrance. 12-foot concrete walls ringed the entire island, separating the manicured lawns from the encroaching Atlantic Ocean and the intracoastal waterway. 50 private residences, Diego read from the public property records. Average home value exceeds $20 million. The residents include tech CEOs, retired hedge fund managers, and minor royalty. "Filter the property records," Nick commanded. Cross-reference the addresses with the holding companies Sarah found in the cartel ledger. Cypress Point Estates, LLC. Diego executed the search. The map updated. A single property highlighted in glowing red. The property occupied the extreme northern tip of the Teardrop Island. It featured a sprawling modern mansion composed of glass and white concrete. A private dock jutted into the dark water of the intracoastal. "Lot number 50, Diego said. 3 acres. Maximum isolation. The property borders a dense mangrove preserve on the water side." Nick studied the satellite image. He memorized the geometry of the mansion. He located the blind spots. "We ignore the main bridge," Nick said. "We ignore the guardhouse. The security contractors expect frontal assaults. They monitor the asphalt." Nick traced a finger along the black water of the intracoastal waterway bordering the red highlighted property. "We approach from the water. We bypass the concrete walls." Walter nodded. The old man possessed eyes like chipped flint. "I keep a flat-bottom airboat moored out back. The engine utilizes an airplane propeller. It runs loud, but it runs fast over shallow water. We navigate the back channels. We kill the engine a mile out. We pole the boat through the mangroves to the edge of his property. Sarah pushed off the table. She stared at the aerial map. You breach the perimeter. You enter the house. Then what? You shoot him? Nick met her gaze. I extract him. I take him alive. He crushes windpipes for a living, Sarah argued. Her voice cracked, betraying the lingering terror. He murdered your witness in New York. He murdered Walter's daughter. He murdered Tiffany. You trap a professional killer in his own home, he slaughters you. I need his voice, Nick stated. I need a confession. Rico Salazar built layers of insulation. The digital ledger proves the money moved, but a clever defense attorney shreds a spreadsheet. A living, breathing assassin, detailing the exact orders he received from Rico Salazar, destroys the empire. You intend to torture a confession out of a ghost, Diego said. I intend to offer him a choice. We hold his identity. We hold his address. The ghost enjoys the shadows. We threaten to drag him into the sunlight. Nick picked up a shrink-wrapped brick of $100 bills. He tossed the heavy plastic block to Diego. You construct a digital dead man's switch, Nick commanded the hacker. You upload the entire contents of Rico's ledger to a secure server. You program the server to mass email the files to every major news outlet, every FBI field office, and every rival cartel boss on the eastern seaboard. Diego caught the cash. He understood the assignment. The timer requires a reset every 12 hours. We miss the check-in, the server dumps the payload. Rico's empire burns. Exactly. Nick turned back to the map. He pointed at the white concrete mansion. We hit the property tomorrow night. The element of surprise expires fast. Rico realizes his strike team burned an empty bar. Rico realizes we survived the highway. He mobilizes the entire syndicate by dawn. Walter reached into the nearest wooden crate. He pulled out a black tactical vest. He tossed it onto the stainless steel table. We sleep in shifts, Walter said. We load the magazines. We prepare the airboat. Tomorrow, we hunt the monster. Nick stood in the harsh, fluorescent light of the abandoned packing plant. The smell of the swamp filled his lungs. The War Council reached a consensus. The defense ended. The offense commenced. Chapter 18. Sunlight hammered the corrugated tin roof of the abandoned shrimp plant, baking the cavernous interior. The massive diesel generator roared in the corner, churning out thick gray exhaust and adequate voltage. Nick stood at the stainless steel sorting table. He stripped down the receiver of a matte black pump-action shotgun. He wiped the internal mechanisms with a rag soaked in gun oil. The sharp, chemical scent of the lubricant cut through the ambient swamp odors of sulfur and rot. Sarah sat on an overturned milk crate near the pyramid of shrink-wrapped cash. She studied the glowing screen of Diego's rugged laptop. You promised a strike on Cypress Point, Sarah said. She rubbed her exhausted eyes. You outlined a waterborne assault on the mansion. Now you load the vehicle for a mainland excursion. Nick reassembled the shotgun. The metal parts snapped together with precise mechanical clicks. He racked the slide. Cypress Point maintains a private army, Nick explained. He fed 5 red plastic shells into the tubular magazine. We hit the island cold. We face 30 armed contractors. I intend to change the odds. I intend to manufacture a crisis on the mainland. You plan a diversion, Diego called out. The hacker hung upside down from a rusted steel catwalk, running a thick black power cable along the rafters. I plan a targeted amputation, Nick corrected. He slung the shotgun over his shoulder. He picked up a fresh magazine for the Glock. Rico operates a business. A business requires cash flow. A business requires inventory. We attack the inventory. Rico panics. He pulls his security details off the barrier islands to protect his vulnerable mainland assets. Sarah tapped the laptop trackpad. She brought up a page from the decrypted digital ledger. Rico utilizes a marine engine repair facility in Jupiter, Sarah stated. Suncoast outboards. The ledger indicates heavy cash deposits originating from that specific address every Tuesday. Today is Tuesday. They process the offshore product, Nick said. They break down the bulk shipments and prep them for street distribution. A vital artery in the syndicate body. Nick walked to the black cartel SUV. He opened the rear cargo hatch. He tossed a heavy canvas bag of zip ties, road flares, and a steel crowbar into the trunk. I require a visual signature, Nick said. He turned to the War Council. Does anyone possess a deck of playing cards? Walter emerged from the shadows near the canal doors. The old fisherman reached into the deep pocket of his denim overalls. He produced a battered cardboard box. He tossed the box to Nick. Nick caught the deck. He pulled the cards from the worn cardboard. He sifted through the suits until he found the Queen of Spades. A magic trick? Diego asked, dropping from the catwalk and landing in a crouch. A message, Nick said. He pulled a thick black permanent marker from his shirt pocket. He uncapped the pen. He stared at the face of the Queen. 5 years ago, the rain washed the Bleecker Street alley. The crime scene technicians cataloged the body of Jessica Weaver. They documented the crushed windpipe. They documented the nylon cord. They also documented a single item left behind by the killer, tucked into the neckline of her green sequined dress. The Queen of Spades. A sadistic calling card from a ghost. Nick pressed the marker against the glossy paper. He wrote 3 words across the face of the Queen in thick black ink. Jessica Weaver. Vengeance. The consultant believes he left his past in New York, Nick said, shoving the marked card into his breast pocket. I intend to return it to him. I dropped this card at Rico's facility. Rico reports the incident to his cleaner. The ghost realizes the hunt spans 1,000 miles. The realization shatters his sterile routine. Nick climbed into the driver's seat of the armored SUV. He keyed the ignition. The heavy V8 engine rumbled. Lock the steel doors behind me, Nick ordered. Keep the generator running. I return by sunset. We hit the island at midnight. Nick drove out of the concrete mausoleum. He navigated the treacherous mud tracks, leaving the deep Everglades and returning to the sun-bleached coastal highways. Suncoast outboards occupied a sprawling cinder-block warehouse at the edge of a commercial canal in Jupiter. Chain-link fences topped with razor wire secured the perimeter. Dozens of dry-docked speedboats and center console fishing vessels filled the gravel yard. The smell of fiberglass resin, stale seawater, and industrial solvent hung thick in the dead afternoon air. Nick parked the SUV 2 blocks away, leaving the vehicle in the shade of a massive banyan tree. He approached the facility on foot. He walked the perimeter fence. He bypassed the main gate. He located a blind spot in the camera coverage near a rusted dumpster on the alley side. He retrieved a pair of heavy bolt cutters from his canvas bag. He sheared the chain-link wire. The metal snapped with sharp, metallic clinks. He peeled the fence back. He slipped through the gap, stepping onto the crunching gravel of the boatyard. Nick moved between the towering hulls of the dry-docked vessels. The boats provided excellent cover. He reached the rear of the cinder-block warehouse. A large corrugated metal bay door stood open 3 feet to allow ventilation. He dropped to his stomach. He slid under the metal door, entering the facility. Industrial fans roared, pushing the toxic fumes of marine paint toward the ceiling vents. The noise provided perfect acoustic cover. Nick stood up in the shadows of a massive fiberglass boat mold. He surveyed the warehouse. Fluorescent lights illuminated a designated work area in the center of the concrete floor. 4 men occupied the space. They ignored the half-assembled outboard motors resting on wooden stands. They focused their attention on a folding plastic table. Stacks of shrink-wrapped kilos covered the plastic table. White powder, pure uncut cocaine, smuggled inside the hollow cowlings of the boat engines. 2 men broke the kilos open with box cutters. 2 other men measured the powder on digital scales, mixing the pure product with bags of baby laxative and baking soda. They wore blue latex gloves and disposable paper masks over their mouths. Holstered pistols hung from their belts. Nick cataloged the threat. 4 armed men. Open sightlines. A frontal assault with the shotgun guaranteed a chaotic shootout. He required precision. He required terror. Nick holstered the Glock. He unslung the pump-action shotgun. He left the weapons resting against the fiberglass boat mold. He needed silence for the initial breach. He gripped the heavy steel crowbar. Nick crept along the perimeter wall, utilizing the stacks of wooden shipping crates for concealment. He flanked the work area. He reached a towering rack of heavy marine batteries positioned 10 feet behind the men at the table. He waited for the rhythm of their work to peak. He waited for the tearing of plastic and the hum of the digital scales to occupy their focus. Nick stepped out from behind the battery rack. He closed the distance in 3 silent, rapid strides. He swung the steel crowbar in a brutal horizontal arc. The heavy iron struck the back of the first man's knees. Bone shattered. The man collapsed with a muffled shriek, hitting the concrete floor. Nick reversed the swing. The blunt end of the crowbar caught the second man in the rib cage. The impact cracked a minimum of 3 ribs. The man stumbled backward, gasping for air, dropping his box cutter. The remaining 2 men spun around. Their eyes widened above their paper masks. They reached for the pistols on their belts. Nick dropped the crowbar. He closed the gap. He grabbed the third man by the throat, driving his thumb into the carotid artery. He used the man's momentum to pivot, slamming him face first into the plastic folding table. Kilos of cocaine erupted in a cloud of white dust. The fourth man cleared his weapon from the holster. Nick kicked the side of the plastic table. The heavy folding legs buckled. The table flipped upward, striking the fourth man in the chest and knocking his aim toward the ceiling. The pistol fired a single shot into the aluminum rafters. Nick vaulted the collapsed table. He drove his knee into the fourth man's sternum. The air rushed from the cartel soldier's lungs. Nick followed with a hard right cross to the jaw. The man's eyes rolled back into his skull. He went limp. Silence rushed back into the warehouse, broken only by the hum of the industrial fans and the groans of the men on the floor. Nick moved with methodical speed. He dragged the 4 unconscious and disabled men toward a steel structural column. He bound their wrists and ankles with the heavy plastic zip ties from his canvas bag. He stripped their weapons, tossing the handguns into a drum of waste oil. He retrieved a road flare from his pocket. He struck the cap against the abrasive friction pad. The flare ignited with a brilliant, blinding hiss of red phosphorus. Nick tossed the burning flare onto the pile of spilled cocaine, plastic wrap, and cardboard shipping boxes. The chemical fire caught instantly. The plastic melted and burned, releasing a toxic black smoke. The syndicate's mainland inventory turned to ash on the concrete floor. Nick approached the man tied to the structural column. The cartel soldier groaned, blinking his eyes open. Blood dripped from his swollen jaw. Nick reached into his breast pocket. He extracted the Queen of Spades. He slapped the playing card flat against the man's chest. He used a strip of silver duct tape to secure the message over the cartel soldier's heart. The man stared down at the card. He read the heavy black ink. Jessica Weaver. Vengeance. Memorize the words, Nick commanded. Rico Salazar asks for a description of the attacker. You describe the playing card. You tell Rico the ghost owes a debt in New York. You tell Rico the debt collector arrived in Florida. Nick turned his back on the burning narcotics. He walked toward the open bay door. He slid under the corrugated metal. He stepped out into the blinding afternoon sun. The air in the boatyard smelled fresh and clean compared to the burning chemicals inside the facility. He slipped back through the cut chain-link fence. He walked the 2 blocks to the parked armored SUV. He ignited the engine. He steered the vehicle south, heading back toward the deep swamp. The first blow landed. The stash house burned. The message traveled up the chain of command. By nightfall, Rico Salazar would tear his empire apart looking for the threat. The barrier island would bleed security personnel. The fortress at Cypress Point Estates prepared to lose its shields. The ghost waited in the dark. Nick intended to introduce him to the fire. Chapter 19. The Florida sky turned the color of a fresh bruise. Deep purple clouds stacked tight against the eastern horizon, swallowing the late afternoon sun. The suffocating coastal humidity thickened, coating Nick's lungs like hot oil. He steered the stolen armored SUV off the asphalt and onto the treacherous mud track leading deep into the Everglades. The swamp reacted to the atmospheric shift. The relentless chorus of cicadas ceased. The frogs buried themselves deep in the black mud. Egrets and herons abandoned the shallows, flying inland in massive silent flocks. Nature recognized the impending violence. Nick felt the barometric pressure plunge. The change popped in his ears and throbbed in his sinuses. He reached the rusted corrugated tin roof of the abandoned shrimp packing plant. The heavy steel double doors shrieked on their hinges. Walter stood in the threshold, hauling the metal inward. Nick parked the SUV next to the stainless steel sorting tables. He cut the ignition. The stash house burns, Nick announced, stepping out of the vehicle. I left the playing card. The message travels to Rico. Walter slammed the steel doors shut, throwing the heavy iron deadbolts. The old fisherman ignored the tactical update. He stared at the corrugated tin ceiling. You smell the ozone, Walter said. His voice rumbled in the cavernous space. You feel the dead air. The Leviathan stirs. Nick walked toward the illuminated corner of the sorting floor. The diesel generator roared, but Diego ignored the mechanical noise. The hacker sat cross-legged on a wooden shipping crate, his face bathed in the harsh blue light of the rugged laptop screen. Sarah stood behind Diego. She chewed a thumbnail, staring over his shoulder at the monitor. Rico mobilizes his security, Nick asked, dropping a spare Glock magazine onto the table. Rico faces a superior adversary, Diego replied. He tapped a finger against the glowing glass. I monitor the National Hurricane Center encrypted feeds. They bypass the public broadcast delays. Delilah executed a hard Western pivot 2 hours ago. Nick leaned over the laptop. A massive satellite image filled the screen. A swirling mass of angry red and orange pixels dominated the Atlantic Ocean. A distinct, terrifying black hole marked the center of the rotation. The eye of the storm. A projected trajectory cone stretched from the eye, aiming like a spear tip straight for their specific stretch of the Florida coastline. Category 4, Diego read the telemetry data. Sustained winds register at 145 miles per hour. The storm surge estimates reach 12 feet. The system feeds on the warm Gulf Stream water. The monster gathers strength. The timeline accelerates, Sarah whispered. Her hands shook. The governor declared a mandatory evacuation for all barrier islands and coastal flood zones 20 minutes ago. The emergency sirens sound on the mainland. Nick processed the meteorological shift. A Category 4 hurricane dismantled human plans. It erased infrastructure. It leveled concrete. Cypress Point Estates occupies a barrier island, Nick noted. The local police initiate the evacuation protocols, Diego confirmed, bringing up a split screen displaying local traffic cameras. The cameras showed pure chaos. Highway A1A resembled a parking lot. Thousands of vehicles packed the northbound and westbound lanes, glowing red taillights stretching for miles. People strapped plywood to the roofs of sedans. Gas stations displayed empty pump handles. Vickers lacks the manpower to control the panic, Nick said, studying the gridlock. The deputies abandon their cartel payroll duties to direct traffic. Rico loses his municipal shield. Rico loses his private army, Sarah added. She pointed at the traffic feed. The security contractors abandon their posts. Men prioritize their own families over a billionaire's perimeter wall. The guards flee the storm. The consultant stays, Nick stated. The certainty in Nick's voice drew stares from the crew. A professional executioner ignores panic, Nick explained. He assesses the statistics. He assesses his fortress. He owns a concrete mansion elevated above the floodplain. He owns a fortified bunker designed to withstand Category 5 winds. He owns massive diesel generators. Plunging into that traffic jam traps him in a vulnerable metal box. He hunkers down. He rides out the storm in luxury. Walter moved to the corner of the sorting floor. The old fisherman threw a heavy canvas tarp off a long, flat object resting on a wooden trailer. A custom flat-bottom airboat sat in the shadows. The hull consisted of reinforced fiberglass. A massive airplane propeller occupied a metal safety cage at the stern. A V8 automobile engine provided the power plant. The hurricane provides the ultimate cover, Nick said, walking toward the airboat. The wind drowns the noise of the propeller. The storm surge raises the water level in the intracoastal. We clear the submerged oyster beds and the hidden sandbars. We float right over the perimeter walls of Cypress Point. Sarah stared at Nick. The bruised skin on her jaw paled. You propose riding a fiberglass shell into a Category 4 hurricane. The wind flips the boat. The surge crushes you against the mangrove trunks. The surge arrives behind the eye, Walter corrected. The old man ran a calloused hand along the smooth fiberglass hull. The initial outer bands bring heavy rain and gale-force winds. The water remains navigable for the first 3 hours of the assault. We hit the island before the wall of the eye makes landfall. We execute the extraction. We find shelter inside his concrete fortress. A suicide mission, Sarah declared. A required tactical maneuver, Nick countered. The storm isolates the target. The ghost loses his communications. He loses his backup. We breach the mansion while the hurricane tears the roof tiles off. Nick grabbed a canvas duffel bag. He began loading the matte black pump-action shotguns and the boxes of red plastic shells. Diego, Nick commanded. Transfer the digital ledger to a secure flash drive. Wrap the drive in 3 layers of waterproof plastic. You carry the ledger. You keep it dry. Diego unhooked the braided power cable. You require my presence on the assault team? I require your skills. The ghost operates a smart home. Electronic locks. Closed circuit, interior cameras. You bypass the security grid. You grant us access to the inner sanctum. The first band of the hurricane struck the packing plant. The impact sounded like a freight train colliding with the building. The corrugated tin roof shrieked, the metal vibrating under the sheer force of the gale. A deluge of rain hammered the exterior, a deafening drumbeat that forced Nick to raise his voice to a shout. Water immediately began pooling under the heavy steel double doors, leaking onto the concrete sorting floor. Nick handed a loaded shotgun to Walter. The fisherman checked the safety and slung the weapon over his shoulder. "We leave the armored SUV," Nick ordered. "We leave the millions in cartel cash on the table. The paper holds zero value in the flood." Sarah picked up one of the shrink-wrapped bricks of $100 bills. She stared at the money. She dropped the brick back onto the pyramid. The cash represented a cage. She chose the storm. She walked to the weapons crate. She picked up a heavy tire iron. She gripped the cold metal. "I possess zero firearms training," Sarah shouted over the roaring rain. "I understand blunt force." Nick nodded. He tossed her a thick Kevlar tactical vest. "Strap the armor tight. Protect your center mass." Walter climbed into the elevated pilot's seat of the airboat. He checked the fuel gauges. He primed the massive V8 engine. "Open the canal doors," Walter roared. Nick and Diego ran to the rear of the packing plant. Massive wooden barn doors faced the dark water of the deep swamp canal. They lifted the heavy iron retaining bar. They pushed the doors open. The wind tore the heavy wood from their hands, slamming the doors flat against the exterior cinderblock walls. Horizontal rain lashed Nick's face. The raindrops felt like scattered birdshot. The canal water churned, angry whitecaps forming in the narrow channel. The tops of the ancient cypress trees bent under the invisible weight of the gale. Walter turned the ignition key on the airboat control panel. The V8 engine erupted. The massive airplane propeller spun into a blur. The backdraft created an artificial hurricane inside the packing plant, scattering loose papers and blowing dust into their eyes. Nick grabbed Gravy the terrier. He tucked the shivering dog into his tactical vest, zipping the heavy canvas halfway up to secure the animal. He climbed onto the flat bow of the airboat. Sarah and Diego took positions behind the pilot's seat, clutching the metal safety rails. Walter shoved the throttle forward. The flat-bottom hull slid off the wooden trailer. The fiberglass hit the sloping concrete floor, skidded through the drainage trenches, and launched out the open rear doors. The airboat splashed into the churning black water of the canal. Walter spun the metal steering stick. The rudder flaps directed the massive thrust of the propeller. The boat pivoted, the bow cutting through the angry whitecaps. They left the concrete mausoleum behind. They entered the howling void of the Florida swamp. Nick knelt on the bow. The rain blinded him. The wind threatened to tear the shotgun from his grip. He peered into the absolute darkness, watching the silhouettes of the bending trees. Hurricane Delilah approached the coast, a monster of wind and water determined to scrub the shoreline clean. Nick Holleran rode out to meet the storm, hunting a monster of his own. Chapter 20. Black water crashed over the fiberglass bow. The V8 engine screamed against the gale. The massive airplane propeller chopped the hurricane winds into a deafening mechanical roar. Hurricane Delilah transformed the intracoastal waterway from a sluggish channel into a chaotic boiling ocean. Walter piloted the airboat standing up. The old fisherman gripped the metal steering stick with both hands. Rain plastered his yellow slicker to his heavy frame. Lightning flashed, painting the sky in jagged streaks of magnesium white. The strobe effect illuminated the destruction. Ancient mangrove trees snapped under the invisible weight of the wind. The splintering wood sounded like cannon fire over the storm. Sheets of corrugated tin tore from distant boat docks, spinning through the air like lethal razor blades. The barometric pressure crushed the breath from their lungs. Nick huddled behind the aluminum safety cage. He kept one arm pressed tight across his Kevlar tactical vest. Gravy shivered inside the heavy canvas. The terrier dug his claws into Nick's shirt. Nick shielded the animal from the driving rain with his own body. He crawled across the slick fiberglass deck. He reached Diego. The hacker sat wedged between a spare fuel drum and the engine mount. He protected his rubberized laptop inside a thick, waterproof Pelican case. A braided cable ran from the case to a satellite transmitter strapped to his chest. Nick grabbed Diego by the collar of his windbreaker. He pulled the hacker close. He shouted directly into Diego's ear. "Establish a connection. I need a secure line." Diego nodded. He popped the latches on the Pelican case. He shielded the keyboard with his torso. He typed a sequence of commands. He handed Nick a heavy plastic headset holding a bone conduction microphone. Nick strapped the headset over his skull. The earpieces sealed out the roar of the hurricane. "I possess a dial tone," Diego shouted. "Route the signal through the municipal emergency dispatch," Nick commanded. "Patch me through to Chief Vickers. Use his personal cellular number." Diego executed the bypass. The line clicked. A digital ringtone hummed in Nick's ears. The connection opened. The sound of shouting deputies and blaring sirens bled through the earpiece. The mainland police department drowned in the chaos of the mandatory evacuation. "Vickers," the police chief barked. He sounded breathless. He sounded panicked. "You failed to check the ashes," Nick said. Silence slammed onto the line. The background noise of the police precinct seemed to freeze. "Holleran." Vickers breathed the name. A trace of pure dread laced the single word. "I watched your establishment burn. The thermal intensity melted the glass. Nothing survives that fire. I survived. The digital ledger survived. The millions in cartel payroll survived." Nick wiped the stinging salt water from his eyes. "You cleared the board for Rico Salazar. You arrested me. You facilitated an assassination attempt. You chose a side in the war. The storm hits the coast, Holleran. I lack the time for your vendetta. The surge washes your threats away. The storm provides my cover." Nick gripped the metal railing of the airboat. He watched the massive concrete walls of Cypress Point Estates emerge from the darkness ahead. "I dictate the timeline now. I hold the map to Rico's empire. I hold the coordinates to his private executioner." Vickers hesitated. The calculation ran through the corrupt cop's mind. "You bluff. The ghost exists as a rumor. The ghost lives on the northern tip of the barrier island. Lot number 50. Cypress Point Estates." Nick fed the intelligence to the chief, piece by piece. He loaded the trap. "I approach his seawall right now. I possess a tactical team. I possess heavy weapons. I intend to extract a full confession from the consultant. I intend to broadcast that confession, along with the ledger, to the Federal Bureau of Investigation. You commit suicide. The barrier island faces a 12-foot storm surge. I embrace the water. Tell Rico the news, Chief." Nick injected absolute certainty into his voice. "Tell Rico his cleaner compromised the entire operation. Tell Rico I sit in his favorite assassin's living room. He wants his ledger back. He comes to Cypress Point. He comes tonight. He murders you. He slaughters your entire crew. He enters the meat grinder." Nick severed the connection. He tossed the headset back to Diego. The hacker caught the plastic gear and slammed the Pelican case shut. Nick crawled back to the bow. He grabbed the barrel of his pump-action shotgun. He checked the chamber. The red plastic shell seated tight. Sarah clung to the starboard railing. She stared at Nick through the blinding rain. She understood the conversation. She understood the strategy. "You invited the devil to the island," Sarah shouted over the engine noise. "I locked the devil in a cage with the hurricane," Nick yelled back. Rico ignores an empty threat. He ignores a distant enemy. "We hit his bank. We burned his stash house. Now we threaten his anonymity." He faces a choice. He abandons the empire, or he travels into the eye of the storm to eliminate the leak. He brings an army. The storm strips his army. His mercenaries flee the weather. He brings his desperate loyalists. He brings a manageable number. Nick pointed toward the looming barrier island. "We breach the fortress. We secure the ghost. We wait for Rico." Walter wrenched the steering stick. The airboat banked hard to the right. The intracoastal waterway swelled. The leading edge of the storm surge pushed a massive volume of Atlantic seawater into the narrow channels. The water level rose 6 feet above the normal high tide mark. The surge erased the topography. The 12-foot concrete perimeter walls protecting Cypress Point estates transformed into minor navigational hazards. The airboat skipped over the submerged private docks. The fiberglass hull scraped against the tops of flooded security gates. They bypassed the armed guardhouse entirely, floating above the manicured lawns of the billionaire enclave. Walter killed the V8 engine. The sudden absence of the screaming propeller left a void filled instantly by the howling hurricane winds. The airboat glided on its forward momentum. It slid across a flooded tennis court. It drifted through an avenue of submerged palm trees. The dark water carried them toward the northern tip of the island. Lot number 50 loomed in the strobe light flashes of lightning. The modern mansion resembled a geometric fortress. Slabs of white architectural concrete formed intersecting cubes. Impact-resistant glass walled the second floor. Zero light escaped the structure. The ghost observed absolute blackout conditions. The airboat bumped against a set of wide, flooded marble stairs leading to a grand portico. Nick grabbed a mooring line. He leapt from the bow. He splashed into waist-deep water. The storm surge churned around his combat boots. He waded toward a thick stone pillar supporting the portico roof. He wrapped the heavy nylon rope around the pillar, tying a secure bowline knot. Walter slung his shotgun over his shoulder. The fisherman stepped off the boat, hitting the flooded marble. Diego followed, holding the pelican case high above his head. Sarah climbed over the railing. She gripped her heavy tire iron. The cold seawater soaked her denim shorts. She shivered, joining the men in the shadow of the concrete overhang. The portico offered temporary shelter from the driving rain, but the wind continued to howl through the open columns. Nick unzipped his tactical vest. He pulled Gravy out. He set the trembling terrier on the highest dry marble step. "Stay," Nick commanded the dog. He turned to face the massive entrance of the mansion. A set of double doors, constructed from solid, reinforced steel, blocked their path. 0 keyholes broke the smooth metal surface. A biometric scanner glowed with a faint red light on the stone wall beside the frame. Nick tapped Diego on the shoulder. He pointed at the glowing red panel. Diego waded up the stairs. He set the pelican case on a dry stone ledge. He popped the latches. He extracted the laptop and a tangled mess of copper wires ending in alligator clips. "Magnetic locks," Diego stated, studying the steel frame. "Industrial strength. They hold against 2 tons of direct force. The biometric scanner reads retinal patterns and thumbprints." "Bypass the scanner," Nick ordered. "The system operates on an isolated internal circuit. I require a physical connection to the wiring harness." Diego pulled a multi-tool from his pocket. He jammed the flathead screwdriver blade under the plastic housing of the biometric panel. He pried the plastic away from the stone. Sparks showered as the housing cracked. Diego exposed a cluster of colored wires. He attached the alligator clips to specific terminals. He connected the opposite ends to a USB interface port on his laptop. His fingers flew across the mechanical keyboard. The security mainframe recognizes the intrusion, Diego warned. It initiates a lockdown protocol. I run a brute force decryption on the magnetic lock relays. I need 60 seconds. Nick raised his shotgun. He aimed at the seam between the double doors. Walter took a position on the left flank, his weapon raised. Sarah stood behind them, gripping the iron bar. 30 seconds passed. The hurricane battered the exterior walls. The concrete fortress absorbed the impact. "The ghost knows we stand on his porch," Nick said. "The system alert sounds inside the house. He prepares a welcome." 45 seconds, Diego muttered. Code cascaded down his screen in a waterfall of green digits. A sharp metallic clack echoed from the heavy steel doors. The red light on the broken scanner turned a solid bright green. "The magnetic seals disengage," Diego announced. He ripped the alligator clips from the wiring harness. He slammed the laptop shut and shoved it into the Pelican case. Nick stepped forward. He pressed his combat boot against the center of the steel double doors. He kicked hard. The heavy metal swung inward. Absolute darkness greeted them. Nick clicked the tail switch of his heavy-duty flashlight. A brilliant beam of white halogen light pierced the gloom. The beam swept across a massive, cavernous foyer. Polished black granite floors reflected the light. Minimalist modern art hung on pristine white walls. A sweeping glass staircase led to the second floor. The air inside the mansion smelled of expensive leather, ozone, and surgical scrub. The sterility of the environment triggered a visceral reaction in Nick. The air smelled identical to the alleyway off Bleecker Street. The ghost controlled his environment with psychotic precision. Nick crossed the threshold. He entered the killing floor. He swept the flashlight beam toward the glass staircase. A single bullet shattered the flashlight in his hand. The impact tore the aluminum cylinder from Nick's grip. Shards of glass and metal exploded against his Kevlar vest. The foyer plunged back into total darkness. The crack of a suppressed rifle echoed off the high ceiling. "Down!" Nick roared. He dove toward the cover of a massive marble planter. Walter dropped to his knees, taking shelter behind a heavy leather sofa. Sarah dragged Diego behind a structural concrete pillar. They occupied the dark. The ghost held the high ground. The final battle commenced in the shadows. Chapter 21. Total darkness transformed the cavernous foyer into a sensory void. The hurricane battered the impact-resistant glass of the mansion, a continuous deafening roar that masked the subtle sounds of movement. The air smelled of vaporized aluminum, shattered flashlight glass, and the sharp, metallic tang of cordite. Nick lay flat against the polished black granite floor. He kept his head pressed behind the thick marble base of the planter. He regulated his breathing. He visualized the layout of the room from the single second of halogen illumination. The sweeping glass staircase dominated the center. The second-floor landing provided a commanding vantage point. The ghost held the high ground. The ghost possessed night vision or thermal optics. The single precise shot that destroyed the flashlight confirmed a technological advantage. "Covering fire," Nick whispered. He keyed the bone conduction microphone, still strapped to his skull. 10 feet away, behind the leather sofa, Walter racked the slide of his pump-action shotgun. The mechanical clack sounded tiny against the storm. Walter aimed the barrel upward, at an aggressive angle. He squeezed the trigger 3 times in rapid succession. Deafening explosions rocked the enclosed space. Blinding orange muzzle flashes strobed across the white walls. The heavy double-aught buckshot shredded the drywall ceiling above the glass staircase, raining pulverized gypsum over the foyer. The strobe flashes provided Nick with 3 distinct frames of vision. Frame 1, the glass staircase stood empty. Frame 2, a shadow detached from the second-floor railing, moving with liquid speed toward a thick concrete support column. Frame 3, a suppressed rifle barrel tracked the origin of the shotgun blasts. The darkness returned. Nick abandoned the marble planter. He utilized the temporary blindness caused by Walter's muzzle flashes to cross the open granite floor. He sprinted toward the base of the glass staircase. He kept his footfalls light, landing on the balls of his combat boots. A suppressed rifle shot cracked. A bullet chipped the granite floor 2 inches from Walter's leather sofa. The ghost acquired the target. Nick hit the first glass step. He climbed. He kept his body low, crawling up the transparent treads. He reached the halfway point. The ghost fired a second round at Walter's position. The bullet tore through the heavy leather upholstery. Nick located the origin of the muzzle flash. The concrete support column on the left side of the second-floor gallery. Nick cleared the top step. He rolled onto the plush carpet of the second floor. He drew his Glock from the holster. He lunged toward the concrete column. The ghost sensed the movement. He pivoted, swinging the long barrel of the suppressed rifle toward Nick's chest. The man wore a matte black tactical suit and a pair of panoramic night vision goggles. Nick swatted the rifle barrel aside with his left forearm. The weapon fired into the floorboards. Nick drove his right fist into the center of the night vision goggles. The expensive optical lenses shattered. Glass and plastic bit into the ghost's face. The man grunted, dropping the rifle. He reacted with professional, terrifying speed. He stepped inside Nick's guard. He wrapped a thick braided nylon cord around Nick's throat. He crossed his wrists and pulled tight. The identical knot. The identical method used on Jessica Weaver. The nylon bit deep into Nick's flesh. The blood flow to his brain restricted in a fraction of a second. White-hot panic flared in his chest. He dropped the Glock. He clawed at the cord, trying to wedge his fingers between his skin and the nylon. The ghost possessed the strength of an industrial vice. Nick stopped fighting the cord. He fought the man. Nick threw his weight backward. He launched both of them over the heavy glass railing of the second-floor gallery. They fell 12 feet. They crashed into the center of the polished granite foyer. The impact shattered the ghost's grip on the garrote. Nick rolled away, gasping for air, clutching his bruised throat. The ghost scrambled to his feet. He reached for a combat knife strapped to his thigh. Walter stepped out from behind the leather sofa. The old fisherman jammed the hot barrel of his shotgun directly against the ghost's sternum. "Draw the steel," Walter commanded, his voice a gravel rumble over the storm. "I cut you in half." The ghost froze. His hand hovered over the knife handle. The night vision goggles hung in jagged plastic ruins around his neck. Blood dripped from shallow cuts on his cheeks. He possessed ordinary, unremarkable features. The face of an accountant or a mid-level bank manager. The ultimate camouflage for a monster. Nick picked himself up from the granite floor. He rubbed his throat. He retrieved his dropped Glock from the carpeted stairs. He descended the glass treads, walking toward the captured assassin. "Turn on the lights, Diego," Nick ordered. Diego emerged from behind the structural pillar. The hacker retrieved his heavy-duty flashlight from his canvas jacket. He aimed the beam at the center of the room. The white light illuminated the ghost. The man blinked, his pupils contracting against the glare. He displayed zero panic. He calculated the variables. He evaluated his captors. "You violate sovereign property," the consultant stated. His voice sounded calm, cultured, and devoid of inflection. "You face severe legal repercussions." "You face immediate, final repercussions," Nick said. He pressed the barrel of his Glock against the ghost's right kneecap. "You crushed the windpipe of a girl named Tiffany Reese. You crushed the windpipe of a girl named Jessica Weaver. You operate as Rico Salazar's private executioner." The ghost maintained eye contact with Nick. "I operate as a private citizen. I possess zero knowledge of those names." Sarah stepped into the circle of light. She gripped the heavy iron tire iron in both hands. Her knuckles showed bone white. She stared at the man who hunted her across the state. She recognized the cold, dead eyes from Tiffany's descriptions. "He lies," Sarah said. "Break his leg." "Diego," Nick said. "Initiate an audio recording." Diego tapped the keyboard on his rugged laptop. "Recording active." Nick kept the pistol pressed against the kneecap. "State your name. State your employer. Detail the executions ordered by Rico Salazar." The consultant offered a thin, superior smile. "You play detective. You lack a badge. You lack authority. You extract a forced confession. A judge throws it out before the preliminary hearing. You pull that trigger. You commit aggravated battery." "I commit pest control," Walter corrected, pressing the shotgun harder into the man's chest. A massive, rhythmic thumping noise penetrated the roar of the hurricane. The sound vibrated through the concrete walls. Not thunder. Not the howling wind. The noise resembled the heavy, synchronized beat of massive rotor blades chopping the thick Florida air. A brilliant, blinding white spotlight punched through the impact-resistant glass of the foyer windows. The beam swept the room, pinning the group in a harsh circle of illumination. "Helicopter," Diego shouted, shielding his eyes. "Military-grade searchlight." "Rico lacks aviation assets," Sarah yelled over the rising noise. A heavy, amplified voice boomed from an exterior loudspeaker, slicing through the storm. "Federal Bureau of Investigation. Drop your weapons. Exit the structure with your hands visible." Nick cursed. He kept his gun leveled at the ghost. A massive armored vehicle crashed through the manicured hedges bordering the portico. The vehicle resembled a matte black tank on heavy rubber tires. A Lenco Bearcat. The reinforced bumper battered the flooded marble stairs, coming to a halt inches from the breached steel double doors. 6 tactical agents swarmed out of the armored personnel carrier. They wore heavy Kevlar ballistic helmets and carried short-barreled assault rifles. They flooded the foyer, sweeping the room with weapon-mounted lights. "Weapons down," the lead agent roared. "Drop the shotgun. Drop the pistol. Now." Walter hesitated. He looked at Nick. "Lower the weapons," Nick ordered. Walter lowered the shotgun barrel. Nick holstered the Glock. Sarah dropped the tire iron. It clattered against the granite. The tactical agents secured the room. 2 agents forced the consultant to his knees, securing his wrists with heavy plastic zip ties. 2 more agents covered Nick, Walter, and Diego. A woman stepped out of the Bearcat and walked into the foyer. She wore a dark blue windbreaker, featuring the yellow letters FBI across the back. She possessed sharp, angular features and dark hair pulled back into a tight bun. She ignored the howling storm at her back. She surveyed the shattered glass, the ruined art, and the captured assassin. "Nick Holleran," the woman said. She closed the distance, stopping 3 feet from Nick. "I am Special Agent Elena Torres. Miami Field Office. Michael Callahan sends his regards." "Mike possesses a loud mouth," Nick replied. "Mike possesses a conscience. He called my office 2 hours ago. He detailed your one-man crusade against the coastal syndicate. He detailed your possession of a master digital ledger. Agent Torres held out an expectant hand. Hand over the drive, Holleran. Your vigilante operation concludes tonight. Nick stood his ground. He ignored her outstretched hand. You execute a dynamic entry in the middle of a Category 4 hurricane. You risk aviation assets. You risk an armored division. I secure a high-value intelligence asset before the storm washes it into the Atlantic. Torres stepped closer. The flash drive. Now. The drive remains secured, Nick stated. You arrest this man. He pointed at the consultant, kneeling on the granite. You confiscate his communication devices. You find the wire transfers from Rico Salazar. I intend to arrest everyone in this room, Torres countered. You committed armed robbery on a state highway. You assaulted marine mechanics in Jupiter. You leave a trail of burning buildings and broken bones across 3 counties. I dismantled the syndicate's shields. I forced Rico Salazar into a corner. Nick pointed toward the breached steel doors, toward the raging black water of the intracoastal. Rico believes I hold his ledger in this house. He believes his favorite executioner requires rescue. He approaches this island right now. Torres frowned. She lowered her hand. The causeway remains flooded. The mandatory evacuation clogged the mainland highways. Salazar lacks the capacity to reach this coordinates. Rico commands unlimited resources. He owns boats. He ignores weather warnings. Nick leaned toward the federal agent. You put me in handcuffs, you put Sarah in a cage, you load the evidence into your armored truck, and you drive away. Rico arrives to an empty house. He vanishes into the wind. He rebuilds the empire in a different zip code. The Bureau handles the apprehension of Rico Salazar. The Bureau chases ghosts for a decade. I deliver the monster to your lap tonight. Nick gestured to the sprawling, dark mansion. You possess a tactical squad. You possess heavy armor. We utilize this fortress. We utilize the hurricane. We set the ambush. Rico walks through those doors. You arrest the entire command structure of the coastal cartel. Torres stared at Nick. The tactical agents kept their rifles raised, waiting for the order. The wind howled through the open doorway, driving cold rain across the polished granite floor. You play a dangerous game of chess, Holleran, Torres said. Chapter 22. Special Agent Elena Torres transformed the billionaire fortress into a killbox. She barked commands over the howling wind. Her tactical team moved with practiced, lethal efficiency. 2 agents dragged massive oak dining tables across the polished granite foyer, creating heavy wooden barricades facing the breached steel double doors. Another agent killed the headlights on the Lenco Bearcat, plunging the room back into shadows. They relied entirely on the ambient strobes of lightning and the green glow of their night vision optics. Nick stood near the glass staircase. He watched the FBI dismantle his solitary crusade and convert it into a federal operation. Diego knelt beside the zip-tied assassin. The hacker extracted a slender silver cell phone from the ghost's tactical webbing. Diego plugged the device into his rugged laptop, initiating a data clone. The device utilizes an encrypted messaging application, Diego reported, his fingers flying across the keys. I bypassed the lock screen. The inbox contains a single message received 10 minutes ago. The sender employs a scrambled proxy address. Read the text, Nick ordered. The message contains 3 words, Diego said. We encounter resistance. Nick looked at Torres. The FBI agent stood behind the oak barricade, checking the magazine of her M4 carbine. Rico approaches the island, Nick stated. He encountered the storm surge. He encountered the flooded causeway. The hurricane slows his advance, but he maintains his trajectory. "My team holds the perimeter," Torres replied. She slapped the magazine into the carbine well. "We possess the armor. We possess the high ground." Salazar walks his men into a federal meat grinder. A tactical agent stationed near the open double doors raised a clenched fist. The universal signal for silence. The roar of the Category 4 hurricane dominated the acoustic environment, but a different mechanical pitch pierced the chaos. The high, angry whine of a marine outboard motor. "Vessel approaching," the agent hissed over the tactical radio net. "Single contact. Rigid-hulled inflatable boat. The pilot navigates the flooded lawn." Torres raised her carbine. The laser sight painted a distinct green dot on the churning black water outside the portico. "Hold your fire. Identify the target." The inflatable boat bumped against the side of the matte black Bearcat. The outboard motor coughed and died. A figure stepped out of the rubber vessel. He waded through the waist-deep storm surge, fighting the current pushing across the marble stairs. He raised both hands high above his head. Lightning flashed, illuminating the intruder. Chuck Denton. The former Tampa detective wore a heavy yellow foul-weather jacket. Water streamed from his close-cropped silver hair. He squinted into the dark foyer, trying to locate the source of the green laser dot resting against his chest. "Do not shoot," Chuck roared over the storm. "I hold a private investigator license. I carry 0 weapons in my hands. I seek Nick Holleran." Nick stepped out from behind the glass staircase. "Lower the rifles," Nick told Torres. "I know this man. He operates as a local security contractor." Torres kept the green dot centered on Chuck's chest. "Advance into the room. Keep your hands elevated." Chuck waded through the flooded entrance. He cleared the steel doors. He stopped near the front bumper of the armored Bearcat. He lowered his hands, shaking the cold seawater from his jacket sleeves. He scanned the room. He cataloged the tactical agents, the heavy barricades, and the captured assassin kneeling on the granite floor. His eyes landed on Nick. "You build a complex party," Chuck said. He sounded out of breath. He sounded rattled. "The guest list expanded," Nick replied. "You brave a Category 4 hurricane, Chuck. You navigate a flooded barrier island in a rubber boat. You display immense dedication to neighborhood watch duties." Chuck ignored the sarcasm. He stepped toward Nick. "I monitored the municipal emergency bans. I heard Vickers screaming at his dispatchers. I heard the chatter about an FBI strike team commandeering an armored vehicle and heading for Cypress Point. I knew you hit the island. I knew you walked into a trap." "I set the trap," Nick corrected. "You set a snare for a bear, and a dragon arrives." Chuck pointed a thick finger at the open doorway. "Rico Salazar rides the storm surge right behind me. He commandeered a massive offshore racing catamaran. He brings 20 heavily armed cartel soldiers. He intends to level this structure to the foundation. The Bureau possesses sufficient firepower to repel a cartel assault," Torres interrupted. Chuck looked at the federal agent. He offered a bleak, patronizing smile. "You underestimate the adversary, Agent Torres. Your men carry standard-issue armor. Rico brings armor-piercing incendiary rounds. He brings men who view death as a career advancement. You try to hold this foyer, you die on this granite." Chuck turned his attention back to Nick. He lowered his voice, adopting the tone of a desperate, loyal friend. "Listen to me, Nick. The situation escalated beyond control. You hold the digital drive. Rico wants the ledger. Give me the drive. I take the rubber boat. I intercept Rico on the water. I hand him the ledger. I negotiate a ceasefire. I buy you and your crew the time you need to evacuate in the Bearcat. Nick stared at Chuck. The water dripped from the former cop's yellow jacket, forming a dark puddle on the floor. You broker a peace treaty in the middle of a hurricane, Nick summarized. I salvage your life. I owe you for the badge we both used to wear. Give me the flash drive. The feds lack the capacity to stop this army. Rico intends to burn you alive. He knows you hit his mainland operations. You pushed him over the edge. I disrupted his cash flow. You made it personal. Chuck shouted, losing his composure. He took another step toward Nick. You stapled a playing card to a man's chest. You left the Queen of Spades burning in a Jupiter warehouse. Rico saw the photograph of the card. He lost his mind. He intends to peel your skin off. The silence in the foyer thickened, heavier than the barometric pressure of the storm outside. Nick stood perfectly still. He let the words hang in the humid air. He looked at Sarah. She gripped her iron bar, her eyes locked on Chuck. He looked at Diego. The hacker paused his keystrokes. He looked at Walter. The old fisherman tightened his grip on the pump-action shotgun. Nick returned his gaze to Chuck Denton. I burned the warehouse in Jupiter, Nick said. His voice dropped to a quiet, lethal register. I knocked 4 men unconscious. I dropped a single playing card on the chest of 1 man. Chuck nodded, desperate to maintain the momentum. You left a signature. I left a message, Nick agreed. I told 0 cops about the card. I told 0 federal agents about the card. Diego lacked the time to monitor the police scanners regarding the warehouse fire. The Jupiter Police Department lacks the intelligence to connect a playing card to Rico Salazar. The color drained from Chuck's face. The ruddy, wind-burned skin turned the color of old ash. Only 2 groups of people knew about the Queen of Spades, Nick continued, taking a slow step toward Chuck. My crew, standing in this room. And Rico Salazar's inner circle. The men who received the photograph. Chuck opened his mouth. He closed it. The seasoned liar searched his mental archives for a plausible alibi. He found 0 exits. You claimed you monitored the police bands, Nick said. He drew his Glock from the holster. He kept the barrel pointed at the granite floor. The police bands hold 0 knowledge of the Queen of Spades. You received your briefing directly from the cartel boss. Nick, you misunderstand the chain of information. Chuck raised his hands, palms facing outward. I understand the entire board, Nick said. You visited my bar to deliver threats disguised as friendly advice. You visited my jail cell to orchestrate a release that kept me in play for Rico's hunters. You arrive at this mansion to extract the primary evidence before the FBI secures it in a federal vault. Nick raised the pistol. He aimed at the center of the yellow foul-weather jacket. You function as Rico's inside man. You wear the badge of a private investigator to mask the collar of a cartel dog. Agent Torres shifted her carbine, tracking the new threat. Hands on your head, Denton. Interlock your fingers. Drop to your knees. Chuck ignored the federal agent. He stared down the barrel of Nick's Glock. The facade of the friendly, compromised cop vanished. The authentic Chuck Denton emerged, a ruthless opportunist cornered by his own hubris. You doom everyone in this room, Holleran, Chuck snarled. You possess a simplistic morality. You think you win because you caught the spy. The spy tried to save you from the firing squad. Drop to your knees, Torres repeated, her finger tightening on the trigger of her M4. Chuck reached into the pocket of his yellow jacket. Nick evaluated the movement. He measured the speed. He measured the intent. Chuck cleared a compact, snub-nosed revolver from the deep waterproof pocket. He swung the short barrel toward Nick's chest. Nick squeezed the Glock trigger. The 9mm hollow-point round struck Chuck Denton in the right shoulder. The impact spun the heavy man like a top. The snub-nosed revolver fired a wild shot into the acoustic ceiling tiles. Chuck crashed into the side of the matte black Bearcat, sliding down the armored steel to the flooded floor. Blood blossomed against the yellow fabric of his jacket. He clutched his shattered shoulder, gritting his teeth against the pain. Two tactical agents rushed forward. They kicked the dropped revolver across the granite. They pinned Chuck to the floor, securing his wrists with heavy plastic zip ties. Nick lowered his smoking weapon. He stared at the bleeding man. The betrayal stung, a final reminder that the Florida coast corrupted everything it touched. "Secure the prisoner," Torres ordered her men. She turned to Nick. She offered a brief, respectful nod. "You possess sharp instincts, Holleran." Nick ejected the spent magazine. He slapped a fresh magazine into the grip. He racked the slide, chambering a new round. "My instincts warn me about the open door," Nick said, pointing the weapon toward the breached steel entrance and the howling hurricane. A massive shadow detached from the driving rain. A 60-foot offshore racing catamaran glided into the flooded portico, crushing the fiberglass hull of Chuck's discarded inflatable boat. Twin diesel engines idled with a deep, menacing thrum that vibrated the marble stairs. Silhouettes moved along the deck of the catamaran. Men wearing heavy black tactical gear. Men carrying long-barreled assault rifles. Rico Salazar arrived. Chapter 23. Twin diesel engines idled with a deep, menacing thrum. The vibration shook the flooded marble stairs of the portico. The massive 60-foot offshore racing catamaran dominated the entrance, its sleek fiberglass hull illuminated by the strobes of hurricane lightning. Cartel soldiers vaulted over the gunnels. They splashed into the waist-deep storm surge. They wore black tactical gear. They held short-barreled rifles high above the churning water. They moved with coordinated, military precision. Special Agent Torres raised her M4 carbine. The green laser sight cut through the driving rain, painting the chest of the nearest soldier. "Concentrate fire on the dismounting troops," Torres commanded her tactical squad. Nick grabbed the shoulder of her blue FBI windbreaker. He pulled her down behind the heavy oak barricade. "You construct a flawed strategy," Nick shouted over the howling wind. "You face 20 men. They carry armor-piercing, incendiary ammunition. They shred these wooden tables in 10 seconds. They breach the Bearcat armor in 60 seconds. Torres glared at him. She kept her grip tight on the carbine. "I hold the choke point. I repel the assault." "You lose the war," Nick countered. He pointed at the captured assassin kneeling on the granite, then at Diego clutching the Pelican case. "The ghost represents the objective. The digital ledger represents the objective. Rico intends to burn this mansion to ash, to destroy them. You engage in a static firefight, the evidence burns. The witnesses die. I refuse to abandon a tactical position. You execute a tactical exfiltration." Nick leaned closer. The wind tore the words from his mouth. "Load the prisoners into the Bearcat. Load my crew. Button up the steel plates. Put the armored vehicle in reverse and drive off this flooded island." Torres calculated the variables. She evaluated the incoming cartel firepower. She evaluated the vulnerability of the unarmored witnesses. The rigid doctrine of the Bureau clashed with the chaotic reality of the Florida coast. Logic prevailed. "My team provides the escort," Torres said. She keyed her shoulder microphone. "Fall back to the transport. Secure the high-value targets." The FBI tactical agents moved. Two men hauled the consultant to his feet, shoving the zip-tied assassin toward the rear doors of the matte black Lenco Bearcat. Two other agents grabbed the bleeding Chuck Denton, dragging the compromised private investigator through the flooded foyer. Diego splashed toward the armored vehicle. He clutched the Pelican case tight against his chest. He stopped at the heavy steel door. He looked back at Nick. "The extraction leaves you stranded," Diego noted. "The extraction guarantees the survival of the ledger," Nick said. "Deliver the files to the Miami field office. Do not stop until you see federal concrete." Diego offered a single, sharp nod. He climbed into the dark interior of the personnel carrier. Sarah remained behind the oak barricade. She gripped the heavy tire iron in her right hand. Seawater soaked her denim shorts. She shivered in the gale-force wind. She stared at the advancing line of cartel soldiers wading through the portico. "Move to the truck," Nick commanded. Sarah locked her jaw. "We initiated this fight together. I refuse to flee in a federal taxi. You possess zero firearms training. You hold a piece of scrap metal." Nick grabbed the front of his tactical vest. He unzipped the heavy canvas. He pulled Gravy the terrier out of the dry pocket. He thrust the shivering dog into Sarah's free arm. "Guard the dog," Nick ordered. He looked her in the eyes. The absolute certainty in his gaze silenced her protests. "Guard the ledger. You built the cage Rico locked you inside. You hold the key to lock him away forever. Go." Sarah clutched the terrier to her chest. Tears mixed with the driving rain on her bruised cheeks. She turned her back on the breached steel doors. She waded through the foyer and climbed into the rear of the Bearcat. The heavy steel doors slammed shut, sealing the occupants inside a mobile vault. Agent Torres paused with her hand on the driver's side door handle. "You require a ride, Holleran," Torres said. "You stay in this mansion, you die." "I draw their fire," Nick replied. "I anchor Rico to this location. You execute the escape." Walter racked the slide of his pump-action shotgun. The old fisherman stood beside Nick. He aimed the weapon at the flooded entrance. He displayed zero intention of boarding the federal transport. Torres offered a grim salute. She pulled the armored door shut. The internal locks engaged with a heavy metallic clunk. The diesel engine of the Bearcat roared. The massive armored vehicle shifted into reverse. The heavy rubber tires churned the storm surge. The Bearcat backed out of the foyer, crushing the marble stairs and plowing into the waist-deep water of the portico. The movement triggered the cartel assault. Automatic gunfire erupted from the flooded lawn. Muzzle flashes strobed white and yellow in the darkness. Bullets hammered the armored plating of the Bearcat. Sparks showered into the rain as the armor-piercing rounds gouged the reinforced steel. The ballistic glass spider webbed under the sustained impact, but the integrity held. The Bearcat ignored the gunfire. The driver steered the massive machine past the offshore catamaran, crushing the manicured hedges and disappearing into the howling hurricane. Rico Salazar stood on the bow of the racing catamaran. He wore a black foul-weather slicker over his silk suit. The wind whipped his dark hair. He pointed a thick finger at the breached steel doors of the mansion. "Burn it out," Rico commanded his soldiers. The cartel troops shifted their fire from the fleeing armored vehicle to the open foyer. A hail of bullets shredded the oak dining tables. Wood splinters exploded like shrapnel. The minimalist modern art on the white walls disintegrated. The impact-resistant glass of the sweeping staircase shattered, raining 1,000 sharp diamonds onto the polished black granite. Nick dropped flat against the floorboards. He crawled backward, dragging himself out of the primary kill zone. "Fall back," Nick shouted to Walter. They abandoned the foyer. They retreated down a wide, dark hallway leading deeper into the billionaire fortress. The interior of the mansion plunged into absolute darkness. The blackout remained absolute. Nick relied on the flashes of lightning to navigate the alien terrain. They reached a massive, open-concept kitchen. Stainless steel industrial appliances caught the ambient light. A long island, topped with thick white marble, dominated the center of the room. Nick vaulted the island. He took cover behind the thick stone. Walter dropped beside him, resting the barrel of the shotgun on the marble edge. The storm outside reached a new, terrifying crescendo. The eye wall of Hurricane Delilah struck the barrier island. The wind speed exceeded 140 miles per hour. The pressure drop caused Nick's ears to pop with agonizing force. The entire concrete structure vibrated, a low, continuous hum that resonated in their bones. Heavy boots splashed into the flooded foyer. The cartel soldiers entered the house. They moved with cautious, lethal intent. Weapon-mounted tactical lights pierced the gloom, bright white beams sweeping the shattered glass and ruined barricades. Nick checked the magazine of his Glock. 14 rounds of hollow-point ammunition. He checked the spare magazine in his pocket. He lacked the firepower to engage 20 heavily armed men in a sustained firefight. He needed to alter the environment. He needed to use the Ghost's fortress against the invaders. "They possess numbers," Walter whispered. The old man kept his eyes fixed on the hallway entrance. "They possess superior weapons." "We possess the shadows," Nick replied. Nick scanned the kitchen. The lightning revealed a massive stainless steel commercial refrigerator. Next to the refrigerator sat a heavy iron rack holding dozens of green oxygen tanks and red acetylene cylinders. The Ghost maintained a fully equipped welding station in his pristine kitchen, likely for breaking down untraceable weapons or disposing of specific evidence. A plan formed in the darkness. A desperate, brutal plan born of absolute necessity. "Walter," Nick said. He pointed at the iron rack. "Shoot the valve off the red cylinder." Walter tracked Nick's finger. He understood the physics of the request. The beams of the tactical lights entered the far end of the hallway. The cartel soldiers advanced toward the kitchen. The splash of their boots echoed over the storm. Walter aimed the pump-action shotgun at the cluster of metal tanks. He squeezed the trigger. The 12-gauge buckshot slammed into the brass valve of the largest acetylene cylinder. The heavy metal sheared off. Highly flammable, pressurized gas shrieked into the enclosed kitchen. The sound resembled a jet turbine. The stench of garlic and chemicals flooded the air. "Get down," Nick roared. He shoved Walter flat against the floor, pressing himself hard against the base of the marble island. The lead cartel soldier stepped into the kitchen entrance. He swept his weapon-mounted light across the room. He saw the hissing metal tanks. He smelled the concentrated gas. Panic broke his professional discipline. The soldier raised his rifle and fired a panicked 3-round burst into the shadows. The muzzle flash provided the ignition spark. The kitchen erupted. Chapter 24. The shockwave possessed the density of a solid concrete wall. The concussive force launched Nick backward. His Kevlar vest slammed against the base of the thick marble island. The air exploded from his lungs. A sphere of pure orange fire consumed the kitchen entrance. The thermal bloom flash-fried the 3 lead cartel soldiers. The extreme heat melted their synthetic tactical gear into their skin. They fell to the polished granite floor without a single scream. The stench of charred meat and burning nylon replaced the garlic odor of the acetylene gas. Absolute silence filled Nick's skull. The blast ruptured his eardrums. He existed in a sensory vacuum. He rolled onto his stomach. He shook his head, trying to clear the gray fog from his vision. Concrete dust coated his tongue. The explosion pulverized the dry wall, filling the air with a thick, choking particulate cloud. Nick crawled toward Walter. The old fisherman lay flat on his back. A jagged piece of shrapnel protruded from the fleshy part of his left shoulder. Blood soaked the yellow fabric of his foul-weather slicker. Walter stared at the ceiling, his jaw clenched against the pane. Nick grabbed the collar of the slicker. He hauled Walter into a sitting position. Walter locked his right hand around his pump-action shotgun. He offered a grim, blood-stained nod. He retained his weapon. He retained his fight. Nick pulled Walter to his feet. He slung Walter's uninjured arm over his own shoulder. They abandoned the marble island. They stumbled through the thick smoke, retreating through a set of swinging wooden doors at the rear of the kitchen. They entered a formal dining room. A long mahogany table stretched beneath a shattered crystal chandelier. Nick felt a sudden, terrifying shift in the atmosphere. The vibration in the concrete floor ceased. The relentless, physical pressure pushing against the impact-resistant windows vanished. The hurricane stopped. A high-pitched whine replaced the absolute silence in Nick's ears. His hearing returned in fragments. He heard Walter's ragged breathing. He heard the crackle of the burning tactical gear in the kitchen. He heard zero wind. Nick looked up through a massive, shattered skylight above the dining table. The bruised purple clouds parted. A perfect circle of clear, star-filled sky appeared. A column of pale silver moonlight shined down through the broken glass, illuminating the dust motes dancing in the dead air. The eye of Hurricane Delilah passed over Cypress Point Estates. The false peace offered a deceptive sanctuary. Nick knew the physics of a Category 4 storm. The eye provided a 20-minute window of absolute calm. Then the back wall of the hurricane would strike from the opposite direction, bringing identical destruction. Heavy boots crunched on the shattered glass in the adjacent hallway. Nick lowered Walter to the carpeted floor behind the mahogany table. He drew his Glock. He crept to the swinging wooden doors. He peered through the narrow gap between the hinges. Rico Salazar stepped into the ruined kitchen. The cartel boss wore his black foul-weather slicker. Seawater dripped from the hem, pooling on the scorched granite. He surveyed the devastation. He looked at the 3 smoking corpses of his vanguard. He displayed zero emotion. He viewed the dead men as expended inventory. 10 heavily armed soldiers filed into the room behind Rico. They spread out, raising their assault rifles, covering the blind spots. They utilized the environment, Rico said. His voice carried through the quiet house, cold and precise. They lack the ammunition for a sustained engagement. They construct traps. Watch the corners. Check the doors. A soldier kicked the melted remains of an assault rifle away from one of the corpses. The explosion compromised the primary entrance to the West Wing, boss. Ignore the West Wing, Rico commanded. He pointed a thick finger toward the swinging wooden doors of the dining room. They carry a wounded man. They leave a trail of blood. Nick looked down. Dark crimson drops stained the pristine white carpet leading from the kitchen doors directly to Walter's hiding spot. The shrapnel wound bled freely. Find Holleran, Rico ordered his men. Find the digital drive. Shoot the old man. Bring Holleran to me alive. I require a conversation before he dies. Nick stepped back from the doors. He returned to Walter. They track your blood, Nick whispered. Walter grunted. He reached his right hand across his chest. He gripped the jagged piece of metal protruding from his left shoulder. He yanked the shrapnel free. He bit down on his bottom lip, stifling a scream. He pressed his heavy thumb against the open wound, stemming the arterial flow. I stopped the leak, Walter rasped. We take the high ground. Nick pointed toward a narrow service corridor at the back of the dining room. The servant stairs. They lead to the second-floor bedrooms. We force them into a vertical choke point. Nick grabbed Walter's good arm. They abandoned the dining room. They moved into the narrow service corridor. The air smelled of old dust and expensive cedar paneling. They reached the base of a steep, uncarpeted wooden staircase. "Climb," Nick ordered. Walter gripped the wooden handrail. He dragged himself up the steps. His heavy boots thumped against the wood. Nick covered the rear. He aimed his Glock down the dark corridor. The swinging doors of the dining room crashed open. A cartel soldier stepped into the moonlight, filtering through the shattered skylight. He tracked the smears of blood on the white carpet. He aimed his rifle toward the service corridor. Nick squeezed the trigger twice. The hollow-point rounds struck the soldier in the chest armor. The impact knocked the man backward into the mahogany dining table. He collapsed in a tangle of broken chairs. "Contact!" another soldier shouted from the kitchen. A hail of automatic gunfire shredded the entrance to the service corridor. Bullets chewed through the cedar paneling, filling the narrow space with flying wood splinters. Nick retreated up the wooden stairs. He kept his head low. He reached the second-floor landing. Walter waited in the shadows. The old man leaned against a wall, covered in expensive silk wallpaper. He held the shotgun, leveled at the top of the stairwell. They occupied a long, wide hallway. 5 heavy oak doors lined the corridor, leading to the master suites of the billionaire fortress. At the far end, the glass railing of the destroyed foyer gallery overlooked the ground floor. "They possess superior numbers," Walter said, his breathing shallow. "They pin us in this hallway. They flank us from the main staircase." "We build another trap," Nick said. Nick walked to the first oak door on the right. He turned the brass knob. He pushed the door open. The room served as a massive master bedroom. A king-sized bed dominated the center. Floor-to-ceiling windows offered a panoramic view of the dark, flooded intracoastal waterway. The eye of the storm provided crystal-clear visibility. The silver moonlight illuminated the wreckage of the offshore racing catamaran moored at the portico below. Nick spotted a heavy antique armoire resting against the far wall. "Help me push this," Nick commanded. Walter tucked his shotgun under his injured arm. He pressed his good shoulder against the solid mahogany armoire. Nick planted his combat boots against the carpet. They pushed. The massive piece of furniture slid across the plush carpet. They shoved it into the hallway. They positioned the heavy wood directly across the top of the service stairs, creating a makeshift barricade. "We funnel them," Nick explained. "They ascend the stairs, they face a solid wall. They attempt to climb over the wood, they expose their center mass." Footsteps echoed from the bottom of the wooden steps. The cartel soldiers initiated their assault. They moved with slow, deliberate precision. They respected the lethal capability of the men trapped on the second floor. Nick crouched behind the heavy armoire. He rested the barrel of his Glock on the polished mahogany top. He sighted down the dark stairwell. Walter knelt beside him. He rested the pump-action shotgun on the barricade. "I possess 4 shells," Walter stated. "Make them count," Nick replied. "We buy time." Diego reaches the federal building. Torres secures the ledger. We hold this line. The beam of a tactical flashlight cut through the darkness of the stairwell. The bright white light painted the front of the mahogany armoire. A soldier wearing a ballistic helmet poked his head around the corner of the landing below. Walter squeezed the trigger. The 12-gauge roared. The buckshot shattered the wooden banister and caught the soldier in the shoulder. The man spun backward, tumbling down the steep wooden steps with a heavy clatter of armor and dropped steel. Silence returned to the stairwell. The surviving soldiers reassessed the tactical situation. They realized the service stairs offered a fatal bottleneck. They abandoned the direct approach, Nick whispered. A booming voice echoed from the ruined foyer at the far end of the long hallway. Holleran! Rico Salazar shouted. The cartel boss stood near the shattered glass staircase on the ground floor. You delay the inevitable. You possess 0 escape routes. The federal transport abandoned you. I own this island. Nick kept his weapon trained on the service stairs. He raised his voice, projecting the sound down the long hallway. You own a graveyard, Rico. The FBI holds your digital ledger. The consultant sits in federal custody. Your empire crumbles right now. A spreadsheet proves nothing, Rico yelled back. A hired contractor proves nothing. I employ expensive lawyers. I fabricate alibis. I walk free by sunrise. You burn tonight. Your Jupiter stash house burned tonight. I left the Queen of Spades on the chest of your soldier. I delivered the message. A heavy, absolute silence fell over the mansion. The revelation struck Rico. The psychological warfare achieved its objective. You cross a fatal line. Rico's voice lost its smooth, cultured tone. Pure, venomous rage replaced the arrogance. You make this a blood feud. I intend to slaughter you. The quiet hum in Nick's ears changed pitch. The 20-minute sanctuary of the eye expired. A low, terrifying roar built in the distance, resembling a fleet of jet engines approaching the island. The back wall of Hurricane Delilah arrived. The wind slammed into the concrete fortress from the opposite direction. The pressure spiked. The impact-resistant windows of the master bedroom bowed inward under the immense strain. The storm resumed. They move. Walter shouted. 3 cartel soldiers crested the top of the main glass staircase at the far end of the hallway. They bypassed the service stairs. They flanked the barricade. They raised their assault rifles. Nick spun around. He abandoned the stairwell. He aimed the Glock down the long corridor. The final standoff commenced. Chapter 25. The back wall of Hurricane Delilah impacted the concrete fortress. The atmospheric pressure differential detonated the impact-resistant windows of the master bedroom. Slabs of tempered glass exploded inward, filling the long corridor with crystalline shrapnel. The 3 advancing cartel soldiers braced against the violent decompression. The wind ripped through the hallway, tearing paintings from the walls and knocking the lead soldier to his knees. Nick exploited the chaos. He aimed the Glock through the flying debris. He focused on the muzzle flashes of the enemy rifles. He pulled the trigger. The hollow point round caught the kneeling soldier in the throat, bypassing the heavy Kevlar collar. The man collapsed, dropping his weapon. Move! Nick shouted over the deafening gale. He grabbed Walter's good arm. They abandoned the makeshift armoire barricade. They retreated into the ruined master suite. Rain lashed the interior of the bedroom, driven by 140-mile-per-hour winds. The storm shredded the heavy silk curtains, whipping the fabric into frantic, snapping tendrils. Water pooled on the expensive hardwood floors, creating a slick, treacherous surface. Nick pulled Walter behind the massive king-sized bed. The mattress absorbed the incoming gunfire as the 2 surviving soldiers reached the doorway. Bullets ripped through the down comforter, filling the air with a snowstorm of white feathers. They possessed tactical lights, Walter rasped, his back pressed against the mahogany bed frame. He maintained his grip on the shotgun. The beams cut through the rain. They spot us the second we break cover. We eliminate the lights, Nick said. Nick scanned the dark, chaotic room. The silver moonlight vanished behind the thick storm clouds. The lightning provided the lone illumination, strobing harsh and erratic. He spotted a heavy bronze floor lamp toppled near the shattered window frame. A thick electrical cord trailed from the base. "I draw their fire," Nick instructed. "You flank the entrance. You crush the man on the right." Walter offered a single nod. The old fisherman wiped rainwater and blood from his eyes. He racked the slide of the 12-gauge. He possessed 3 shells. Nick grabbed a down pillow from the ruined mattress. He hurled the pillow over the bed, toward the center of the room. The twin beams of the tactical lights snapped to the airborne target. The soldiers fired, shredding the pillow into a cloud of down. Nick lunged in the opposite direction. He dove across the wet hardwood, sliding toward the shattered window. He grabbed the heavy bronze floor lamp. He swung the brass pole like a baseball bat. The heavy metal base struck the knee of the soldier on the left. Joint cartilage ruptured. The man screamed, his leg folding backward. The tactical light swept toward the ceiling as he fell. Walter executed his maneuver. The old man stepped out from the shadows near the doorframe. He ignored his bleeding shoulder. He shoved the barrel of the pump-action shotgun under the chin of the second soldier. He pulled the trigger. The blast removed the soldier's helmet and the top of his skull. The body dropped to the flooded floorboards. The crippled soldier on the left scrambled for his dropped rifle. Nick brought the heavy bronze lamp base down on the man's wrist. Bone snapped. Nick kicked the rifle across the room, out of reach. The bedroom fell silent, save for the howling wind and the driving rain. Nick dropped the bronze lamp. He checked his Glock. 4 rounds remained in the magazine. He ejected it, slapping his final full magazine into the grip. "We clear the second floor," Nick stated. Walter pumped his shotgun. A spent red shell ejected onto the wet wood. 2 shells remain. "We descend," Nick said. "Rico occupies the ground floor. The storm surge fills the foyer. We hunt him in the water." They exited the ruined master suite. The long hallway stood empty. The bodies of the vanguard soldiers littered the carpet. They reached the glass gallery overlooking the foyer. The scene below resembled a flooded subterranean cavern. The storm surge breached the shattered double doors, filling the entire ground floor with 4 feet of swirling black ocean water. The heavy oak barricades floated like driftwood. The bodies of the men killed in the kitchen explosion bobbed against the marble columns. Tactical flashlight beams sliced through the dark water. 5 surviving cartel soldiers waded through the foyer, holding their rifles above their heads. Rico Salazar stood on the landing of the main staircase, 2 steps above the water line. "Find the stairs," Rico commanded his men. "They lack an exit. They bleed. Execute them." Nick crouched behind the shattered glass railing. He looked at Walter. The old fisherman smiled. A terrifying, feral expression transformed his weathered face. The concrete mansion became a swamp. "My territory," Walter whispered. Walter unhooked the heavy yellow foul-weather slicker. He dropped the rain gear onto the carpet. He kept the shotgun. "I take the water," Walter said. "I thin the herd. You take the king." Nick opened his mouth to argue, but the old man slipped over the edge of the gallery. He dropped 12 feet into the black storm surge. He entered the water with minimal splashing, a seasoned predator returning to his element. Nick tracked Rico. The cartel boss remained elevated on the main staircase. The soldiers fanned out, wading through the debris-filled foyer, searching for the access points to the second floor. A soldier moved past a floating oak table. A massive hand breached the surface of the black water. Walter grabbed the soldier by the heavy tactical vest. He yanked the man beneath the surface. The water churned. Bubbles erupted. A muffled gunshot detonated under the surge, sending a geyser of seawater into the air. The soldier failed to resurface. Contact in the water, another soldier screamed, sweeping his light across the floating debris. Rico aimed his own weapon into the dark depths. Shoot the shadows. The remaining 4 soldiers emptied their magazines into the storm surge. Bullets stitched across the black water, shattering submerged vases and chipping the granite floor below. Nick used the distraction. He stood up from the gallery. He aimed the Glock at Rico Salazar. Lightning flashed. Rico looked up. He spotted Nick. Both men fired. Chapter 26. The bullets crossed in the dark void of the foyer. Rico's assault rifle spat a 3-round burst. The armor-piercing projectiles shattered the tempered glass balustrade, inches from Nick's face. Shards of crystalline shrapnel bit into Nick's cheek. Nick's single hollow-point round struck the marble step beneath Rico's leather shoe. The stone exploded. Granite fragments tore through the fabric of Rico's trousers, drawing blood. The cartel boss stumbled backward, dropping to one knee against the sweeping staircase. Nick rolled away from the gallery edge. He pressed his back against the silk-lined wall of the second-floor corridor. Below, the black water churned. A cartel soldier screamed. The sound gurgled and died beneath the surface. Walter executed his aquatic hunt. The old fisherman utilized the floating debris, the absolute darkness, and the deafening roar of the hurricane outside to mask his movements. He dragged a second armored man into the depths. The 3 surviving soldiers panicked. They abandoned their fire discipline. They emptied their magazines into the storm surge, spraying blind automatic fire into the flooded foyer. The bullets chipped the granite walls and shredded the floating oak barricades. Nick ignored the chaos below. He required a route to the ground floor. The main staircase offered a fatal bottleneck controlled by Rico Salazar. Nick navigated the dark second-floor hallway. He found a set of double doors leading into a private study. He kicked the doors open. The hurricane winds tore through the shattered bay windows of the study. Rain lashed a massive mahogany desk. Nick spotted a spiral wrought iron staircase in the corner of the room, a private access point leading to the ground floor library. He gripped the cold iron railing. He descended into the dark. The storm surge reached the 4th step from the bottom. Nick stepped off the iron grate. Black ocean water swallowed his combat boots and climbed his thighs. The cold liquid sucked the heat from his chest. The heavy Kevlar vest pulled him downward, fighting his buoyancy. He waded into the submerged library. The room smelled of wet paper, rotting leather, and the sharp copper tang of fresh blood. Hundreds of expensive, leather-bound books floated on the surface of the black water like dead fish. The heavy oak bookshelves acted as breakwaters, creating strange currents in the enclosed space. Nick pushed through the floating literature. He held the Glock high above the waterline. A wet, ragged cough echoed from the shadows near a massive stone fireplace. Nick stopped moving. He let the water settle around his waist. He aimed the pistol at the sound. Lightning flashed outside the impact-resistant windows, casting harsh, stroboscopic light through the library. Chuck Denton slouched against the stone hearth. The former Tampa detective gripped his shattered right shoulder. Blood stained the collar of his yellow foul-weather jacket, turning the bright fabric a muddy brown. He held a short-barreled assault rifle in his left hand. He scavenged the weapon from a dead cartel soldier floating in the foyer. Nick kept the Glock leveled at Chuck's chest. "The federal agents dropped their cargo," Nick stated. Chuck spat a mouthful of bloody seawater into the surge. The cartel opened fire on the portico. The FBI focused on returning fire. They ignored the prisoners. I rolled out the open door of the Bearcat. I sank into the surge. I let the current pull me back through the front doors. You chose the sinking ship over a federal cage. I calculate the odds, Nick. Chuck leaned his head back against the cold stone of the fireplace. The feds lock me in a cell. Rico survives the storm. Rico sends a man with a sharpened toothbrush to find me in lockup. I prefer my chances in the water. Chuck raised his scavenged rifle. He struggled with the weight, using his uninjured left arm. He rested the heavy barrel against the floating mantle of the fireplace, aiming the muzzle at Nick. Lower the weapon, Chuck. I possess 0 options, Chuck rasped. The wind howled against the exterior concrete walls, providing a grim soundtrack to the standoff. I deliver you to Rico. I buy my life. I hand him the man who burned his stash house. He forgives my failure to secure the ledger. Rico forgives nothing. You bleed. You failed his primary objective. He looks at you and sees a liability. I hold the gun, Nick. Chuck shouted. His voice cracked. The confident, corrupt private investigator vanished, leaving a desperate, frightened man clinging to a stone fireplace. Then pull the trigger. Nick took a step forward, pushing through the floating books. He offered a clear target. You spent 20 years carrying a badge. You took an oath. You compromised the oath for a beach house and a quiet life. Now the bill arrives. Pay the bill, Chuck. Shoot a fellow cop to save a cartel boss. Chuck stared down the sights of the rifle. His left hand shook. The green laser sight danced across the wet fabric of Nick's tactical vest. Nick maintained eye contact. He saw the ghosts in Chuck's eyes. He saw the ghosts of every compromise, every accepted bribe, every looked the other way moment that paved the road to this flooded library. I wanted peace, Chuck whispered. The rifle barrel dipped an inch. I bought a boat. I drank cold beer. I kept the violence contained to the shadows. I protected the people who paid my fee. You protected a monster. Chuck lowered the rifle. The barrel splashed into the black water. He let the weapon hang by the tactical sling. Regret carved deep, permanent lines into his wind-burned face. I lack the stomach for this murder, Chuck admitted. He closed his eyes. Walk away, Nick. Kill the bastard. Finish the job I ignored. Lightning illuminated the library a second time. The brilliant flash revealed a tall silhouette standing behind Chuck. Rico Salazar stood waist-deep in the storm surge. The cartel boss materialized from the dark corridor connecting the library to the foyer. He held a nickel-plated automatic pistol in his right hand. Rico pointed the weapon at the back of Chuck Denton's head. You exhibit hesitation, Denton, Rico said. The smooth, cultured voice cut through the ambient roar of the hurricane. Hesitation costs money. Hesitation breeds disloyalty. Chuck snapped his eyes open. He turned his head toward the sound of the voice. Rico squeezed the trigger. The gunshot deafened the enclosed room. The bullet struck Chuck at the base of the skull. The impact pitched the heavy man forward. Chuck Denton collapsed face first into the black water. A dark cloud of blood blossomed on the surface, mixing with the floating books. Nick fired his Glock. He aimed at Rico's center mass. Rico dove beneath the surface of the storm surge a fraction of a second before the hollow point round struck the space he occupied. The bullet embedded itself in the stone fireplace, showering sparks into the dark. Nick plunged forward through the water. He hunted the ripple. Rico surfaced 10 feet away, bursting up behind a heavy overturned oak desk. The cartel boss fired blindly over the wood. Bullets skipped across the water, whining as they ricocheted off the concrete walls. Nick dropped low. He submerged himself to the neck. The cold ocean water numbed his skin. He navigated the obstacle course of floating furniture. He reached the edge of the overturned oak desk. He gripped his pistol tight. Rico Salazar waited on the other side. The firearms proved useless in the tight, chaotic aquatic environment. The magazines ran empty. The close-quarters combat required bone and muscle. Nick abandoned the Glock. He let the empty weapon sink to the flooded floor. He lunged over the floating desk, tackling the king of the coastal syndicate into the black depths. Chapter 27. The impact drove both men beneath the black surface of the storm surge. The frigid ocean water rushed into Nick's nose and mouth. He kept his grip locked around the lapels of Rico's silk suit. The cartel boss thrashed in the dark void. Rico drove a knee upward, aiming for Nick's groin. The thick water robbed the blow of its leverage, but the strike connected with Nick's thigh, sending a jolt of pain through his muscle. Nick released the silk suit. He grabbed a handful of Rico's thick, wet hair. He yanked the man toward the surface. They broke the waterline. Both men gasped for oxygen. The hurricane winds shrieked through the shattered bay windows, drowning the sound of their struggle. Lightning flashed, turning the flooded library into a strobe-lit nightmare. Hundreds of waterlogged books battered their torsos, like heavy sodden bricks riding the chaotic indoor waves. Rico wiped wet hair from his eyes. He lunged forward. He wrapped both hands around Nick's throat. Nick slammed his forearms upward in a violent wedge, breaking the chokehold. He delivered a hard headbutt to the bridge of Rico's nose. Bone crunched. Blood poured down Rico's face, mixing with the seawater and the driving rain. Rico staggered backward, colliding with a floating leather armchair. The cartel boss grabbed a heavy brass desk lamp from a submerged side table. He swung the metal base at Nick's skull. Nick ducked the swinging brass. The heavy metal glanced off his shoulder armor, numbing his left arm. Nick stepped inside the arc of the weapon. He drove a right cross into Rico's ribs. 2 ribs cracked under the impact of the combat boot. Rico dropped the brass lamp. He fell back against the massive stone fireplace. A deafening crack severed the roar of the gale. The structural fasteners holding the library roof failed. The extreme atmospheric pressure ripped the architectural concrete and heavy timber from the masonry walls. The entire ceiling lifted into the black sky like a discarded piece of cardboard, spiraling away into the dark. The absolute fury of Hurricane Delilah poured into the exposed room. Torrents of horizontal rain hammered their faces. The storm surge swelled, raising the water level to their chests. The elements stripped the final layers of civilization from the billionaire fortress. The room ceased to function as a library. It became an aquatic fighting cage. Rico reached into his trouser pocket. He drew a slim, tactical folding knife. He thumbed the blade open. The stainless steel caught the lightning flashes. The cartel boss slashed at Nick's face. Nick leaned back. The razor edge sliced the heavy nylon collar of his tactical vest, stopping a fraction of an inch from his jugular. Rico overextended his reach on the swipe. Nick seized the opening. He grabbed Rico's knife arm with both hands. He twisted the wrist with maximum torque. The joint popped. Rico screamed, a sound lost to the howling wind. The folding knife dropped from his numb fingers, vanishing into the black water. Nick drove a fist into Rico's solar plexus. The air rushed from the cartel boss's lungs in a ragged wheeze. Nick grabbed Rico by the throat. He slammed the man backward against the rough stones of the fireplace mantel. He shoved his forearm against Rico's windpipe, pinning the king of the coastal syndicate against the masonry. Rico choked. He beat his fists against Nick's ribs. Nick leaned his body weight into the forearm. The pressure increased. The fight drained from Rico's eyes, replaced by pure, suffocating panic. Rico realized his offshore accounts held zero value in the flooded ruins of his own home. He realized his private army abandoned him. "You burn," Rico rasped, fighting for a microscopic sliver of air. "The cartel survives." "The cartel dies tonight," Nick said. He maintained the crushing pressure. "The FBI holds the ledger. The FBI holds your ghost. You possess 0 assets. You possess 0 soldiers. Rico spat bloody seawater into Nick's face. Nick ignored the insult. He increased the pressure an inch. Rico's eyes bulged. His hands clawed at Nick's tactical vest, failing to break the iron hold. Nick held the power of execution. He possessed the physical strength to crush the cartilage. He possessed the ultimate motive. He looked at the dead body of Chuck Denton floating a few feet away. He remembered the bruised skin on Jessica Weaver's neck. He remembered the 5 years of nightmares, the lost pension, the bottom of the bourbon bottles. He wanted to kill Rico Salazar. He craved the finality of a snapped neck. The storm demanded a sacrifice. The water demanded blood. The hurricane roared around them. The sky flashed brilliant white. Nick stared into the terrified, bulging eyes of the cartel boss. He felt the pulse throbbing against his forearm. He made his choice. Nick released the pressure. He stepped back. Rico collapsed into the waist-deep water, coughing and gagging, clutching his bruised throat. He retched, expelling seawater and blood onto the floating books. Nick unclipped a pair of heavy plastic zip ties from his tactical vest. He grabbed Rico's arms, twisting them behind the cartel boss's back. He secured the thick plastic around Rico's wrists, pulling the bindings tight until they cut into the skin. "You choose a cage," Nick said, looking down at the defeated man. "You spend the rest of your life in federal concrete. You watch your empire dismantle piece by piece." Nick grabbed Rico by the collar of his ruined suit. He hauled the bound man through the flooded, roofless library. He navigated the floating debris, dragging the prize of the coastal war toward the dark corridor leading back to the foyer. The hand-to-hand combat ended. Nick Holleran chose the badge over the blade. He chose justice over vengeance. A bright, sweeping beam of light pierced the darkness of the hallway ahead. The mechanical thrum of a heavy diesel engine vibrated through the remaining concrete walls. The FBI returned to collect the wreckage. Chapter 28. The matte black Lenco Bearcat plowed through the flooded portico. The armored vehicle pushed a wave of black ocean water through the ruined double doors. The massive diesel engine roared, echoing against the concrete walls of the shattered foyer. Nick stood waist-deep in the surge. He maintained his grip on Rico Salazar's ruined collar. The cartel boss shivered. The cold water and the shock of absolute defeat stripped the arrogance from his features. Rico resembled a drowned rat, bound and helpless in the wreckage of his own empire. The Bearcat halted. The heavy rear steel doors swung open. Special Agent Elena Torres stepped onto the submerged rear bumper. 2 tactical agents flanked her. They leveled their M4 carbines at the dark corridors. "Secure the prisoner," Torres commanded. The 2 agents waded into the water. They grabbed Rico by the shoulders. They hauled the billionaire cartel boss out of the muck and shoved him into the steel belly of the transport. Torres focused her weapon-mounted flashlight on Nick. "You survived the hurricane. You survived the hand-to-hand combat." "I secured your primary target," Nick replied. He confessed 0 details. He demands a lawyer. The digital ledger provides the conviction. "Diego delivered the ledger," Torres stated. "My cyber team in Miami confirms the decryption. The files detail every transaction. The files list every shell company. We hold the keys to the entire Eastern Seaboard operation." Nick felt the adrenaline drain from his muscles. A profound, bone-deep exhaustion replaced the combat high. He achieved the objective. He honored the memory of Jessica Weaver. "The old man remains in the house," Nick said. He turned away from the Bearcat. He took shrapnel in the shoulder. He fought your vanguard in the water. "Holleran," Torres called out. The storm reaches maximum intensity. The structural integrity of this mansion fails. Board the transport. I leave 0 crew members behind. Nick waded back into the darkness of the ruined foyer. He ignored the federal agents. He ignored the howling wind tearing through the shattered glass gallery above. He navigated the floating oak barricades and the bodies of the cartel soldiers. He searched the shadows beneath the sweeping staircase. He waded toward the submerged library. "Walter!" Nick shouted. The gale stole the volume from his voice. He pushed through the kitchen's swinging doors. The smell of the acetylene explosion lingered, masked by the heavy scent of salt spray. A figure sat slumped against a stainless steel, industrial refrigerator. Walter clutched his pump-action shotgun. The storm surge reached his chest. His head rested against the cold metal door. Blood seeped from the shrapnel wound, staining the water a murky brown around his torso. Nick rushed to the old fisherman. He grabbed Walter's uninjured arm. "We evacuate," Nick ordered. "The FBI holds a ride in the foyer." Walter opened his eyes. The chipped flint gaze softened. He looked at the shotgun in his hands. He relaxed his grip. He let the weapon slip into the dark water. The metal sank without a sound. "The hunt concludes," Walter rasped. He coughed, spitting seawater. "I killed the men who fed my daughter to the ghost. You captured the ghost. You captured the king. We finished the job. We survived the night. Stand up." Nick hauled Walter to his feet. The old man groaned, his heavy frame swaying in the current. Nick positioned Walter's good arm over his own shoulders. He wrapped his arm around Walter's thick waist. They stumbled through the waist-deep water. They crossed the ruined dining room. They entered the foyer. The Bearcat waited. The tactical agents stood on the submerged bumper, extending their hands. Nick and Walter reached the armored vehicle. The agents pulled Walter into the steel cabin. Nick climbed in behind him. Torres slammed the heavy rear doors shut. She engaged the interior locking mechanism. The cabin offered absolute sensory deprivation from the hurricane. Thick steel and ballistic glass muted the roar of the wind to a dull, distant thrum. Red tactical lights illuminated the cramped space. Rico Salazar sat handcuffed to a steel bench on the left side. The consultant sat opposite him, bound in identical plastic zip ties. The 2 architects of a massive human trafficking empire stared at the metal floorboards. The ghost and the king shared a cage. Diego sat in the corner, clutching his pelican case. Sarah huddled next to him. She kept her arms wrapped tight around Gravy the terrier. The dog slept, exhausted by the terror of the storm. Sarah looked up. She saw Nick. She saw Walter bleeding on the steel floor. She released the dog. She ripped the first aid kit from the wall mount of the Bearcat. She knelt beside the old fisherman. She tore open packages of sterile gauze and thick pressure bandages. "Press this against the wound," Sarah commanded Diego, handing him a wad of white cotton. She secured a rubber tourniquet above the shrapnel wound to slow the arterial bleed. She operated with frantic, focused energy. The terrified waitress vanished forever, replaced by a hardened survivor. Nick leaned against the cold steel wall of the transport. He looked at Rico. He looked at the consultant. "The pipeline breaks today," Nick said. His voice echoed in the tight metal box. "You ship 0 girls north. You ship 0 cash south. You spend the remainder of your lives breathing filtered air through iron bars." Rico raised his head. He offered a bruised, bloody sneer. "You possess a naive worldview, Holleran. You sever 1 head. The Hydra grows 2 more. The demand remains." "I lack the power to kill the Hydra," Nick admitted. "I possess the power to kill you." Nick turned his back on the cartel boss. He watched Sarah bandage Walter's shoulder. He watched Diego monitor the bleeding. He watched the terrier sleep on the steel deck. The Bearcat engine revved. The driver shifted into gear. The armored vehicle began a slow, grinding crawl through the flooded streets of the barrier island. It pushed through the storm surge, acting as a steel submarine navigating a destroyed world. Florida reclaimed its own geometry outside the ballistic glass. The swamp ate the concrete. The ocean swallowed the billionaire enclave. Nick listened to the water slam against the heavy armor. He closed his eyes. He let the motion of the vehicle rock him. The end. Ready for more thrillers? Did you get your copy of Tulsa Time?